this to be sent after you. So what will Nigerians do against some of these government, anti-people policies?
Well, consistent with what I said before, the country is divided. It's not one nation. There are many nations within Nigeria. I think there was a time there was a crisis between Benue and Taraba, between the chiefs and Jukuns.
Yeah.
Danjuma remembered that he was a Jukun and told his people to take up arms, that the Nigerian army is not neutral.
Yeah. To fight.
It's true, because he himself was not neutral when Ironsi was in power.
Yeah.
So people fight for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I am sure that if Fubara was in the southwest, all hell will be let loose. So what you are seeing in Nigeria is what is called machine politics. The moment Fubara came to office, Disu, the current commissioner of police in Abuja, was posted there. So it's like Southwest trying to control the Niger Delta. The current commissioner of police there is also from the Southwest. Out of 36 or 37 commissioners of police around the country, only one from the Southeast, only one from the South-South. These commissioners of police, don't they have mates when they were recruited? Were they recruited alone?
Yeah.
Where are their mates? So it's machine politics. You use office, you convert office to power. For instance, Mike, you are leading this discussion. If you convert it to power, you can talk from now till tomorrow.
Exactly.
And we'll become spectators. But people cannot react because, one, the country remains unbalanced. One of the things that challenged Nigeria into civil war was the unbalanced federation. In spite of the creation of states, one part of the country remains dominant. If I go back to the Edo State incident, the chief of the defense staff, that is the commander of all commanders, made a comment about the Edo State. But when people are killed in a Hamufu, it doesn't concern him. When people are killed in Jos, that one is family affair. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is the unequal relationship in the country. If during the post-election court decisions, Kano, where the NNPP won, there was a sheikh, somebody Bauchi. As the Supreme Court was trying to rule, he made a public statement that if the court ever dares to remove, that there will be consequences.
Yeah,
did anybody arrest him?
Nothing.
No. So it is unequal distribution of power. In other words, you need to organize the country in a way where the lions and the cows will stay in their different compartments.
Yeah.
If a cow strays into the lion's den, well, good luck to it. But if you leave it the way it is the voice of one person that will be, so you can't have a national opinion.
Yeah.
And like I said sometime here, football is popular, very popular, because the rules are known and it is followed. In the past, Radio Nigeria and radio stations in the north, especially the far north, didn't broadcast football matches because they felt, or their leaders there felt it was a rascally game. But because of its popularity and the openness, many people now play football all over the country. Our politics is not like that. It's machine politics. If you have money, you buy people. You ask this man, follow me. If you want to be my follower and benefit, I want you to abuse your father. After abusing your father, come, I will give you money. Then you go there, slap your father, come back, and you are settled. You tell your father, don't worry, it's politics, I will settle you later. So almost everything that is wrong in the country are done by public officials. The River State is a clear example. It started by the Supreme Court taking a decision that revenue due to River State should not be released to it. I don't know what it was thinking about revenue collection from River State.
Exactly.
You collect from me and say it will not be given to me. But this is also part of machine politics, because the people in the Supreme Court ought to know basic things. You don't need to be a lawyer to know that there should be equity. When you are doing it, there should be fairness.
And if
there should be inclusion.
If you deny them that revenue, how will the state governor pay salaries and
now the
monuments?
man who is there as administrator has even appointed people to be state independent electoral commission. I mean, how can it's just like a rogue coming into a house and allotting things to the owner? How can you say you are not elected, but you are trying to appoint people who will organize the election? It's machine politics.
Under
democracy.
I mean,
it's for the.
Just to add to what Doc said, remember recently, the current president of America, Donald Trump, he slammed a lot of tariff on almost all the countries of the world, including with China having most of it, up to 104%. But then the point I want to make from there is that there was wide protests all over the world, and it didn't take 2 days, and Trump paused those trade tariffs for 90 days. That's the effect of protests and people voicing out their concern all over the world. And Trump saw that this is going to diminish his popularity and could affect his Republican Party. So he quickly paused it for 90 days. And then he was open for negotiation. The other day he said, I have a lot of respect for Jinping. He's my friend.
That's why I said, public opinion is very important.
It's very important. You get the mood of the people.
Once you demolish public opinion, you can't have participatory governance.
Exactly.
And I think South Korea gave us a very recent example. When the president of South Korea declared martial law, the police of South Korea refused to implement it.
Exactly.
And they went for an arrest of the president. I mean, you can see that the president has the commissioner of the inspector general of police in his breast pocket in Nigeria to be doing his will.
Exactly. And today he has lost his position.
Yeah, but that takes us to the issue of tariff, which you talked about, and the federal government has set up a committee to review the impact of the tariff imposed across the world, and Nigeria is affected. So how far do you think this committee can go in a situation where we have very few, where we import almost all that we use in the country? The only export that we can think about is oil, and oil is not being managed to the extent that it will benefit the country. So how far do you think this committee can go?
Well, Chief Ubani, I must tell you, he's amusing. He's interesting, because as a student of international relations, I know what we call a balance of power. These are people of unequal power, influence. What is our total export? What are we taking to America? What are we bringing to America? Bring it on the scale, and then you see the scale like this. US is here and there. So we can only maybe set up a committee and beg Donald Trump to help us and to save us, because we are not doing enough for our people. We are not able. Even the people at the presidency and the rest of them, the ministers, which car they're driving, which country, where did they manufacture them? Some of them, they eat rice from some of these countries. They take toothpick, they use toothpick from these countries. They wear shoes from this country. They don't believe anything in that comes out of Nigeria makes any sense. They are not supporting our local refinery, local manufacturers. They don't even have power for them to run their machines. They are buying shoes. They don't even have roads for them to export whatever. No government incentive for them to thrive. Even the clothes, they prefer imported materials. Meanwhile, we have all these things here. Our agriculture is in tatters. You can see the Fulani herdsmen troubling everywhere. The other day, yesterday I was in a university, and I saw headers almost in all the compound of the school. I was like, wow. So they too come here. So what are we trying to say? We have not organized our house. We are just like tenants. Where as a country with over 250 million persons, we are still unable to take advantage of our size, of our number, of our GDP, and bring about an economy that can even begin to do something. What can we do with US? All we need to do is maybe set up the committee, and then we're going to beg the envoy, US envoy to Nigeria, and then beg them to say, please, beg Baba. It's an unequal, this party, so there's nothing that can come.
Yeah, let me
Let's
come.
grow our economy.
Let me come over to you, Dr. KJ. You're an economist. Can you, educate our viewers on, the import or the impact of this tariff issue? What is it all about? What is it all about?
Yeah, the imports tariff, some people even have export tariff, is a tax. It raises the price of a product. And economic theory is that the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. Specifically, the United States wants to raise the price of imports generally in order to increase their cost to compare with domestic production in the United States. That's their idea. Why are they taking this step? Trump has more than enough enemies in the United States, mirrored by some section of the media. These tariff policies have been on. Mm-hmm. The one that Trump imposed in his first term, Biden increased it by 10%. But you didn't hear about it because Biden was in the good book of some media, and of course it was consistent with what Trump had done. So tariff is a trade barrier, and you'll find it in all cultures. Some people can use tariff, some people can use exchange rates. What is causing problem between the US and China is that China uses exchange rates to manipulate trade. It continuously depreciates its currency. It doesn't allow its currency to float. Nigerians go to China to buy goods, but when you go to Owerri Road and ask for yuan, you won't find it. Mm-hmm. China collects dollars from Nigerians for import from China. They don't collect yuan. Sure. So we earn dollar from the United States and they will give it to China. China manufactures, sells to the United States, and does not use the money to import from the US. They store it there and use it to buy US Treasury bills, investments. So, and the US have been complaining. The European Union started as a coal union in the 1950s between France, Italy, I think Belgium. There were 4 countries. Now, because of the power of the US as an economy, they felt that if the Europeans were to form an entity that has one currency, they can challenge the dollar. That was how they came to the euro. Now, but their problem is that they have multiple finance ministers. So they cannot come to a decision very easily. The US is aware, but because Europeans are the dominant people in the United States, they don't worry. But they're also manipulating trade with the US. The difference between China and the United States is that China is a country of natives. The US is a country of immigrants. You have Chinese Americans, you have Japanese Americans, you have Nigerian Americans, you have Igbo Americans, Efik Americans. All these people are in the United States, but still loyal to their country of origin. You get the point I'm making? So they tend to rig rules in America for their countries. But the Europeans don't do exactly the same thing, because they know their country. They also own the United States. The Chinese are not that loyal.
Yeah.
But the United States don't want because trade is an alternative to conflict. Trade can be conflicting, but it's an alternative to war. If it were to continue, if it were in some countries, if the United States was a country of natives, they will exclude Chinese people from some of their strategic industries. They will ask Indians to leave their pharmaceuticals, because that's where they get the patent. They steal it and go back to India to produce what they call generic products. So America wants to play by rules. The United Nations, the World WTO, the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and other agencies that govern trade have rules which the Chinese violate. They violate it. They have a trade. US, Canada, and Mexico have an agreement. That agreement emphasizes that people who work in producing products that are imported into their countries must be fairly paid. But criminal groups in Mexico manufacture products and smuggle it into the United States. Canadian companies owned by Chinese, bring in third-party parts, put it in products made in Canada, and export it to the United States. The US have been complaining. But, I saw the Canadian Prime Minister making a broadcast. That's the former one. His father was a former premier too. Making a broadcast to the United States people, telling them to remember that Canada and US are united. You will suffer if there are not too many countries that will tolerate that type of thing. US is so big and strong that it can destroy Canada in a twinkle of an eye. But they tolerate it. So US is a very tolerant country.
Yeah.
Forget about what people are saying. Not too many countries will tolerate it.
Yes, Dr. KJ, I did hear the Canadian Prime Minister, the former Canadian Prime Minister, saying that Canada will retaliate, over the tariff.
The one they call Trudeau.
Yes, Trudeau. Over the tariff issue. Do we have a situation where Nigeria can tell US we will retaliate? Do you foresee that kind of statement coming from Nigeria?
It cannot happen, because I told you we are doing machine politics. Professor Bolaji Akiyemi have been appointed chairman of Nigeria International Affairs. One of the first things he said was that the government should be careful not to confront the United States. But that is just academic. Three of us here, if we don't go to Ogbete market in ENUGU for the next 1 year, Ogbete will not know that we didn't come. So Nigeria is an infinitesimal player. The US has more oil reserves than Nigeria. In fact, I think only Russia has more oil than US. Why US is importing is that, one, they want to reserve their own, and two, they have this politics of preserve our own, let us do green. But Trump says, why should we have oil and gas and we are not producing it? One of the things that China has taxed against the US imports is coal. But in ENUGU here, we are cutting down our wood instead of bringing out coal for firing. So we are not a trading country. There's nothing we can do. Like I said, this pause you have seen is because through the back channels, people are begging the US, because the US is the only market in this world where if you export to US, you will be rich. If you don't trade with the United States, you will be poor. To give you an illustration, in 2018, under Trump, the US and China, in order to deal with these problems, agreed that China will increase its imports of US goods by 200 million by the end of December 2021. By the end of 2021, when Trump was no longer in office, China had only imported 58% of what it was agreed on. Now, what the US did was to impose tariff under Trump to some specific Chinese goods. That's what's called specific tariff. You know what China did? They imposed tariff on US soya beans. US said, okay, no problem. But there was diversion of trade. They started importing that soya beans from Brazil. That's China. What the US did was to pay compensation to the soya bean farmers
in Brazil
for loss of market.
Okay.
In the end, after the price of soybean in Brazil increased, the price that the Chinese consumers were paying for soybean was equal to what it would have paid if it imported from the US at the same tariff rate. You can see that America is big, strong and reliable, to use the old Union Bank.
Yes, yes, I agree with you that America is big. America is big. Nigeria is also big. But what the two elements that are missing is that of reliability and which other one? Strong. I think these are
being stronger
and reliable.
Is what is missing.
You know, these two elements appear to be missing. But we are a large country, a country of over 200, a country of about 200 million people. It's on record that we have vast, mineral resources. You know, before we came in here, we were talking about the reserves. Nigeria has in crude oil reserve hit about 37.28 barrels. Of crude oil. I mean, that Nigeria. So you find in Zamfara, you find gold. In Zamfara, in Enugu here, you find coal. You find all kinds of minerals, across Nigeria. We have very fine weather. The rains come at this time. The dry season come at its own time. We don't have all these natural disasters that you find happening in America and all the rest of them, like earthquakes and all that. It's a beautiful country. And I want to find out what are those elements that are, responsible for the underdevelopment of Nigeria. Why can't we grow as reliable, big, reliable, and like America, so that we when America speaks, we can now say we will retaliate.
Yeah. Just to jump at your question, one of the things that is missing is that we cannot conduct free, fair, and credible election. That is one of the missing link. Once people know they can get power by any other means apart from the votes of the people, they will always dribble the people when they come to power. So if Nigeria can conduct fair, free, and credible election, then those who want to lead the people will always strive to be men of integrity, people who will keep to their words, keep to their electoral promises. As long as people win by this other means, they come to power, they will dump the promises they made. They can do whatever they want to do. And of course, it looks as if the institutions are weak. We also have weak institutions that cannot, like you, Dr. Okeje, pointed out. The Korean police refused to implement the order of the president, the martial law. Simply because Trump, the majority of the Americans still loved him in spite of losing the other election. And the beauty of democracy, they keep saying, is that those who lost yesterday can win today, and those who win today can lose tomorrow. Because people are free to make choices. Because Nigerians are not free to make their choices of who governs them at every level, that's why you see impunity. That's why you see underdevelopment. Unlike what we are seeing in Enugu today, the governor promised he was going to change the face of Enugu, and it looks as if he's changing the face of Enugu without making noise. That is what democracy should be about. But you have in Nigeria as a whole, if someone is elected as a president, nothing changes in the north, nothing changes in the south, nothing changes in the east.
Are you saying we export the Enugu democracy to the national level?
Yes, it's a model. Of course, the southeasterners should come and learn, including the security. In recent time, I've not had should come and learn, including the security. In recent time, I've not had people being picked by kidnappers within town. It has gone down. And you could see DPR vehicles everywhere. They have monitors, and some of the streets are connected. So I keep commending Dr. Peter Mba for the wonderful work he's doing. He's a model that can be exported. So what are we trying to say? Let's get our democracy right. A situation whereby a president comes to power, he's looking for someone to put in our neck who will play by his own rule and not by the rule of the electoral body and the constitution is unacceptable and
Well,
cannot
I
take us
think
anywhere.
it has to do with our constitution, stipulations, provisions of the constitution.
The constitution
That
is
the pre-
right,
that
but
the pre-
people
no,
are
that the president,
misinterpreting it.
the constitution has given the president the authority, the power to appoint the INEC chairman. I was quite impressed with what happened in the states, one of the states in America, where an election was conducted. To elect people into that state's Supreme Court.
Yeah, they do
all right.
that. Yes.
Okay, instead of allowing President Trump to appoint
they do that a lot over
the
there.
justices of
It's
the
almost
Supreme Court,
democratized.
which is what happens in the Nigerian, in Nigeria, where the president decides on with NJC and all that.
Just
and
before
who
you
goes
land,
that.
I want to say that even in America, the America we are copying, the democracy we are copying, even when a president elects someone close to him, but when it comes to that institution, he will be forced to play by the rule of that institution. He cannot come and manipulate the institution and then suppress everybody. Just like what we had last time. You have IRF, you have where records will be voting, will be dropping. And then somebody said there was electoral glitches and it didn't work. He said server. Somebody said you have a back end. You could go to your system and call it up, even if there was but then you see that there was lies, series of lies, rigmarole, until it looks as amazing has taken over everybody, and then we are still sleeping. And then 2023 has passed. Now we're in 2023.
Dr. KJ, do you think we get it, or we will ever get to that, position, position in our country, Nigeria, where the leader of the country can rise up to challenge what the American president says, or the Chinese president says, or like this tariff thing we are talking about? The Canadian people stood up and said they were going to retaliate.
It is not going to happen.
It's not. You think it's
Our
not going to
brother,
happen? It's not going to happen in Nigeria.
Chinyere Achebe said that they have put a knife in the things that kept us together. Things have fallen apart. I'm sure that if there was an Igbo republic in Nigeria, what happened in Imo State would have been resisted by people from even ENUGU Ezike, that there is no way somebody who came forth can become the winner. But because they have put a knife on the things that keep us together, people will hear that somebody who won the election, who is already running, have been removed. Somebody who claimed to be a commissioner of police or deputy commissioner, that he has information that INEC does not have, and the court accepted it. And the person who get that ruling is now the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You can't get it. One of the things that make for unity is solidarity. There was a time, I think under Abacha or Babangida, that one colonel, I think from the southwest, was made administrator of Abia State, military administrator. Mm-hmm. When he came, he tried to do some mago and removed the secretary to the government who opposed some contract he wanted to award. Of course, he removed him. But the person he appointed rejected the offer.
Mm-hmm. That's institution.
The man quickly recalled the man he removed.
Yeah.
Ebitu Kiwe was deputy to Babangida. It's all this manipulation that Igbo man has been giving chief of general staff. But when he came to the brass tacks, the man said, I will not take this from Abacha. If I'm the chief of the general staff and deputy head of state, on a national day, I should come in only before the head of state. Sure. Abacha said, no, I'm senior, I'm the different. He said, no. This is not a military engagement. Mm-hmm. That one passed. Babangida went to register Nigeria with...
I see.
He said, we never discussed it. He removed him. Did any Igbo person of responsibility condemn him for losing the post? He didn't go there for an Igbo person. But I'm saying this as a citizen. We never discussed it. So his behavior was one of solidarity. He was not speaking for Igbo people. He was not speaking for Yoruba people. He was speaking for Nigerians. We never discussed this thing. how many politicians will say this thing you are doing is not what we discussed? Mr. President, how can all the offices in the economic section be held by people from your place? How? You know?
They are the most qualified.
That is solidarity. If you speak out, let me give you an example. In the 1960s or 50s, there was a committee set up by Zik when he was premier.
Yes.
You know, they set up, they now gave people appointments. The late Igwe of Halumona, but he was a barrister at Abakaleke. He wrote an opinion in a newspaper, Outlook, condemning the composition. He said that some people were not represented. You know what happened? Zik traveled from ENUGU to Abakaleke and met him. I said, my friend, you have access to me. Why didn't you tell me? That is an error, but we will correct it.
Yeah.
Imagine Zik, who had graduated in the 1930s from the United States, going to talk to somebody who he was above, but he knew that the man's opinion
Was very
mattered. You know, I talk about public opinion in participatory government.
Yeah.
So, the lack of solidarity is the cause of disunity, and where there is disunity, you cannot have a complete opinion. Or many of these NGOs you see, people who carry placard, they are recruited. People are paid 2,000. Come and demonstrate.
Go and do recall.
Yeah.
Go and do a field recall. Because
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whatever has a beginning must truly have an end. We are coming closer to the end of our discussion today, and it's been quite an exciting moment discussing the affairs of Nigeria, lamenting over the lapses, lamenting over the road that we ought to have traveled, that we didn't travel. And I believe Dr. KJ did say in his closing remarks, did say about unity, unifying our country, and having a common opinion, and getting the public, to have an opinion, a common opinion on an issue. And I believe that very soon we'll get to that point where when you see something, you say something in the interest of our country, Nigeria, because we've gone so backward, looking at the humongous resources that we have. We are still drawing back. It's not good for our country. It's not good for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to call it, call an end to this day's discussion. It's been a wonderful time discussing with you, Mr. Ani. Thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje.
Well,
thank you. Thank you for
old
coming.
stock.
Thank you very much.
for
And
leading the discussion.
Viewers, I thank you out there. Still get tuned to our signature television. Thank you.
New day. It is not always that you see us on New Day, but when something that is important happens, we must quickly respond to it. You know that last Thursday we began a critical conversation Very critical conversation. The number of people who have gone to the YouTube to view that edition of this program, which we did not conclude, in under 24 hours hit almost 1,019. That shows you how people all over the world and this country attach importance to that topic that we brought here. And we could not conclude it because it was such a critical matter, and we had a man who knows what the issues are. And therefore, this Saturday on New Day, we brought back Professor Godwin Owo. Prof, you're welcome to the program. You know that it's an unconcluded business. And let me just rehash. I brought you two developments that I thought were contradictory. The first one was a 50-year projection by Goldman Sachs, indicating that Nigeria will be the world's 5th biggest economy. My eyes popped out when I looked at that. The world's 5th biggest economy by 2075. To the politician, it makes a whole lot of sense. A whole lot of sense. But to the person in the street, what does it mean? What does it mean? And Goldman Sachs was looking at the GDP and making Nigeria the 5th biggest economy all over the world by 2075. Now, in contradiction, the president of African Development Bank, our own Professor Adesina, said that Nigeria's GDP as at today is worse than it was at independence. I want you to calm down and take in the information. Goldman Sachs says Nigeria will become the world's 5th biggest economy by 2075. Our own additional is telling us that Nigeria's GDP, in other words, the performance of our economy today, is worse than it was at independence. Prof, that is a confounding contradiction. If we are creeping backwards, according to additional, and he put figures on the table, and warning that if we proceeded along that line, we could be in a worse mess. And somebody says, we build a goldfish in the next 50 years. Last time we talked, you said to me that was the projection of a native doctor who has received his cow in advance. He's no longer seeing clearly what the spirits are saying. But what of additionals alarm? That things are not adding up.
Yes, if you additional is a Nigerian, and he's been a minister and all that before getting into ADB. He couldn't have been making raising a false alarm. So the alarm justifies. And over the years, if you look at the figures the Goldman and Sachs put forward, I think it was in the region of, they say the GDP is,
our GDP will be 13.5.
Exactly. And all that.
Meanwhile, GDP is 800 something.
800 and
not 826, yeah. Not up to 1,000.
Clearly. So between, you will see that from that projection, from the projection that was made to what it is today, there's been a decline of over 192% decline in GDP from 1960 to date. Now, usually when you see figures, when you see economic data, financial data, you check with what you are feeling. Even without looking at the data, you want to check, have we improved? Are we improving? everything is actually going down negative by the day. A day-old child today knows that. I was just told that Nigerian babies have stopped crying because the cry they went through when they were in the womb is a cry of 100 years, deriving from the situation of their parents. In those good days, when a child is born, you want to hear the cry, even medically. Today, newborn babies in Nigeria no longer cry. They cried enough in the womb on account of the suffering of their parents. So the GDP figures, remember, we also questioned the GDP itself. We looked at it, we questioned it, and we know there is no GDP yet. So, but for economic purposes, in the economic data analytics, we accept what we call the empty cells. Okay. And if you check, you will see that Nigeria records the highest empty cells in global data competitions.
Just 1 second, Prof, because you don't lead me into an alley. Can you educate me on these empty cells?
The empty cells means when certain inputs are just not available. They are just not
So your computation is just whimsical?
Yes, then occasionally at the end, because a figure must come out, you just assume some things and get out a figure for that country, especially when that country is politically relevant, is a big country. For instance, if you look at the position of the economists in 2019, Nigeria was ranked 27th by size using GDP with a lot of empty cells. We were even ranked 27th. So you can see that it's not possible. It does not look visible that we will jump and become the 5th or the 4th and all that. But it's good, we should wish it. It's better we wish it, maybe dreaming, but then a dream that is not backed up by any effort.
Prof, you know, I said the second part of this conversation will be, let us just, for the purpose of feeling good, let us feel good that Goldman Sachs is being patronizing or even wants to encourage us by saying, look, you have all it takes to even be the second world's biggest economy. You have all it takes. Let's take off from that premise. What are the likely factors holding us down?
Of course, they are heavy and well known. The governance, institutional issues are there. But the primary issue there is lack of discipline and corruption. Lack of discipline and corruption. And theoretically, if you want to look at it even theoretically, corruption is literally defined in a simple linear equation of 3 variables. The corruption itself, then monopoly of power, the extent of monopoly of power, and the presence of discretionary powers. So C equals to M plus D. So you can now say that take any aspect of Nigerian governance structure. Is it the legislature? Is it the executive? Is it the judiciary? You will see a high concentration of power in a particular person or office. And going with that is high level of discretion that is allowing
too much latitude.
Yes, for the officer who exercises those functions. That increases the level of corruption. That is what we are seeing. There is no economy, there is no country, there is no jurisdiction that will progress with that level of electoral balance. Yes, it's too much here. Each time a law is made, it's being made for an individual who is occupying a particular office. Each time a decision is to be made, it's being made to satisfy a particular person. That has been the problem, and that is the trajectory. So with that, you cannot have an objective growth in the system. And you can now see that even when you talk of GDP, what quantum of the GDP are in the hands of the people. A country's GDP, especially in corrupt, underdeveloped country, additional, have described Nigeria as underdeveloped, no more developed.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policing, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if he's been posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that, because if you do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring a gun to the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari, because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside of bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have ulterior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled-for activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse, because last year
more worse than this.
Well, I may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that. They will process it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never issue license now. So many people get gone for house already without government authority. Some place government come up and say we should be carrying gun, something like that. We will kill ourselves finish at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all, because it's people's life that is going on, it's precious blood that is wasting. I think there's something, I was somewhere, somebody said, you see this blood that is wasting, it's speaking somewhere. I know blood is sacred. That's what I believe. Say, you have to be proactive, not to be reactive. Yes, I know that they have said we should carry firearms and all that, but if everyone start carrying firearms, if this person look for my trouble, the next thing is share. You know? I know that is at the long run is for defense mechanism.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every
senators and higher than any other senator anywhere among those 26 countries, and more than American senators, and more than Saudi Arabian, and more than German, French, and more than South Africa. For what? I am not taking on the legislators. I'm taking on the institution that ought to be making us justify these projections. Because if there's any modicum of prudence in their lexicon, and therefore in their engagement with public issues and public resources, they would in fact have raised the alarm and said, we cannot be paying this much to what is amount surely to consumption. I'm sorry that I have to use P2B's language, which is not, I'm not a politician. People who are the Minister of Education, let me call him out publicly, the Minister of Education, when he was appointed, rejected the vehicle bought for him because he said it did not fit his status as an honorable minister. Our senators are in a mad race to drive 2024 models of imported cars. Prof, all we're talking is, can the Revenue Allocation Fiscal Commission look at this madness and see whether it accords with this conversation this morning to at least go 3-4 notches higher than the economic performance now? Or would they just say, it doesn't matter how much we take from the system, the economy will perform willy-nilly? Does that make sense?
Exactly. You see, yes, their remunerations are very outrageous. And
But scandalous.
Exactly. But that is even a little proportion of what
the
problem is. The problem is the use they make of those offices to attract a lot more unmerited resources to themselves. The concept of constituency projects, the concept of payment before confirmation, whether true or false. We've had a situation where somebody that failed to pass the screening as a minister publicly accused the Senate of demanding some ratifications
before they could
which means most of those who went through have to do a lot there. And when they get into those offices,
yes,
they keep on servicing.
Of course.
Servicing the
those who saw them through.
Exactly. And when you even take a look at the plenary, television vision of the plenary session of the Senate and House of Reps, sometimes you see only 10 persons sitting there. Where are they? They are in ministries, pursuing contracts, running up and down, and that's the problem. So beyond the remuneration, which is outrageous, the damage they do to the system is even worse. And that is why the value for money index for Nigeria, VMI, had gone so low. By the last count, value per 1 naira spent is 2 kobo. That is,
you spend 1 naira, you get 2 kobo service.
Yeah, benefits. And that is, and if you look at that, you can confirm it with the heightened level of construction activities going on. In 2005, there was a study by the World Bank to identify the key drivers of corruption in public office. It was discovered to be construction. Because there are 3 layers of measuring the output of construction as a veritable infrastructure for development. The first layer is home ownership, homegrown ownership, participatory nature of it, that is, the environment are part of the ownership. The second one is delivery, that is, you want to do this, you have done that. The third and the most important one, which is critical, is at what cost? So, if you are telling me you have done this, at what cost? And what are the comparative costs of similar projects around? That is the key. Nobody, we've not even gotten to that stage of the second stage, not to talk of the third stage. You must be on that third stage where you ask for the cost, that is the value added per naira expenditure. In Nigeria now, it is minus 80%. That is the problem. So we're only achieving 20%. Then if that is the case, you can now see that it is no more a matter of the quantum of expenditure you are putting into a program that justifies success.
The value you are getting for it?
Yeah, the value. So if you discount it by 80%, you can imagine the value you are getting. Where are the other 80%? Into private pockets, into wasteful expenditure, into luxurious living that makes no sense. Because today, medically, the more you withdraw yourself from luxury, the healthier you become, and the more likely for you to stay and add value to humanity. So you see people, they engage in excessive luxuriation, and the next minute becomes health tourism. the same resources has to go to some people somewhere
to look after
that in India, and so much foreign exchange and all that will still be going back. So that is a key feature of underdevelopment, which we're having. And side by side that is the unquenchable appetite of public officers to amass wealth from public resources because nobody is working. The remuneration is not a function of the work you do. Rather, it's a matter of your ability to be in the good books of the man who gives the last blue red
approval.
Yes, that's the problem. So that's why you see the highest level of sacrifice in the system, the highest level of hero worshipping, and no work is being done. And you can easily be blown off by somebody going behind to package a rumor against you. Once that is sold to the sentiment of the man who gives the approval, you are out. Therefore, you must show that you are supporting him. You must show that you are his good books at a personal level. There's no other basis for assessments. No indicators of productivity. Anybody can be appointed anything, and he's just there. The only thing he needs to know to survive is just that
to shine the master.
Yes, and that's it. So that is a problem. So the remuneration structure is a major problem, and that's why most people have advocated for part-time legislators, senators, part-time, because the work is actually done quarter-time, not even up to half. No commitment, nothing. They are not serious about anything. Most things are just there.
The eyes.
Yeah, yes. In most cases, where you even require votes to be counted, no vote will be counted. Interpretations are given to law within the whims and caprices of whoever is presiding.
That is why on your mandate we stand.
Unfortunately, like I was pitying the drafters of the Constitution. Surprisingly, I'm not one of those who are keen in changing this Constitution. This Constitution is solid.
If well practiced.
If we practice this existing Constitution, no matter how bad, if we practice it 60%, Nigeria will be solid. What of the oversight? Oversight function of the National Assembly. Section 88 is clear on that. Very elaborate. Work of committees, ad hoc committees, when there's a serious matter of emergency, standing committees to look into every aspect of the operations of the executive. But what is happening today? I have not heard of any report, any production, any output from any of these committees, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives.
The allegation is that when senators need some more cash, they go on oversight. Because the institution, the oversight, has to play ball. If not, they summon you to the hallowed chambers of the National Assembly and query you, threatening you with not approving your next budget. And you understand what that means.
Beyond that, really, when there are issues, they refuse to attend to it. Perhaps they are not even attracting qualitative assistance from experts. They cannot sustain it. And tacitly, they don't want it.
They don't want even good assistance.
They don't want it. So, because of the depth, the absence of oversight, the fiscal space is fraught with massive misfeasance. That's where the environment we are. And you can't be talking of even developing with that kind of institutionalized level of misfeasance. That's what we're facing. Therefore, it's either you key in or you are out. And that's why I'm telling you that the best of our youths,
that was what you said.
They won't be here.
They won't be here, Prof. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Information on Wednesday requesting a conversation so that we can interrogate a little deeper the latest policy by the Tinubu administration, which is Nigeria first. And the little I read about that Nigeria first is that in considering procurements and all that, services, equipment, materials, the Nigerian government will consider made in Nigeria things first. as a means of keeping our companies and businesses running and surviving and growing. On the surface of it, I told one of my colleagues that that is a very critical step to take in order to become dependent, so that we can also grow our own industries, grow our own service deliverables. But I have a challenge, and that challenge is what I had raised with some other of our colleagues before today. And that is the attitude of the Nigerian establishment to what is Nigeria. A road of about 200 kilometers, even 50 kilometers, is to be awarded. The first companies to consider are all non-Nigerian companies. And they will tell you, because we want quality jobs. But we fail to realize that those companies that we patronize, they amount to outflow of foreign exchange. But when we pay them, we repatriate the money. It's as simple as that. I don't think it requires a lot of hard reasoning. And consistently, the Nigerian establishment doesn't seem to have confidence even in us. I tell you a funny story. I was conversing with a director in the civil service, one of the ministries, and one of my colleagues on editorial board. And we were interrogating a paradigm by Professor Uche Waleke. Uche Waleke drew attention to the fact that Arab contractors is in fact the military arm, the engineering arm of the Egyptian military. But they're using local capacity and competence to help fund their military by earning money from here, from there, from North African countries. And because the Egyptian military has confidence in them, and also the government does give them critical jobs to execute in their own country. But if I'm a professor of civil engineering, chances are that Nigerian Ministry of Works will not consider me for a big job. It will prefer to give it to Gilbert Chagori, maybe, instead of professor in civil engineering, professor Mwabueze Njoko, or engineering professor Ayodele Awojobi, or engineering professor Hassan Audu in Nigeria. If we are going to practice this Nigeria first, which I honestly think is a major step towards moving 2, 3, 4 notches up, as Goldman and Sachs is predicting, reducing outflow of foreign exchange, domesticating competence, utilizing what belongs to us to do what we need. How can we achieve it when we don't have confidence? The establishment doesn't have confidence in me.
Exactly. You see, that is key, and is very critical, and it does not deviate from other anomalies that are hindering our development. You see, it still borders on the issue of perhaps indiscipline. Let me not say corruption, but I actually mean corruption, indiscipline. And that shows that there is a major disconnect between the planning and what we normally encounter. You see, it's not just about making spontaneous ad hoc statements. The word Nigeria first ought to have emerged during the elections, so that we'll see the ingredients, we'll see the components, we'll see the makeup, what aspects of our national activity, political, economic, social, that will lead us to Nigeria first. Perhaps that word Nigeria first is coming from America First principle, which you know had been a slogan of Trump, the present president, since. So you will see the ingredients, you interrogate the ingredients, you evaluate it and come out with the best to support that. So that statement is more or less implicating than something that should make us happy. Because when you say Nigeria first, you're already attracting a reaction from other global
interests.
Yes, because it means once you Nigeria first means you want to be
you want to look inwards.
You want to look inwards and exist in a state of autarky. Then when you exist in a state of autarky, you'll be isolated. So diplomatically, it does not sound very...
It's not being well handled.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because I'm feeling that people used to say, in Igbo, you talk of Ekueme.
Yeah.
We're now saying Emeiku. That is, say what you have done, not say
what you are going to do.
Yes, say what you want to do. That's why in a typical news, when you listen to any public officer in Nigeria, the only thing you'll be hearing, I will plan. You will not hear, I have done this, cross-check this, what is your reaction on this, and all that. So that language may send very bad signals to our global partners that we depend on in trade, in loan facilitation, and all that. It becomes a problem because they want to, okay, you want to be independent. You want to retaliate, kind of. That's a problem. So America first is going on, and you can see what is happening globally. Everybody is coming for discussion. If not for discussion, for negotiation. China says theirs is for discussion. It's discussion, not negotiation, whatever it is. But they are talking to the US. The US is rebalancing the world trade order. No matter the way we say it, it is calling for everybody to be sure that you can stand on your feet. Then we can, if we have something to give you, we give. Then you should also have something to give us. That was why addition on his postulate also referred to our national minerals, natural minerals, as a component of GDP and all that. But then it is when it is eventually produced. Because you can't be adding natural resources that is untapped as a component of your GDP. That is a topic for another day. So the issue of Nigerian first in concept is good, but I would have preferred seeing it in action by, first of all, ensuring that public office becomes competitive,
and denominated on delivery.
That's the question. So Nigeria first should start by the quality of managers of the economy, managers of the educational institution, managers of the political setting. Nigeria first should also mean equal, unhindered political participation of everybody, according to your own conviction, not by state-engineered compulsion to decamp. When all of us decamp to one political party, then that political party becomes a hotbed of confusion.
Okay. Of course, this is Saturday, New Dawn. We don't have all the time because there are segments and segments for people to engage, those going to engage in entertainment. But our own segment is hard news and conversation. Now, Prof, this conversation has drawn in a number of issues together. But the final chapter of it, which I said we should be doing today in conclusion, really is, can you carefully say, for us to move forward, whether Goldman Sachs is right or we are just trying to massage our ego, These are necessary first steps to show that this economy, we are prepared to move this super tanker towards a particular direction and towards a particular goal. What are the building steps we should be taking?
Very good. The very first building step, the very first, is to review how far we have gone within every 10 years from 1950 to date. Get the best achievements we recorded in each of those 10-year blocks. That is, from if you start from 1950, 59, 60, 69, in that order down. What are the major achievements, the solid deliverables within each of those 10 years in every sector, in education, in health, in infrastructure, in fighting corruption? Pick the best of the 10 things, of the things we have done in each of those years, then aggregate them and bring them forward for implementation for the next 4 years at least. That sets a standard plan, because there is no need of reinventing the wheel. There's nothing that is happening today that have not happened before, whether good or bad. We take all the good things, bring it out, and say, where are the individuals, the character, the quality of the persons that implemented these things? We itemize them and use it as a yardstick to getting in people that should implement for us today. By the time you do that, because I attempted doing something like that, and I saw that all what we're having today is outliers. That is, outliers of development. That is, every action is outside the component that can lead to development. How can you say you want to develop? It's not possible. So by the time you discover that what you think members of the circle are actually outliers, then it will show you what to do objectively. Then objectively you can now hope to grow. Then if that is done, then we come back to the issue of GDP calculation, because there's a lot of issues. Nigeria is the only country in the world where, by law, no other agency is authorized to compute GDP except the national agency authorized by government. That is, in the case of Nigeria, National Bureau of Statistics. And their computations and their models are not subject to fiscal audit. They are supposed to be physically audited by active private individuals and professionals. That creates that convergence where you must blend. The academia must blend with the industry. The industry blends with the academia, and the government at the center. That is how the Chinese government is run, the Communist Party. The Communist Party
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments that signal Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is, or staying in office. I had the Minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money,
and money.
So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policy, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if he's been posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that, because if you do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring a gun to the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside the bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there, and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being. They are not interested in our safety. They are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by carrying the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled for activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year more worse than this. Well, I may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say, but if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will process it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Ngozika Mba. In the headlines, Northern governors and traditional rulers asked National Assembly to expedite action on state police. NYSC ENUGU State showcases unity in diversity with vibrant cultural carnival. Trump says India and Pakistan agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. And Chinese residents optimistic U.S.-China trade agreements will be made in upcoming talks. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that
But why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Troops of the 24th Task Force Brigade under Operation Hadinkai, supported by hybrid forces, ambushed fleeing Boko Haram terrorists in Koiba village, Dikwa local government area, Borno State, killing 2 and recovering their bodies during a follow-up operation. Military sources revealed that the ambush, part of the ongoing Operation Desert, was executed in the early hours Friday based on actionable intelligence. The terrorists, unable to withstand the offensive, were forced to retreat in disarray, likely sustaining multiple gunshot wounds as they fled towards the Boboshe axis. Following the encounter, the troops launched a follow-up exploitation mission at the contact site. During the operation, they discovered 2 freshly dug graves at Boboshe, which were found to contain the remains of 2 neutralized insurgents. However, while attempting to recover the bodies around 11 a.m., the soldiers came under fire from remnants of the terrorist group. The troops responded with superior firepower and pursued the fleeing attackers towards the Gagas general area. The Nigerian armed forces have been reminded that traditional rulers in the country play a central role in addressing Nigeria's security challenges. This message was conveyed by Eze Oke Ananaba on behalf of Eze Ntomba, chairman of the Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers in Umuahia, during a visit by senior Course 47 students from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. He called for stronger collaboration between security agencies and community leadership structures. The monarch emphasized the need to harness grassroots intelligence and cultural insight in tackling internal security threats across the country, pointing out that we are the first responders, the surveillance agents, and the moral anchors of our communities. The traditional ruler outlined several critical functions performed by traditional rulers that directly impacts national security. Explaining the mission of the delegation, Brigadier General Nemeka Ogili, who led the Jaji team, stated that the Nigerian Armed Forces deeply value the contributions of traditional institutions to security efforts. No fewer than 23 people were reportedly killed in multiple weekend attacks on several communities and 4 local government areas of Benue State. The attacks, which occurred between Friday and Saturday morning, affected Logo, were on their way to the farm early Saturday morning when they were attacked and butchered. The location where the farmers were killed is a border community between Taraba and Benue State and has been engulfed in a long-standing tribal crisis between the Tiv and Jokun people. In a vibrant display of talent and tradition, Platoon 1 emerged victorious at the 2025 Batch A Stream 1 Cultural Carnival held during the ongoing orientation course in ENUGU local government area. The group, which showcased the rich cultural heritage of Ijaw land, claimed the top spot among 10 platoons in the highly competitive event. Correspondent Emmanuel Tewase was there and now reports.
The National Youth Service Corps NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp in Enugu State came alive with vibrant displays of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage during the Cultural Carnival of the 2025 Batch A Stream 1 Orientation course. The corps members from various platoons showcased traditions, dances and attires of Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, including Fulani, Bini, Efik, Igbo, Tiv, Igala, Ijaw, and Yoruba cultures. The carnival, which crowns the 3-week orientation program, is aimed at fostering unity and cultural appreciation among participants. In her address, the Enugu State Coordinator of NYSC, Oluwakemi Awolola, underscored the essence of the carnival in fostering national unity and cohesion. Awolola also expressed gratitude to the traditional rulers present at the event for their contribution to the success of the occasion.
In their ingenuity, they have been able to portray the different diverse culture in our country. Not only that, they were able to, in their ingenuity, they were able to show us that in our diversity there is unity, that we are still united. And that is why you see a corps member from the north, from the northeast, from the northwest, dancing perfectly and excellently well, presenting the Igbo culture. They were all here, they were all excited. They were all doing it with zeal, with so much joy. You can see that there is hope for our nation. And what NYSC stands for, that unity and integration, we are able to witness it here today.
Speaking on the occasion, His Royal Highness Igwe Major AOU Uhala of Ezineri Ngbidi Kingdom and Igwe-elect of Ohaja Autonomous Community, Kingsley Okeke, commended the corps members for their vibrant displays and the NYSC's efforts in fostering cultural integration.
We are very, very proud to welcome all of you, that you will stay in your 1-year service to the nation peacefully, and at the end of the day, we will go home rejoicing to the glory of God.
The leadership of the NYSC, I will surely not miss out. Our wonderful mother, yes, I heard when they mentioned that, mother. And I'll still stand on that word, mother. Mrs. Oluwakemi Awolola, the great woman of virtue, the woman that has turned things around, because it had never been like this before now.
Some corps members who spoke to Signature TV shared their reflections of the carnival's significance, highlighting its impact on their understanding of Nigeria's diversity.
I represent the attire Spencer. I represent the king of the Jaws, which is popularly known as Pere. So the Ijaw people, as you can see, they live in rural areas. They cover 8 local governments. The Ijaw tribe is a very strong tribe. It's a very powerful tribe. They don't bow to any king. They are very well cultured and respectful people. The carnival was a nice experience. It's here we represent different cultures. So people that from other lands can understand, different cultural meanings of different tribes in Nigeria. So it brings that core meaning to the NYSC program, which is, unifying cultures that be separated from due to land and geographical means.
And I'm the Tiv of the Tiv community. Tiv people are known for their agriculture, and they are also warriors. They are one of the largest yam farmers in the whole of West Africa. So basically what we just did was we portrayed their rich culture, and I really enjoyed the experience. It was a nice one, getting to know about the tea culture.
Representing ethnic culture is a very nice experience with me. At least I've come to know that there's a culture who the ethnic and their lives and their culture is rich too. Because most people think it's only Igbo Hausa and Yoruba. So it's nice to experience every part of it.
Highlight of the event was the masquerade display by the host communities and the presentation of gifts in ENUGU. Emmanuel Tewasi for Signature TV.
The Director General of the Nigerian Mining Cadastre Office, Engineer Bedaya Simon Nkom, has attributed the agency's first quarter 2025 revenue to sweeping reforms, digital transformation, and strategic licensing practices. In an interview with journalists, Simon Nkom emphasized that the success stems from the implementation of a fully digitalized licensing platform, EMC Plus, operational since November 2022, which now serves as the sole channel for all mineral title applications and transactions in Nigeria. He noted that they are no longer just hopeful, but witnessing the realization of a vision that is transforming Nigeria's mining industry. He said the Mining Cadastre Office has transitioned from outdated polygon-based licensing to a modern, web-based electronic mining cadastral system that tracks every stage of the application process. We shall return with the rest of the news after the break. Please stay tuned.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A Nigerian televangelist recently acquitted of multiple rape charges has been rearrested on immigration offences, South African police said on Saturday. The evangelist, Timothy Omotosho, was released last month, 9 years after he was jailed, to be tried on charges of raping and sexually assaulting several young women from his church. His acquittal drew anger across South Africa after the judge found that while the pastor's explanations appeared improbable, state prosecutors had mishandled the case against him. Immigration authorities and police arrested Omotosho in the town of East London on Saturday morning. Just after church, Police Commissioner General Fani Masemola told journalists several young women, some of whom were still in school at the time, testified that they were handpicked by Omotosho, who would pray for forgiveness after each encounter with them. In April, Eastern Cape High Court Judge Emma Schumann criticized the prosecution's handling of the case, saying the state had not proved beyond a reasonable doubt his case against Omotosho and 2 assistants who also faced charges. South Africa is one of the highest rates of rape and gender-based violence in the world. Paul Ibe, media advisor to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has described the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, as a political undertaker working for President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking during an appearance on Signature Morning, a flagship program on Signature TV in Abuja, Ibe stated that ongoing attempts to weaken the opposition will not derail plans for a united coalition ahead of the 2027 general elections. Correspondent Josephine Beatrice reports.
Opposition parties are in coalition talks to form a united front against President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The coalition is aimed to create a stronger position that can effectively challenge the current administration and address the concerns of Nigerians. The media advisor to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Paul Ibe, however, says there are efforts to undermine the coalition talks, with the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike given the role to destabilize the PDP.
What we have seen, clearly is a deliberate effort to decimate the opposition parties. That is the character signature, not the signature TV, the signature of the Tinubu administration. Because they want to put everybody in one deplorable basket. Unfortunately, that is anti-democracy. And so if you look around all of the opposition parties, you see them, with one problem or the other. And it is deliberate. Minister Nyesom Wike, who used to be the governor of Rivers State, has a mandate to decimate the PDP. I mean, what he's been doing lately suggests that he's in cahoots, with the ruling, APC.
Although Paul said such destabilization will not deter the coalition talks, he was dismayed over politicians who compromise their party's ideology and loyalty for personal gain. The media advisor stressed that politicians should have alternative sources of income to reduce their reliance on politics for financial stability, making them less vulnerable to inducement.
Since 2015, and we are now in 2025, that's 10 years, the PDP has been in opposition. And for a people who are used to calling the shots, there's a lot of them are becoming weary. How long will we continue to be in opposition? And so it becomes very easy for someone like Nyesom Wike, who understands the game, to dangle the carrot before them. So what we are seeing clearly, especially as it affects the defection, because this defection do not, what is signpost is that some of the leaders, some of the stakeholders, of the PDP have been taken hostage the way people are kidnapped, around the country. They are held hostage. And the defections are a political ransom that they are paying. Clearly, they will show them the results of their corruption, and then
they are sinners.
That's right. So come to APC and sin no more.
Your sins are forgiven.
That is clearly what is at play. That is why it is imperative that politicians need to have a second address so that they will not be susceptible to the stomach infrastructure. And they're all seasoned politicians. They don't have anything. They are not running a business. And so that it clearly sees the difference between those of them that have backbones, that have businesses they are run. It's difficult to compromise them. And so some of them have felt that they have been there for too long. I mean, they daggle the carrot before them and everybody goes. The question is, you are leaving, you have left Egypt and you're going back to Egypt.
Paul Ibe stated that polls have revealed the need for a coalition to unite opposition strengths, leaders and stakeholders under a single viable platform.
A combination of Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar will have outrightly won a majority of the election. And then, shortly afterwards, we did an internal polling. And that polling suggests that coalition is the direction to go. We need to harmonize, our strengths. Bring leaders, stakeholders, political interests, individuals, see how we can galvanize them under a very viable, platform. Because, like I said, the language of the Tinubu administration is divide and rule. And if they're allowed to have their way, the same scenario that played out in 2023 will play out. So, whatever policies, no matter how brilliant they are, whatever ideas you have, if you don't reclaim Nigeria, you will never have the opportunity of rebuilding it.
Atiku's media advisor revealed that the coalition talks were pan-Nigerian, people-driven, and the outcome will be unveiled to Nigerians very soon.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for what it described as a blatant disregard for due process in the arrest and continued detention of former House of Representatives member Mohammed Kazaure. In a statement posted on his official Facebook, Atiku accused the anti-graft agency of overstepping its constitutional limits, describing Kazaure's detention as part of a troubling trend of political intimidation under the current administration. According to Atiku, Kazaure was allegedly picked up in Kano and transported to Abuja, where he's reportedly being held without access to his legal team of family members. The former vice president decried the absence of formal charges, calling it a violation of Kazaure's fundamental rights. Atiku concluded by warning that the public is closely observing these actions and that history will judge those who abuse power. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has underscored the need for selfless and service-driven leadership, stating that true national greatness is defined by the welfare of its citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Delivering the keynote address at the Rotary International District 9141 Conference in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Osinbajo spoke on the theme, the magic of connection, the imperative and privilege of service. He described leadership as both a duty and honor, urging politicians and public office holders to focus on delivering essential services like quality education, healthcare, and social security. Citing Chief Obafemi Awolowo's free education policy in Western Nigeria as a historic example of selfless governance, Osinbajo highlighted the importance of policies that prioritize the public good, even at high financial cost.
There is no great nation that at one point in time or the other in its history has not had to have leaders, an elite that says we must put service to our country over our personal agendas and well-being. It is this idea that politics or governance must be for the common good that led to many nations establishing human capital development programs, education for all, healthcare, insurance, social housing, etc., social security schemes. So free education, for example, universal healthcare are not just policy choices. They are reflections of selfless and visionary leadership. In many countries, these systems were built by leaders who saw governance not merely as a tool for power, but as a moral obligation to uplift society, especially the most vulnerable.
Addressing Africa's development challenges, Oshibajo said the continent suffers not from a lack of talent, but from poor utilization of human resources and entrenched corruption. He called on the elite to reflect on whether their accomplishments stem from genuine service and urged for better budgetary priorities and fiscal policies to uplift underserved populations.
Very frequently, what service requires is the ability to tell the truth to our own people and our own constituents, the ability to take difficult decisions that may in the short term cost us politically, but in the long term will work for the common good. I remember that in writing the AP, one of the things that occurred was that there was a real, at that time, there was a real problem with deciding whether or not to introduce social investment policies into the budget. And there was an ideological argument on both sides. Should we introduce this or should we not? Because it was going to be a huge part of the budget. In the end, those who insisted won. So the social investment policy was introduced into the budget. Homegrown school feeding, at some point in time feeding 9.5 million children daily. There was the NPower program, the microcredit program covering almost 3 million informal traders. So a decision has to be taken by people who are committed to service, sometimes popular, sometimes unpopular.
Speaker of the House of Representatives Tajuddin Abbas has strongly condemned the recent terrorist attack in Baisaran Valley, Falgam, India, describing it as a senseless and brutal act of violence. In a statement, Speaker Abbas expressed deep condolences to the government and people of India over the incident, which claimed the lives of 26 civilians and left many others injured. He noted that the attackers, armed with AK-47 and M4 rifles, deliberately targeted tourists, marking the deadliest assault on non-combatants in India since 2008. He urged both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint, reconsider recent suspensions of bilateral agreements, and pursue renewed constructive dialogue. According to the Speaker, long-term peace and regional stability can only be achieved through diplomatic engagement, intelligence sharing, and strengthened law enforcement cooperation. The World Health Organization, WHO, has raised the alarm as 42% of nurses in Africa have reported intentions to immigrate, posing a significant threat to the region's already strained healthcare workforce. The acting WHO Regional Director for Africa, Chikwe Ihekwazo, issued a warning in his message on Saturday, marking International Nurses Day. Ihekwazo highlighted that while the global nursing workforce had increased to 29.8 million, up from around 28 million in 2018, there were concerning disparities, and nurses, comprising 70% of the health workforce, are vital to health systems, yet 80% serve only 49% of the global population, highlighting stark inequalities. He said the theme for 2025 International Nurses Day, Our Nurses, Our Future, Caring for Nurses' Trends, Health Systems and Economies, highlighted the importance of supporting nurses to build resilient, equitable and thriving health systems. Ihekwazo pointed out that while recent investment in nursing education and training in Africa had shown positive results, the number of nurses had increased from 900,000 in 2018 to 1.7 million in 2023. He noted that Africa's nurse-to-population ratio has improved, but remains among the lowest globally, over 10-fold lower than in high-income countries, underscoring persistent healthcare workforce shortages. It further highlights that nurses accounted for 66% of Africa's projected shortfall of 6.1 million health workers by 2030, a gap that limited access to essential healthcare services and hindered progress towards universal health coverage. And still to come on the news, Ukrainian soldiers say Russia continues attacks, violating its own 3-day ceasefire. Worried residents stayed indoors after toxic cloud released in northern Spain. Stay with us, please.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the...
Trump, who did not immediately comment publicly on the European leaders' remarks on Saturday, has also signaled frustration with what Washington views as Putin's foot dragging over a ceasefire.
Well, of course, we thought that President Trump was going to use his enormous influence over Ukraine to get Ukraine closer to the idea of negotiation. Ukraine is trying to escape from negotiations. They are not ready for immediate negotiations. Ceasefire was supported by President Putin, but he asked several questions. He said that right now we have a certain dynamics on the fronts. Russian troops are advancing, and advancing in quite a confident way. So if we speak about ceasefire, what are we going to do with shipments of weapons coming every day from the United States and from European countries? Otherwise, it will be an advantage for Ukraine. Ukraine will continue their total mobilization, bringing new troops to frontline. Ukraine will use this period to train new military personnel and to give a rest to their existing ones. So why should we grant such an advantage to Ukraine? President Putin is doing whatever is possible to solve the problem, to achieve a settlement through peaceful and diplomatic means. But having no peaceful and diplomatic means at hand, we have to continue military operation. But we do hope that mediation of the United States, of President Trump, will help us to bring a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more political will and wisdom to Kiev regime.
Ukrainian soldiers and medics in Zaporizhia say the 3-day ceasefire declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin made no difference on the front lines. Stanislav, a soldier with Ukraine's 128th Brigade, reported continued shelling, drone attacks, and even attempted Russian advances during the truce period. Wounded troops kept arriving at a field hospital overnight Friday into Saturday, highlighting ongoing clashes. Ukraine's foreign minister called the ceasefire a farce, citing over 700 Russian violations. Russia, meanwhile, accused Ukraine of nearly 500 attacks and border incursions. Neither side has verified the other's claims.
There hasn't been any ceasefire. Shelling has continued just as before. FPVs, first-person view drones, flew just like before, the same with explosives being dropped. Nothing has changed at all. Look, we were driving today, there were mortars all the way. Advance parties moved forward, they tried to attack. To cut a long story short, there were stupid situations. The same as usual, we got used to it. They will never change. Just the opposite, we know that if they declare some sort of ceasefire it will be exactly the opposite. They keep shooting, we are at the Zaporizhia front line, we have been at different points of the front line and everywhere possible there have been violations of the ceasefire. Despite the declarations. We are used to this. The same with Zaporizhia NPP, nuclear power station, when the OSCE delegation, EDS note, meaning international monitors, OSCE representatives have not been present at Zaporizhia NPP. We're heading there, they said they would not shoot but in every case, somehow they always violate something. Them Moscows, EDS note, Muscovites, pejorative for Russians, we are used to their ways. we will never be friends again. Russians' continued attacks, shelling, drones dumping explosives, FPV drones, cluster bombs, shooting.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Saturday met and welcomed in Kremlin the leader of Vietnamese Communist Party, To Lam, who is an official visit to Russia, timed with 80th anniversary of victory over Nazi Germany. Putin thanked him for arriving and reminded that the Vietnamese volunteers fought alongside Red Army soldiers against invading Germans in the Battle of Moscow in 1941. To Lam, who attended military parade on Red Square the day before, spoke about the significance of the victory in the World War II and added that hoped that the special military operation will end in the coming months or days.
I would like to remind to all our colleagues and the citizens of both countries that the contingent of Vietnamese volunteers, internationalists, has taken part in the 1941 Battle of Moscow during the Great Patriotic War.
I would like to congratulate the people of Russia for their achievements in the last few years and hope that the special military operation will end in the coming months or days.
In February 2022, Putin ordered to start what has been defined as the special military operation in Ukraine, with tens of thousands of troops crossing the border of the neighboring country. Ahead of V-Day celebrations, Putin announced a 3-day ceasefire for the period of festivities, while Ukraine proposed a 30-day truce. Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng resumed talks with United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Saturday afternoon in Geneva, a tentative first step towards diffusing a trade war that is disrupting the global economy. Bessent and He were meeting after weeks of growing tensions in which duties on goods imports between the world's two largest economies have soared far beyond 100%. The highly anticipated meeting in Switzerland could mark one of the biggest developments since U.S. President Donald Trump launched sweeping tariffs on April 2, which threw the global trade landscape into chaos and set off extreme market volatility. Swiss Economy Minister Guy were optimistic that a trade deal will be reached as China and the United States start their first major trade war II meeting in Switzerland. China hit back by imposing export caps on some rare earth elements vital for U.S. manufacturers of weapons and electronic consumer goods and raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%. It also imposed extra levies on some products, including soybeans and liquefied natural gas. Wang Yuantou, a 20-year-old tourist in Shanghai,
in Switzerland today. Personally, I think after dragging it out for nearly half a month, the U.S. recently showed goodwill and sincerity by inviting China to negotiate on tariffs. China has not agreed so far, feeling that the U.S. has been acting like a child playing games, lacking genuine sincerity. Maybe, the U.S. negotiating in the morning and changing stance in the afternoon. But this time, the U.S. seems to be showing real sincerity. I think this tariff war should soon reach a conclusion. The China-U.S. tariff war has nothing to do with Chinese people, and no impact our daily lives. However, it has a huge impact on Americans. Many everyday products, especially light industrial goods, are imported from China. For example, toys, bedding, cotton products, and textiles, they are all imported from China. For their people, Americans, the impact is very big.
I believe an agreement will eventually be reached, but it's just a matter of time. China won't compromise easily. For this trade war, it depends how long the U.S. wants to continue. That's about it.
Iran has agreed to hold a fourth round of indirect nuclear talks with the United States on Sunday in Oman, the semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Friday, citing a member of the Iranian team. The fourth round of negotiations, initially scheduled for May 3 in Rome, was postponed with mediator Oman citing logistical reasons. United States President Donald Trump, who withdrew the U.S. from a 2015 nuclear deal between Iran and world powers, has threatened to bomb Iran if no agreement is reached with his administration to resolve the long-standing dispute. Mothers and the relatives of disappeared people marched in Mexico City on Saturday to mark Mother's Day and to demand justice for their loved ones. Such collectives made up mainly of mothers marched down the iconic Paseo de la Reforma Avenue carrying photographs of their missing relatives. Teresa Corona, an acquaintance of activist Teresa Gonzalez, herself a mother searching for her child, who was murdered in April after receiving threats relating to her campaign, shared her pain and agony. More than 124,000 people are missing in Mexico, according to government data. Most cases are never solved, breeding a deep mistrust of authorities among those searching for the missing. Spain has lifted an order to confine around 160,000 people in the northeastern Catalonia region on Saturday after a fire at an industrial estate caused a toxic cloud of chlorine over a wide area, the regional government said. The blaze started in the early hours of the morning at a swimming pool cleaning products company in Vilanova e la Geltrú, a town 48 kilometers, that is about 30 miles, south of Barcelona, and caused a huge plume of chlorine smoke over the area. The Regional Deputy Director General of Emergency Coordination, Ima Sol, said chlorine is not leaking but burning, extinguishing, and some smoke that carries some volatile component can be bad for the health. Catalonia's Minister of Interior, Núria Pallon Gil, said on Saturday afternoon the fire was not yet out but was stabilized. Worried residents said they followed the confinement instructions to the letter after text messages were sent to some 160,000 people telling them to stay indoors. The owner of the industrial property, George Vinuales Alonso, told local radio station RAC1 a lithium battery may have caused the fire.
It is not a toxic leak what we have. It is not that chlorine is leaking, not at all. It is not that. It is a product that is burning, and due to the very action of what is being done to extinguish the fire, that some clouds are generated, some smoke that can carry some volatile component, and therefore this can be bad for health, okay? For this reason we have asked that the whole area where this cloud could extend be confined. The fire is stabilized, it is progressing in the proper way, it is not extinguished. We are moving the response plan to phase alert from phase emergency, which was how we were until now. This means that we have lifted the confinement in the towns that were affected by the impact of the toxic cloud derived from the fire. It was 5:30 in the morning when the phone rang warning that there was an alert. We got scared because with the things that are happening lately, well, it sets off the alarm in you, but anyway, they informed us that there was a fire, that there was a confinement here in Villanova. And well, nothing, right away we warned the family and asked how they were, and that we had to close the windows, the blinds, etc. And well, we have spent the whole morning like that, a bit vigilant. It has affected me personally because I work at Abramat, local shop, and they directly told me not to come to work until they gave the notice that we could leave the house.
Bangladesh's interim government on Saturday banned the activities of the country's oldest political party, the Awami League, following protests by students and political activists. In a late-night press briefing, Law advisor Asif Nazrul announced the ban, citing an ongoing trial against the party over its alleged role in the deaths of more than 1,000 people during last year's uprising.
Until the trial of the Awami League and its leader
has been in charge of a caretaker government led by Nobel Peace Laureate Yunus since August, when mass protests forced the Prime Minister and leader of Awami League, Sheikh Hasina, to resign and flee to neighboring India. Calls for the party's ban intensified in recent weeks, culminating on 9th May, when hundreds of demonstrators marched toward the residence of interim government chief Muhammad Yunus, demanding action. The Awami League, through a statement on its verified Facebook page, rejected the ban and labeled the interim government as illegal. This weekend's El Clasico will go a long way to deciding the destination of La Liga, and Carlo Ancelotti's Real Madrid side will need to play a complete game to defeat league leaders Barcelona, the Italian said on Saturday. Real have a 4-point gap to make up with 4 games remaining. If they are to retain the title, and for Ancelotti, they will need to get everything right to have a chance on Saturday. Real have lost all 3 previous games against Barcelona in this campaign, including the recent Copa del Rey final, and excited the Champions League at the quarter-final stage as against Arsenal, having won the competition last season. Ancelotti still regards this team as a decent campaign. And as the news this hour, I am Ngozeka Mba. Thank you for watching.
So they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that. Because if you do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring out gun from the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside the bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being. They are not interested in our safety. They are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled for activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year more worse than this. Well, guys may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say, but if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will process it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never equal access now. So many people get gone from house already without government authority. Topless government come up and say we should be carrying gun, something like that. We will kill ourselves finish at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all, because it's people's life that is going on, is precious blood that is wasted.
Good morning and welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV. Today is the 11th day of May 2025. It's a Sunday. It's a beautiful day. It's a lovely day. It's a new day. Don't forget, you can be part of the conversation by going over to our social media platforms on YouTube. On Facebook, go like, go comment, go share, tell someone to tell someone. We're also live 24/7 on SLTV channel 265. You can also download the Signature TV. And if you're just joining us, thank you very much. It's still New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV. Welcome to our newspaper headlines. First up on Sunday, Vanguard and above the mast. Killing spree, northern governors rattled. Amotekun, other state security outfits struggle without guns and personnel. On page 12. You are traitors. Kwankwaso hits defectors hard. Below the mast on alleged stolen mandates. Uncertainty as lawmakers lost by PDP and others rise to 82. Rather, why PDP narrows looming lawsuit to Delta. On conference hall, experts to brainstorm on government performance at midterm. Zoning, how the South nearly missed power shift from the North. Sule Lamido revisits Nigeria since 1999, intrigues. Kwanga Yoruba wanted Bola Ige, Olufalaye or Abraham Adesonya for president. We preferred Obasanjo. Ekiti ranked first in Nigeria on fiscal transparency. On page 5, Lagos local government polls. Deputy Governor's sibling, Ogulengwe's son, 53, others emerge APC candidates. They harass IPOB activists, ignore headsmen killing, CSOs allege selective law enforcement in Southeast. E.K. Clark can't be replaced, Jonathan Akpabio. Lekworth, others pay tributes at service of songs. On entertainment, Mercy Aigbe on characters hard to get out of on page 19. Over to this day, above the mast, Ribadu, strong institutions, attitudinal change crucial to win anti-graft war in Nigeria. Kwankwaso condemns defection of governors, lawmakers, says joining another party after winning election highest form of betrayal. Northern governors demand review of security strategies, seek creation of state police. With riders hail Tinubu's sustained commitment to tackle security challenges. Governor Sani allays fears on abuse of state police by governors. UBA, Fidelity Bank, Airtel Africa, 16 others account for 84% of 68.34 trillion naira market capitalization on NGX. Next up, Sunday Tribune. God has revealed 3 persons who can stop Tinubu in 2027. Interesting conversation on page 9 of Sunday Tribune, coming from Primate Ayodele. Red Rider says, I warned Nigerians in 2023 and speaks on new threats to Nigeria. Mass exodus of nurses from Nigeria and other African countries looms. WHO raises alarm. Reveals 42% of nurses planning to emigrate. And just below the Sunday Tribune mast, Northern governors, traditional rulers make U-turn. Back Tinubu's tax reform bills and state police on page 4, with rider Northwest governors move to tackle insecurity, unemployment, and drug abuse. Southwest governors, eminent Nigerians, eulogized by Fashurati at 99. And primary school demands 5,000 naira from students to become head prefect. Still on Sunday Tribune, you have right to appeal, Lagos APC says. With rider announces winners of local government election primaries on page 5. Atiku slams EFCC, accuses agency of targeting Tinubu's critics on page 5. I beg your pardon, page 6. And gunmen kill 23 in fresh attacks in Benue on page 4 of the Sunday Tribune. Over to the Sunday Punch, just below the mast, on mass defections. PDP governors in emergency talks with party bigwigs. On page 3 of the Sunday Punch, with riders, ex-governors, BOT members meet state executives in Abuja today. Defectors show true character, says Damagun, a National Working Committee member. Fresh defections raise APC's National Assembly members to 265. NERC orders discos to compensate Band A customers. Nigeria one step away from authoritarian states. Politics done, Professor Jinadu says. Fueled by hunger, luxury vehicle owners hit the streets as taxi drivers. And finally, hospital denied my nephew over 13 million naira bill after Lamata bus crash, coming from a technician. And that'll be all for our newspaper headlines. Over to our newspaper review, and our in-house analyst Emmanuel Tewase is with me this morning in the studio to do justice to that. Good morning, Emmanuel.
Good morning, Chief.
How are you doing this morning?
Fine.
I'm good. Just trying to go with the flow and stay positive. All right, so I don't know if you were listening on as I was reading out, the stories, which of them that struck you the most. But if you don't mind, I would like us to start with the defection issues.
Okay.
There was a conversation we had with Chris on a particular newspaper that carried this comic, this cartoon of a bus. Clearly written in front of the bus was APC, with the president as a driver, and we had all these politicians, trooping in, and then you saw discarded umbrellas and things like that. It was one picture that spoke to so many things. Mm-hmm. And currently, governors, lawmakers, senators are defected to APC. Do you see Nigeria heading towards a one-party state?
Well, it's quite unfortunate that our leaders have resorted to their own selfish gain instead of looking at the broader issue which concerns our own growth and development as a nation, one which is insecurity that we are currently battling with, because in Nigeria it's okay to align politically with a particular party that you feel would push your interests. You understand? So,
but it's that's right. Do you align by interest, personal interest, or do you align by ideology?
No. When I started, I said it's quite unfortunate that we have this kind. What I'm trying to establish the fact that this kind of defections happen. We saw what happened in 2015. That I think brought about the merger of ACN and the rest. So it always happens. But then again, looking at the internal crisis within the opposition parties, we have PDP, we have the Labour Party, who are battling with what Supreme Court said and what INEC have not said, you know. So with all these things happening in the parties that would have been strong opposition, most people are beginning to turn towards the ruling party, which is not one-party system. For a country that claims to be democratic is a disastrous move for the future of Nigeria. And looking at the performance of this current administration, which has, for me personally, have not lived up to its expectation in terms of their promises and the policies which they promised they would implement for the betterment of our economy. We haven't seen that. So for me, moving to the ruling party will not solve our problems. We should look at the broader issues, because from what I remember when Chris was here, he said something that or even INEC would defect to APC, and is
the independent electoral.
You know, so a lot of people, somebody posted on Facebook that even INEC, the judiciary, and thank God this one. So it's quite appalling that the tenets of democracy, which has the arms of government checking each other, is not even being practiced in our nation. Everybody dance to the tune of whosoever is in power, and it's just a game of power play, if you ask me. So Tinubu is making everything possible to ensure that he returns for the second term. So, but we'll watch and see. There are rumors of merger. You know, there was this story I saw where on one of the dailies that Tinubu and El-Rufai met in London, in USA, and so the whole lot is going on behind the scene. We are watching defection. Yes, people must defect in this kind of situation, but we'll wait to see the emerging force that would come and what they would offer. Only then we can say if we'll be heading towards one-party system or the collapse of opposition in Nigeria.
Interesting, because if our politicians are defecting based off of just personal interest, then when they get there, what I'm thinking is it's possible that they will also fall out, because they are looking to something. You understand? And when they don't get what it is they are looking for, there will be some kind of skirmish, disagreements, and more defections. What do you think?
Well, the thing is, the major problem PDP is having now started from a particular betrayal. You know, Wiki had worked so hard expecting he would get the ticket for the previous election, and from nowhere Atiku came into the way. So that was the part of the beginning, part of
the downfall
of PDP. And even though he's one leg this side, one leg that side, and you know, because he has his people in power, he has mastered the game so well that is manipulating both sides. So it's all about personal interests rather than public service. For over 60 years as a nation with independence, we've just seen few leaders who actually come out to vie for position to bring transformative change in the society. You know, so it's not a new thing. Atiku switched like an electric bulb with a fault from moved to APC, came back to you know. So it's bound to happen when their own interest is not protected. It's not protected, or where they feel there are high chances for them to get something. Look at what happened. At some point, we felt that Labour Party in Enugu State was a force to reckon with. But what is happening now? The former governorship candidate has moved, House of Rep member.
About 6 or 7 of them
so
have moved.
Before 2027, you discover that the entire...
it just shows that the engine room of, you know, all those forces, all those parties coming together was just about personal interest.
It has always been.
There was no, and it's, I believe it's not strong enough to hold a party or to even grow a party.
It has always, for me, it has always been about personal interest.
So once they saw it's as though there's no light at the end of the tunnel, everybody defects.
Well, you may say prodigal children returning back to their home, if I may use the word, but it's quite unfortunate that we've, over the years, we've produced this kind of leaders. I wouldn't say produce, let me correct myself, because they somehow they find their way in those positions.
It's a broken system.
It's obvious.
All right, look at what Sunday Punch says here. It says fresh defections, still on defections, raise APC's National Assembly members to 265. Now, I thought there's this policy that says that if you defect, you relinquish the seat or the office, you know, that you got through the other party. Now, why are we not seeing that happening? So automatically, the party gives you a platform, you win a particular office, then you take the office and move over brazenly to another party. APC alone has 265 in the National Assembly.
Well, I don't think anybody should be surprised that after defection, more or less nothing is done, because PDP threatened to go to court over the Delta State defection. An entire state moved in just a flash from PDP, from grassroots to the state, you understand? So once you have money in Nigeria, it looks like nothing seems impossible for you. And looking at these people who are politicians, who understand the game they play, it's just a matter of getting even the judiciary to dance to the tune. What does it require? Just to splash a little money and you see they interpret the law. Look at what happened during the last election, the interpretation of the including the FCT and the FCT, you know, just in fact, English is what we really
make it out to be.
We really need to go back and study this, you know. So people said including FCT somewhere, and somehow the judiciary found a way to interpret, you know, to suit,
go around it,
and it has been accepted because the president has already done almost 3 years now and counting. So they always find a way of twisting even those who even the common hope of a common man. You understand? So the judiciary is also an accomplice in this very bad state we found ourselves. If they were living up to their responsibility, at least some of these issues. Look at what is happening in Labour Party. The court has said it's an internal party affair, you know. So immediately after that, both sides were interpreting what they understand, you know. Aburi suspended, OT definitely. Then another neck, led by the other faction also suspended Abure and the other person. So a whole lot of interpretation, confusion. But one would look at it from the angle of the black hand in the pot of soup, if I may use that analogy, because it seems the people in power are playing the game so well. You understand? Because not up until after they won the election, we started seeing a lot of betrayal, missteps from party faithfuls, those who swore to stand by. For instance, Peter Obi, you know, Kenneth also withdrew. Kenneth Okonkwo, who was so vocal about the whole, you know, so I think it's just with time, interest changes, and politics is a game of interest, as I said earlier. So once interest is not there, most definitely direction will also change.
All right, interesting. You know, we've been talking about issues, political issues in the national and in the states, but let's talk about the grassroots. This is what Sunday Tribune, you know, after reading out this headline, I had to pause a little, because actually, you know, we're used to politicians and their gimmicks, but when things happen close home, you know, it gets to you. Like, example, when you hear of insecurity and things like that. That was what I felt when I read this. Primary school demands 5,000 naira from students to become head prefects. It's painful when you become corrupted from primary school.
Well, no, it's,
or rather, when you become corrupt, if I may correct myself, from primary school.
It's quite funny and disheartening, because this goes a long way to show how the basic institutions that should serve as those foundation for our young Nigerians, that should instill morals in
primary school.
In young
we're not
people.
Talking secondary school. We're not talking university.
That's what I'm saying. You know, the family, school, you know, churches.
Yes.
You know, so a whole lot have gone wrong in a very short time. You understand? So it's just about moral deficit, which I'm not trying to excuse anybody, but it's as things get difficult, you know. Someone said you wouldn't know what you're capable of doing, or the tendencies you have, until you find yourself in a particular situation. Like I said, not justifying that. It's condemnable, it's not acceptable. It shouldn't even be. I don't know if there are allowances or benefits that come with being a health prefect in that particular school, but why demand for money?
Whatever benefit.
So what are you teaching the children? Why demand for money to get?
So the child leaves school knowing that whatever he wants he can get, if only he can bribe his way.
At that point, if he pays the 5,000, you can't correct him, because he has already paid for that position. Because I believe the whole process of selecting who becomes who is at the management level of that school. So whosoever is involved, you lose your respect as a teacher, and you can't even control this particular person who has paid you off.
Interestingly, I saw a video this week, and we'll have to end with this because we've run out of time.
Okay.
It was a certain university, and the lecturer didn't know that he was being filmed. So one of the students was actually filming while the lecturer was actually collecting money, you know, from his colleagues. And then the voiceover was like, look at what this lecturer is doing, collecting 15,000 naira just to register a course from each of the students. And some of them, they don't even have money to pay for their school fees. Some don't even have money for transportation. And here they are paying 15,000 naira. He was captured collecting the money. The man says he doesn't want any transfers. He wants it cash so that it can be traced. Now look at that. I always tell Chris, if you try to logically explain how this country will get better, you might get stuck. But I'm still hopeful that something is going to give.
Well, for for my
Please tell me you're
hopeful. For my mental health, it's not like I've stopped, but I've reduced drastically the way I even pay attention to some of these issues. Because when you start analyzing how far we've come, you start comparing us with other African nations who just started, some that we even helped, you know, see Ghana, you know, some of these, and they are doing a lot better than us. So I don't know, we are making progress but backward. And this is as a result of lack of vision, bad leadership, corruption, name it. So all these things are just intertwined, and it all boils down to very terrible leadership.
All right, we're hopeful nonetheless. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Tawase, for your time. All right, don't go anywhere. New Day continues. Coming up next, Nigeria First policy and matters arising. Do stay with us.
The National Youth Service Corps NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp in ENUGU, Enugu State came alive with vibrant displays of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage during the Cultural Carnival of the 2025 Batch A Stream 1 Orientation course. The Corps members' various platoons showcased traditions, dances and attires of Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, including Fulani, Bini, Efik, Igbo, Tiv, Igala, Ijaw, and Yoruba cultures. The carnival, which crowns the 3-week orientation program, is aimed at fostering unity and cultural appreciation among participants. In her address, the Enugu State Coordinator of NYSC, Oluwakemi Awolola, underscored the essence of the carnival in fostering national unity and cohesion. Awolola also expressed gratitude to the traditional rulers present at the event for their contribution to the success of the occasion.
In their ingenuity, they have been able to portray the different diverse culture in our country. Not only that, they were able to, in their ingenuity, they were able to show us that in our diversity there is unity, that we are still united. And that is why you see a core member from the north, from the northeast, from the northwest, dancing perfectly and excellently well, presenting the Igbo culture. They were all here, they were all excited. They were all doing it with zeal, with so much joy. You can see that there is hope for our nation. And what NYSC stands for, that unity and integration, we are able to witness it here today.
Speaking on the occasion, His Royal Highness Igwe Retired Major AOU Uhala of Ezineri Ngbidi Kingdom and Igwe-elect of Ohaja Autonomous Community, Kingsley Okeke, commended the Corps members for their vibrant displays and the NYSC's efforts in fostering cultural integration.
We are very, very proud to welcome all of you, that you will stay in your 1-year service to the nation peacefully, and at the end of the day, we will go home rejoicing to the glory of God.
The leadership of the NYSC, I will surely not miss out. Our wonderful mother, yes, I heard when they mentioned that, mother. And I'll still stand on that word, mother. Mrs. Oluwakemi Awolola, the great woman of virtue, the woman that has turned things around, because it had never been like this before now.
Some corps members who spoke to Signature TV shared their reflections of the carnival's significance, highlighting its impact on their understanding of Nigeria's diversity.
I represent the attire I represent the king of the jaws, which is popularly known as Pearl. So the Ijaw people, as you can see, they live in rural areas. They cover 8 local governments. The Ijaw tribe is a very strong tribe. It's a very powerful tribe. They don't bow to any king. They are very well cultured and respectful people. The carnival was a nice experience. It's here we represent different cultures. So people that from other lands can understand, different cultural meanings of different tribes in Nigeria. So it brings that core meaning to the NYSC program, which is, unifying cultures that be separated from due to land and geographical means.
And I'm the Totiv of the Tiv community. Tiv people are known for their agriculture, and they are also warriors. They are one of the largest yam farmers in the whole of West Africa. So basically what we just did was we portrayed their rich culture, and I really enjoyed the experience. It was a nice one, getting to know about the Tiv culture.
Representing ethnic culture is a very nice experience with me. At least I've come to know that there's a culture who the ethnic and their lives and their culture is rich too. Because most people think it's only Igbo outside Yoruba. So it's nice to experience every part of it.
Highlight of the event was the masquerade display by the host communities and the presentation of gifts in ENUGU. Emmanuel Tewasi for Signature TV.
Okay. Many thanks for staying with us, and welcome to our Saturday, or rather Sunday retrospect, where we bring you highlights of some of the discussions and conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Friday. Do take a listen.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. A whole lot of persons have spoken about this issue of security, especially as it concerns our rural organizations or rural settings. I mean, it's difficult to have people overrun the communities, running to the bush, and no traces of them. So many persons have said the state police would do a lot good. Some others say community policing would do a lot good. But not much conversation has been, given to the importance or the impact of traditional rulers on policing. How important are these sets of people? We would extract today's conversation from the premise of a reverend who knows more about this community policing as it concerns traditional rulers. Reverend Francis Uzochukwu is live with us this morning. Good to have you. Good morning.
Oh, God bless you, my brother. You're welcome.
Good morning to you.
Thank you.
How concerned are you for you about policing in Nigeria?
As a humanist, can have one coming between the inmates. They don't just come to the prisons or to the correctional centers. There are some steps that brought them into that. And when you look at the issue of state policing, the impact of the traditional rulers, if you want to take it maybe from up to down, I can tell you that the traditional rulers of the communities are the fourth tiers of the government. Maybe talk about the federal, the state, local, we talk about the traditional rulers now. Now, the issue of policing, what is even policing? Just to maintain peace and order, to guide the society out of lawlessness. And if you want to talk about the state policing now, you now begin to look at bringing the local aspect of the people, the traditional rulers, getting them involved in maintaining peace and order. So, but sometimes the way people are just like interpreting this state policing from different angles, it betters my mind, because what do we want to achieve? a peaceful society. How can you get doing it? You may not necessarily get it from up. There might be some grassroots things to do about it. So state policing is a priority that government should look into. It's a necessity that government should look into. So that if we go into this issue of state policing, okay, let me now give you one inspiration. In a community that the DPO there is not from that community at all. He doesn't even speak the language of those people at all. How close do you think he would be with the traditional ruler of that community? How do you think that the traditional ruler can communicate with him freely to discuss the issue of security in his own community? But if you bring it down to that local context, where the traditional ruler, the PGs, now we have in ENUGU State, Forest Guard. These Forest Guard are part of the society. They know who is who. They know who is who. So we can from there trace out the issue of state policing, making it coming down to the grassroots. But my trouble is that most of the times, if you compare our security system and what we're observing in the Nigerian correctional centers, and what is going on within the judiciary aspect, you now see that there is a missing gap. There is a missing gap. And this missing gap, the state policing system, in conjunction with the traditional rulers, will bring solution to it.
Well, again, so many people also think that sometimes the traditional rulers are culpable because, again, I mean, how is it that people would attack your community and there is no trace of these people who have attacked your community? If there was a collaboration between the police, even as it stands, and the community through the head of the community, I mean, we wouldn't be having these issues. It does look like the head of communities are just oblivious. They don't even know what to do when things like that happen.
My brother, thank you. Traditional ruler, that's his language. And when somebody is a traditional ruler of a community and he lives in London, then who is in charge of his community?
Is that what is in existence?
Who is in charge? By the basis of the standard, he is the chief security of his community. Many of them are not on site to look into those matters. They're not there. Now, these ones that you have engaged as maybe neighborhood watch, forest guard, all this, how do you mobilize them? You know, I'm a teacher. I want to tell you something. As a teacher, one of the secrets of understanding the intelligent aspect of a child is closeness. Closeness like child. No child is a dump. Depends on how you try to get to that child, manage his or her ability, and develop it to a strength. So the traditional rulers, I may not say that they are culpable of the whole thing, but I'm saying that there is a missing gap from what they are doing and what ought to be done. Because if they are close with those security agencies around them, the neighborhood watch, the forest guard, even with the PGs, interaction gives you contact to people. Interaction gives you information.
We've had basic issues regarding, NEL Fund students loan. I mean, this NEL Fund was set up by the federal government in order to disburse loans to students across Nigeria who probably may have issues with paying their school fees and also cushioning the effect of this real-time hardship that parents are facing. But we are not even 1 year into this implementation and we're getting hitches that stems from accusations of corruption. We have with us live in the studio Emeka Odoms, a journalist and a development communication expert, to discuss this with us. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning to our viewers.
I mean, are you shocked with what you're hearing with this NEL Funds loans disbursements?
Well, thank you so much. I must tell you, I am not shocked. I've always said it. When in a country like Nigeria, if you have been following events here, you probably know that one of the things you help yourself to do is to develop a very thick skin. That all options are on the table when you talk about public policies, public services, and the kind of you see, not just the philosophy now, the manner in which people here perceive public service. Most times not really from an altruistic point, from a point of personal gain. And so once that philosophy permeates there's a psychology of governance and those that are appointed into offices, you shouldn't be surprised. That is why here we have heard things like a plane missing. That's why we have seen a branded aircraft flown into this country, displayed in the local Nigerian palace. We say washer, that kind of stuff. Sprinkle water on it, flash water on it, and celebrate it. And everybody say, "Oh, thank God that we have a national carrier now." Only probably less than 2-3 hours, it disappears and never returns back to Nigerian airspace. We have seen situations where ships get missing, as if somebody just put it inside his pocket and walks away. We've seen situations where snakes and monkeys have been reported to have swallowed huge sums of. So what exactly can surprise anybody now? The Nigerian Students Loans, fund, when it was established, I must tell you, nobody can fault Mr. President, because the truth is that at the time, it became necessary that something must be done to enable Nigerian children complete their education, at least those who are already in school. And so people were like, how are parents going to pay school fees? And so he came up with this, even though it's not novel, it has always been there, but somewhere along the line, it looks as if, we weren't considering anything like that. So he brought it and it was good enough. But my worry then was, that scheme is one that it can be likened to the social, the social insurance trust fund now, and the social investment, scheme. These are places, these are agencies that within a very short time, large sums of fund is going to be put into that place. And so, if you don't, number one, those who are going to manage that fund, if you're not very careful, who are they? How tested are they? Not just that now, because their own righteousness is not enough, but to ensure that, put a system where all eyes, it's like a football match going on. You have the eyes of the referee, the rest of the match officials, and if there are 120,000 fans on the pitch, their eyes are on the same players, and the eyes of the entire world watching through television. And so if you don't have that kind of situation,
I understand we started off this conversation around NEL Fund, I think, this week, and the controversy that is around it, the issue regarding frauds that the ICPC is looking to investigate to find out where these issues are coming from. NEL Fund is saying that there's no problem, that the account is healthy, there's nothing to be worried about. Students are angry that sometimes this money don't even get to them. The monies actually get to them even after they must have finished paying their school fees, as the case may be. So one would wonder really, where is the problem? We have with us a student in the house. He is Oluwafeyi Shemire Akinola. He is from the National Association of Nigerian Students. He is the Director of Transports. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Are you good?
Yes.
So, first of all, tell us about this NEL Fund thing. When this news broke about this loan for students, how did the student receive it?
First and foremost, those who got the loan would disagree with you, and those who did not. Apparently, while there are some persons who applied for the loan as at last year, as at July last year, they have still not gotten that loan. Some have not gotten their the monthly stipend. Some have not gotten the, I don't know. Okay, NEL Fund told us that they sent it to the school already, the school fees part. But I can tell you that there are some students who have not still gotten their stipends, their 20,000 naira stipends, whereas they're saying it has been approved a long time ago. And there are some other persons that have been getting it, 20,000 naira. I think some still even got as at last month.
Oh, hold on a second.
Okay.
These monies are paid directly to the school.
Yeah, the institution, the school fees on.
Yeah. Is the money for the personal upkeep, is it paid directly to the students?
Yes, it's paid to your account. I think as a registration or verification process, you put in your personal details and they pay you the 20,000 naira monthly. Although there is not like a salary that there's a specific day it comes in. I think it just comes in randomly.
Randomly?
Yeah, during the month, not
every month.
I cannot tell you every month because
But it just comes randomly. You could just be sitting up and you just like you're expecting something to happen.
No, you don't.
It just comes.
It just comes, and
then the school fees.
Okay, and then the school fees. They say they pay to the school authorities, whereas majority, like you said earlier, majority of the students have already paid their school fees. So these loans coming in is like medicine after death. Medicine after death. So, although there was a publication by NELFON that every school should refund the school fees that for those that have paid, and I think University of Nigeria have complied with that.
By refunding? Yes,
as at last week, is it last week or 2 Saturdays back, I saw screenshots of receipts of this repayment, the refund, and the money was not the money you paid as school fees, but the money that NELFON paid to the school, somewhere 100,000, somewhere as high as 120,000. But I cannot tell you categorically that the universities have paid everybody, but I can tell you that probably they started the process for payment of this, according to NELFON.
But why? It's just so confusing. Why would the school not indemnify the students? More like, if somebody has applied for the loan, you are expecting the loan to come. You're not. It's government, right?
Yes.
It's federal government. So you would think that the school would just let it go.
Okay.
Allow the students to do their exams and not pay anything, and hopefully when the money comes, then they can always counterbalance. But why would they ask the students to pay their school fees, and then when the loan comes, they wouldn't even mention to the student they have to return the money? It doesn't make any sense, does it?
Okay, so just like you said, the way it's supposed to work is before resumption, the school is supposed to, I think, talk to NELFON, send the necessary information. The first year student to transmit their data to NELFON so that NELFON can upload their student information and can calculate their school fees. And it is from there that the money is, but as it stands right now, government matters now, or delays and everything. I don't know, is it that the school is delaying, the university is delaying in transmitting this information, or it is NELFON themselves that is delaying in uploading. I think there have been times whereby the chairman of NELFON has come out and said schools are delaying in transmitting the information. For instance, the University of Nigeria just started their session by March. That's last month. No, we are in May now.
2 months.
2 months back. They started giving out hostels late February, and a lot of students were expecting that, wait, do we have to, because you need to pay your school fees before you can get access to this hostel, and a lot of students were like, we'll NELFON pay. We did not know the state of affairs, if the university was in contact with NELFON that, oh, see, we've resumed though, and we're about to give out hostels. What is the update? Send the school fees of the people who are interested. And I can tell you till date, students from the University of Nigeria have not been able to apply. Apparently, if you go to their portal, you still see last session, that's 2023-2024 academic session as the section on their portal, and exam is slated to start May 12th. That is barely 8-10 weeks after lectures started, and it's not even complete because for the first 2 weeks of resumption, students are still running around for accommodation, clearance. Lectures don't start until like 2-3 weeks after you come back to school, and by May 12th now, students are supposed to start exam. Students have still not gotten, they've not been able to apply, and students have to do the run around by themselves. So I'm sure by the time this thing is all rectified, it's already second semester, medicine after death. Students have paid. Do they still need the money again? No. So I want to call out the government, no, not call out, but appeal to both the school authorities and NEL Fund to rectify this thing, not just for University of Nigeria, other institutions. Immediately you are resuming, you should notify NEL Fund, you should upload the data, the informations of the students that have graduated, the students that are coming in. Do you understand? Everything should be uploaded as quickly as possible. And also, if NEL Fund, just for this transparency of a thing, because they will tell you, the old bureaucracy, university will tell you, oh, we have a lot of things on our plate. NEL Fund could actually have a portal whereby students can actually come, oh, we're about to resume. They notify NEL Fund then start following up with the university, oh, we're about to vacate, new students are coming in. Do you understand? All of this information, we're about to start exam, we've not gotten this, the loan and the likes. So mechanisms like that would actually aid for the student, so it's not like medicine after death and the whole essence of the loan becomes useless.
Good morning, Charles here. So a lot of persons have attributed our development standards and even our speed to the kinds of things that we've been taught on universities these days. Some persons think that our curriculum are outdated. Some others feel that it needs to be rejigged. And some others just think, you know what, we just have to just throw away the entire thing and recreate what we need to do in order for us to find a pathway to development. But what is that really? How do we go about it? We have with us live in the studio Professor Augustine Okereke. Is an international scholar and curriculum development expert. He was speaking to us on the sustainability of Nigerian tertiary institutions' curricular to national development. It's good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
So which parts or which side are you on? Entirely throw away the whole thing and reintroduce new things, or rejig it, or, you know, just basically find a pathway to these things?
I will use the word to revamp it.
Revamp.
To revamp, yeah, revamp the entire curriculum. I'm not a fan of throwing away everything, you know, but at least you revamp, you know, kind of recreate, regenerate, renew, you know, of curriculum.
So which part of the curriculum is outdated so much so that they are no longer, you know, fit into today's world?
I would say almost every aspect of the curriculum, almost every aspect of it, in terms of the fact that, you know, the world has changed, you know, dramatically, and the pace of change is quite fast. So one thing with curriculum all over the world, not just in Nigeria, is that curricular changes are always very slow to happen because you go through a lot of processes, you know. But you have to start, you know, you have to start. And so not starting, I think, might be the issue with curricula in Nigerian universities. You know, when curriculum is static, is old, is as it were in the 1960s. I mean, and you look at the pace of change that has happened all over the world, and you are operating on a 1960 curriculum. What do you think will happen? So it's really something that the universities and the government and the universities should come together and do something about that.
Right. I mean, you know, when we talk about the entire thing being revamped, some persons will say, when you do that, are you not trying to, you know, copy what's outside there? That sometimes when you do that, it seems you are also jettisoning your own culture, to some extent, jettisoning your own tradition, and then imbibing the way and manner that other, you know, culture and tradition have grown, and then it becomes detrimental to us.
No, I'm not advocating jettisoning our own culture, our own environment at all. You know, we have to look inwards. We have to really build from inwards. Part of the problem with the curriculum in the first place has been that borrowing, that, you know, copying, copycat, without actual fact adapting it to the circumstances of the Nigerian environment. You know, we need to look at the environment, we need to look at our needs, we need to look at our society, we need to look at our young men, and then create a curriculum that will serve them. You know, so of course, you know, you have to, you know, emulate, you have to learn, you know. I mean, things are kind of global now. You know, we have global standards, of course. However, you have to look inwards to be able to create a sustainable curriculum. So it's something that, you know, you have to, you know, look at what is out there, look inwards, look at what we have done, what is your goal, what is your purpose, and then create a curriculum that will serve the society and help the community to grow. And of course, career-driven curriculum. Employability is key. You know, in our universities now, I'm not just talking about Nigerian universities, all over the world, students come out, you know, with no jobs, you know, I served as a provost of a university in the US for 8 years, and part of my major responsibility was curriculum renewal, faculty looking at curriculum, and you know, you see still operating curriculum that has been outdated, and so when students graduate, there are no jobs, and so we put a number of things in place which I can share, you know, and which, you know, that we can, you know, I mean, part of the thing we said we will do was that, you know, even if you're an English major, history, psychology, nursing major, before you graduate, you must have acquired a career-driven certificate program, a skills acquisition program. So you might be a nursing student, you know, and by the time you graduate, you get a certificate in content creating, get a certificate in digital analysis, get something that, you know, if you are not able to find jobs in your chosen field, you might start doing something, you know, it will help you to assist. So you are employable immediately upon graduation. That is one thing that we tried to do. And then we went in and looked at, you know, I told them then that I read English major, I teach African literature majorly, you know, but I know when students come into the US, they want to get employment. I mean, the competition, if you are a PhD in English from Harvard, from Medgar College, from City University of New York, the competition is so great, all right? However, if you get a degree in what is topical in the health sciences, then you are sure at the end of your educational career, you are employed. Very good paying job. And so we said, let us revamp our allied health program. We had no allied health program in the college then, but we had to start instituting programs in allied health, you know, in collaboration. So these are things you need to do to recreate, to revamp, so that the curriculum will be at the service of the students at the end. The question is, how is it being done in Nigerian universities? Are we even talking about it? That is the question, and that is really part of my goal to, you know, just want to, you know, give back to what I learned as provost to Nigerian universities. And I'm having discussions with some Nigerian universities in terms of how to implement that in their curriculum.
What role do you think that technology plays in developing today's curriculum, especially for Nigerian universities?
Major role. It should play a major role. I mean, when you look at it, the college, the world is technologically advanced now. I mean, everything has to do with technology. And like I said, I'm English major, read English. I have the cell phone, you know. And when you look at these days now, you know, when we went to school, at every semester, we read about 10, 15 novels in a course. Now, if you ask students to read 6, 7, 5, even 5 novels, I mean, you are wasting your time, even though we have to do it. So how do you create a curriculum that will make use of those novels, but digitize them? So students will learn. Number one, students will read the novels, even if they're not read the novels. Students will apply the novels to a modern day world. Students will use the novels to learn content creating. Students will use the novels to do whatever they're doing on the internet. Students will use the novels for blogging, all right? And so how do you infuse that in the curriculum to make sure it happens? So what we are doing is kind of merging, for example, African literature with a curriculum in sciences, in technology. So applying that when students are not reading the entire novel, then how do you get them to read? You have to meet them where they are, and then use that to be employable at the end of their career.
When students graduate, especially from Nigeria, they say they are not employable, does that speak to the students unable to play around the tools that are around him, or it speaks to more of the universities not developing the curriculum to fit what the students would most likely meet outside?
It's both. but I would say 70% on the universities. So if they are able to play around the curriculum, if they are able to revamp the curriculum, to infuse in their teachings now, you know, the instruments that will arm the students to be able to make this change, then students will make this change. You don't expect them to make the change if you stuff their mind with old curriculum. You talk about botany, you talk about geography, you talk about history, all those facts, the way we were hipped into in the 60s, 70s, 80s, even in the 90s. But if you are able to infuse technology in it and then start reorientating their mind that they could apply this knowledge in a way that will make them gainfully employed, I think students will adapt, students will change, you know. And so doing those things, you know, intentionally in the universities, it has to be intentional. Do not assume it will happen. You put it in the curriculum, you get the faculty. It starts also with the faculty too. They have to also reorientate. They have to change. They also have to go to professional development, because you cannot impact what you do not know. So when the faculty, you know, adapt to those changes and are able to revamp the curriculum and impact that into the students will change. And I think it will help employment. We talk about employability. It will help them to gain gainful jobs. It will help them to be self-employed, help them to start doing things on their own upon graduation.
Women are some of the best of peoples you can ever think of. I mean, so many persons have limited their activities to just the kitchen. Some others have said they're best and better off just taking care of a home and taking care of business, not necessarily coming out for politics, because we have always tagged politics as a dirty game. But to what extent really is this politics dirty that the women cannot get involved in? And maybe that's the reason why most of them have refused to come out to participate in politics. Some others have saying that it's a man's world, and politics is one of those things that should be reserved for men. But the ones that have come out have said clearly that it's a good thing to politics, and in fact, the best of politics are played by the women, especially when they come with their positive emotions. Well, why is it difficult for Nigeria to include women in their fold when it comes to politics, especially in party politics, in national politics, or even in appointive positions? So many persons have attributed these things to the fact that they are not, you know, forthcoming. When you want to speak about employing some of these people to put up positions, they're not readily available to come forwards, whether it is coming up for appointments or coming up for elective positions. It's difficult. And even more so, the broader issue would be women supporting women. We've seen a situation where even in a women's environment, you still see men emerge as their leaders. So you wonder, what are the issues? Are we going to get to a point where we would say, you know what, when it comes to the National Assembly, we should have at least 60%, 30%, 40%, just like we have in Rwanda, you know, where people are saying there are a lot of things are happening there, a lot of development is going on there, far because of the involvement of more women in their parliament. We have with us to talk about this inclusion of women in politics and governance, Rukayat Abdurrahman Manga is a women opinion leader. She is in our offsite studio in Benin, Kebbi State, Northwest Nigeria. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning.
So a whole lot have been spoken about women and their inclusion in politics. For you, what are the hindrances that you can say are some of the reasons why women are not, you know, getting involved in politics?
Good morning, everybody. What I will say concerning your question is we have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria.
Okay, do you think that these hindrances can be overcome, and how do women overcome these hindrances? Do you think that they would need some support? To what extent? How do you suggest that these hindrances are basically overcome?
The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attain to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant, that are out to sort for positions, viable positions that will take them to the next level. But when along the line something will happen, and that will be a dream that has not been actualized. And when you come to the cultural biases, before now, when you look at the Hausa setup or the communities where I'm coming from, if you are in politics, you will be looked at with a certain view, as if you are a wayward person. But now you will see that educated women, influential women are being part of politics. They are being at the center of politics, and they are being respected. Some are given positions, which if they are given that position, the positions are meaningful positions that usually brings back to the grassroots what it where it should. They test the dividend of the democracy through the women that have been given position. So the three biases I've talked about, usually we already overcome it, but the male domination part of it should be addressed for women to attain what they're supposed to attain.
The Nigeria First policy is an initiative introduced quite recently by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, it's a strategic initiative that is aimed at revitalizing the economy by prioritizing our local industries and, of course, reducing Nigeria's dependency on imports. Well, it's a long road, you would agree with me, a stretch between policy development and effective implementation. Well, this morning we are going to be X-raying the role of the media. Turns out to be a major stakeholder in this journey. We're going to be talking about the role of the media in effectively implementing Nigeria First policy. Our guest is the communication consultant Vivian Douglas, joins us via Zoom to do justice to this topic. Good morning, Vivian. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. All right, Vivian, you are a communication consultant, and we all understand that is a long stretch from policy development to effective implementation, and there are stakeholders, major key players in this journey, and the media is one of them. What are some of the roles you think the media can play to ensure effective implementation of Nigeria First policy? Because it sounds really promising, but what can the media do to fast track and ensure effective implementation?
Okay, thank you very much, Signature TV. The thing about what the media can do, it's what the media have always done. And what does that mean? Simply being in position to get the right information out there to the people. But as much as we want to talk about what can the media do, which is like what we're doing right now, basically, it's important to also point out that beyond what we think the media can do, the media also need to have the right information. For instance, where is the policy framework for this Nigeria First economic policy? That's what I want to look at it from. Where is the policy framework? You're sitting in the studio, I'm here. I was reading through even last night. Where is the policy framework? Because until we have the policy framework that we'll see how implementable it is, the media, I mean, you're sitting down, I'm sitting down here, you are asking me a question, but we need to have something to work with. So, okay, this announcement has been made. I saw what the president shared on his X handle. I think that was yesterday or 2 days ago. All of those 10 points, as much as they are noble, we want to understand the nitty-gritty. It's not enough to have a press briefing and announce this, or this is where the government is doing after the FEC meeting. I believe that the Minister of Communication, Minister of Information, need to sit down with the media first and foremost, break this down into bits, get the media organizations on board first. When you get them on board and give out the right information, that is when they can know what to say to the people. I mean, what is the primary role of the media here? You get the information, you get it across, you educate the people, and then you provide basically that. So if this is about educating the people, if this is about carrying this as news, as a daily information to carry the people along, I believe that the government needs to get the media involved. First and foremost, if this is a policy that we will get the point of. For instance, I gave you one of the hits I noticed about this deal or law, if you may. When you say, for instance, nobody's going to buy any product being produced in Nigeria. Let's say I'm using a Samsung phone. So if Samsung phone is produced in Nigeria, we're not going to buy any other Samsung phone or any products like that made outside of Nigeria. That's okay. However, when you now put a clause, except the person has a justifiable reason to buy that. It's like saying we have hospitals in Nigeria. We should not travel out to get those medical treatments if because we need to build our country. Awesome, that's a good one. But how do we get people to understand that it's not enough to say don't travel out for hospitals because we have hospitals in Nigeria. So it's important to get the media fully on board so that the people, when we open our mouth to tell people this is what this Nigeria First policy is about, it's a noble one, like I said, but it's about getting people to understand thoroughly what it is. And it starts by the government getting the media organizations involved, practitioners directly involved in this. Like I said, having a press briefing is not enough, but getting the people on board so that when we understand what the government is saying in its actual sense, we can be in position to create programs. We can be in position even for copywriters, everybody will come on board. If you're discussing it as a subject or so an issue comes up, everybody will be on board and we can have the right communication out there. That's the major thing I think about that.
Plain to see that there's an obvious gap between the government, or at least the government spokespeople, and the media. So in your given your experience, what do you think is the way forward? Do you think the media is in a position to call for probably a press conference to address these gaps? What are your thoughts?
Okay, like I mentioned earlier, let me see if I can break that down if we have the time. First, we are the fourth realm of the estate at the end of the day. So if whatever the government is doing, if the government wants it out there to get to the people, and it's important that I point this out. This is not about the government's media. This is about media beyond mainstream media, going to social media, going to the community levels. Now, the government, like I said, having a press briefing, okay, you've announced this. But those who are going to carry this product to the people is the media. Whether you talk about new media, whether you talk about mainstream media or on any platform you can think about. So I think that the government needs to call media organization, media owners, for instance, not just government, private media organizations, bring everybody on board, get the key promoters, you can call them influencers if you mean, on new media, get them on board. Even blog owners, there are critical blogs out there that you can factor in who seem to know what they are doing. They've been around for some time. Get them on board. Now, what's the essence? Sit down if you need to have a 3 days retreat or what have you with them. Break this down. Don't just announce a policy. Tell the media this is what government wants to do. This is break it down. Okay, in phases. The phase one is informing the people. The phase two is practical steps being taken, seeing the government actually releasing loans and all of those details. Basically, get the media organizations together somewhere, sit them down. I mean, this is a noble one, like I said, but you don't want someone to sit on TV or radio writing a piece on a new media on print, and then they're struggling for information on what to do, which is usually the case. So the government needs to sit down with media organizations because they are the ones that will drive this to the public, to the real people that needs to hear this. This is not, I'm not trying to shade the government media, but I'm saying this is not something you need to bring to um, government-owned media. Let me not mention their name. This is not something you need to bring to. This is something you need to get out there so that everybody who is practicing, every organization will be on board. Now, I also talked about policy documents, an actual policy document. Signature TV, for instance, does not need to call the minister or the commissioner at the state level or other organizations. What is this about? And we need to have these documents out there, authentically designed by the promoters of these ideas, so that it can be better interpreted. So I think get the media organizations together, get them to buy into this. If you need to make funds available for them, do it. Whatever you need to do, that's the only way we can drive it. And also, if there are clauses, because sometimes when organizations begin to promote these things, the next thing you hear is, oh, you have done something wrong, or they find something to find the media organization for. So let's have a clear policy document, and of course get the organizations on board thoroughly, not just by making an announcement. Because with the announcement, okay, we've heard, and that would just be it.
All right, Vivian, it's calling for press briefings and press conferences. Those are the things that are part of, promoting a particular policy or a particular ideology from the government. So it's not something new, but one wonders, why was it omitted in this case? Do you think that there's even a remote possibility that government is possibly trying to sideline mainstream media in favor of social media, of course, because you did mention you read the policy of an ex-handle of, I think, a spokesperson. Yeah. So do you think government is favoring social media, against mainstream media? What are your thoughts?
You see, I'm laughing when you're asking this question, like, why would they not start that? I've hammered on the policy documents that drives this ideology, if you may. Now, here is the thing. Let me take your mind back a little quickly if we have a little bit of time. You remember there is this guy who started, Akin Padi, who started with corruption not in my country. Then there's another one that the government then came up with. Lai Mohammed then tried to overshadow what this Akin Padi was doing. What's that statement? When they were talking about rebranding Nigeria, I think something that starts with you. I think there's something they set that point. It starts something, maybe building Nigeria. I can't remember the exact statement now. This is nothing new. Remember late Professor Dora Akile, God bless her soul. Remember how they've tried several times to talk about rebranding Nigeria? That's where I'm going to. All of this, how far did it go? It boils down to people in government coming in, having maybe what I could say is a noble idea, but at the end of the day, not actually articulating the implementation process of these plans. That is the most important part. For instance, this is something you want Nigerians to buy into, right? Okay, that's fine. We have vehicle brand owners in this country. Can we start by saying how are those in government? For we talked about one of the points the person raised on his ex-hands, I can't remember his name. He talked about having civil servants not by using not made in Nigeria. Can we begin to say, okay, where is a policy document? Because it boils down again to governments not properly articulating an idea and then pushing it out because they just want people to feel like they are doing something. And that is why these things always fail. How do you begin a process like this without bringing the major stakeholders? When I mean major stakeholders, brand owners, the professional economists we have in this country, media owners, and the people, notable individuals who will drive this process. Before announcing it, they should be on board. And you don't just call it, this is something they want to succeed anyway. I mean, we've had several things about rebranding Nigeria and several other government policies that never really sees the light of day. I don't know if this is one of those, but if this is one of those, well, we would not be surprised because already they are starting on a wrong foot. That's because you don't want to, if you want really, if this is a process you really want to drive, when it gets all the National Assembly gets signed by the president, then the next phase should have been getting the right stakeholders involved. You don't put the horse before, you don't put the cart before the horse, and somehow expect that maybe you expect that the cart is going to drive the horse instead. It doesn't really work that way. So again, it's nothing new about the Nigerian governance system. It's one of those things that usually happen. Like I talked about the whole rebranding process from Dara Kuyili to Lai Mohammed, and even attempting to shut down what the beautiful job Akin Fadayi Foundation was doing. And here we are. They don't support the private organizations who want to do something to boost the image of this country, to get it to where it should be, so that Nigerians can begin to feel comfortable owning this country and knowing what to do. They don't want to do that. They are not transparent. It's usually the norm, you know. So we're not surprised that they didn't start by getting the actual stakeholders who will drive the process on board. It's the norm.
All right, Vivian, so you're saying it's possible there's a deliberate attempt to favor social media over mainstream media. You answer that, and then I have a follow-up question. You know what they say, that if the Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain goes to the Muhammad, rather. Now, it's as though the media expects the government to call for a press briefing, call stakeholders, but we find ourselves in a situation where that has not been the case. Case in point, the Nigeria First policy. Now, do you think it's possible for media to reach out to government, or to reach out to maybe a government agency like the National Orientation Agency to find out what's going on with the Nigeria First policy? After all, they are the government agency mandated to enlighten and educate public on government policies and things like that. So, two questions. Are you definite that there's a deliberate attempt to sideline print media, television, radio, mainstream media, and favor social media? And secondly, can the media be proactive and reach out to government agencies and see how they can collaborate to bring this, make this implementation happen? What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so let's start with, if it's a deliberate attempt to use the social media to quote unquote drive this person. No, it's not. It's not. It's the same lackadaisical attitude towards everything, not taking Nigerians seriously because they know nothing will happen. Yeah, Nigerians wouldn't bother and all of that. Just there are several bills and laws that get towards rebranding or building this country or helping citizens to have a sense of ownership, like they say. It's the usual thing. There's no deliberate attempt. They just put it out there because they know that somehow someone is going to pick it up. You know, they just put it out there because they know that somehow someone is going to pick it up and then talk about it like we're doing now. And that's just what they want: free press. They don't need to pay for anything. They just want a situation where, okay, a Signature TV is there now. They need information, so they will talk about it. And of course, every other brand. Like, the truth is, if you talk about social media, a lot of people didn't even pay attention to this Nigeria First policy. If you on social media, if you ask me, that's because I did, because I follow up these stories. Okay, I checked it out myself. That's why I found that, okay, one or two organizations published it, and I was able to see what this other guy did on his handle. But beyond, so it's not, because even if they wanted to get the social media on board, if they wanted to favor the social media, the National Orientation Agency, for instance, has a WhatsApp group where media organizations, and we are all, a lot of us I'm on that group. When you discover that, giving information on tips and asking people to put it on their radio stations and TV stations, that is not enough. That is not going to do the job. Getting them to that's just showing a piecemeal to someone and say, okay, do what you want with this, is not enough. I don't know how long the Signature TV is going to deliberate on this, or anybody in social media is going to bother about it. Probably when there's an issue, maybe when the president takes off to France or somewhere, or the vice president or a minister travels for health checks somewhere, government, non-government official, okay, we cannot begin to talk about, oh, what about this policy? Is this still a thing and all of that? So I don't think they favored anyone. It's just not properly planning, articulating deliverable plans on how to get people to get on by this. And then you also talked about it, the media can go to the government. And no, the media shouldn't go to the government. The government had designed this policy. The government, if the government generally wants to drive it, yes, the government can. But I mean, an organization can actually decide to say, we can National Orientation Agency at the federal level, at the state level, or, call one of these their aides to get the information, or even the minister's office or himself to get the information you want. But things don't work that way. But if you're allowing the media to get it, because maybe Signature TV, for instance, wants to discuss something and they need an information, okay, they call. But that is different from getting people on a conference table or a retreat or workshop or something and saying, okay, this is what we want to do. And we really want the media to be part of it. So media, this is our document. This is what we want to do. We want to host you, sit down with you on a 3 days or 2 days, policy meeting to discuss Nigeria First policy. That's because we want this to be something that Nigerians will follow. And then we want this to run in the direction, this drive of promoting it to work to be to maybe to run for 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years consistently until it becomes a thing. So, but I don't think anybody is going. I mean, are you going to be the one to call the government to sit them down? So if you do that, another TV station does that, another radio station, another print media, it's not going to get the job done. So I still maintain that the government, if they really want to drive this, need to bring media owners together, host them, sit down and properly deliver this and provide a policy document that they can work with. And then let them know how they can also, what is the need for them. If you're burning diesel to make sure that your power is steady, or maybe you're using solar as a case, maybe you're a different power source, but you're paying for it. So even as a private media organization, you're not going to do everything free for the government. The much you can do is to bring up the issues and make news out of it. Honestly, it's still the government that needs to better articulate this than by getting the major stakeholders on board. There's government officials and what have you. Everyone needs to be on board. If this is even to the local government and the councillors, if they are serious about it, if they really want this to be something that can be a Nigerian thing. But again, who would know? Who would just say?
All right, Vivian, before we let you go, I want you to speak to this particular concern. The NCC is a regulatory agency of some sort. But do you think that NCC has any kind of roles in improving engagements between government and media? Do they have any roles at all, even if it's a remote role in increasing engagement between media and government? Because it's obvious there's a gap here.
Well, when we talk about the NCC, yes, you can say they have major role. Yes, they have a major. They have a major role to play. But again, to help the last question, the question you asked before, they see that let's say the direct promoters of these Nigeria First policies seem not to have their hand on it. Now, instead of expecting media organizations to go to them to ask for questions and they provide them with piecemeals, I believe that the NCC, I believe that the Broadcast Organization of Nigeria, I believe that every organization with the communication and media, private and not private, government-owned organizations can actually synergize with the National Orientation Agency and the ministry to ensure that the right information gets out there, synergize with them and see how much they can come up with, and then bring the media and of course organize other stakeholders to be part of this process. That's what I honestly think.
All right. Vivian Douglas, communication consultant, thank you so much for your time and your perspective in this very topic. Thank you.
All right, thank you for having me, Signature.
All right, New Day continues right after this timeout. Please stay with us.
Openings are not given to you deliberately and by a kind of state policy. That is marginalization. Now, if the contextualization of these two words, as I've given now, is anything to go by, one would conclude that the Igbos are not just being stigmatized in Nigeria, but they are also being marginalized. And it did not start today. You see, in historical context, especially among the three large ethnic groups in Nigeria: the Hausa Fulani, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. The Igbos could be regarded as late starters. They could be regarded as late starters. The Europe made contact with the Yoruba nation early enough. As a matter of fact, from the Portuguese visit to the Kingdom of Benin in about 15th or 16th century, when Portugal established trading routes with Benin, visited the Oba of Benin, and from there they moved southwestwards. So the Yorubas made contact with foreign civilization much earlier than the Igbos. Same with the Hausa Fulani, with the Arab civilization. So the Igbos came much later. Contact with Europe, for instance, or foreign civilization came to Igbo land quite late.
Well, this history that Igbos actually repelled, foreign agents.
Like,
could that be the reason why?
That's not historically right.
Igbos never resisted the whites.
Of course, every culture resists foreign entities, yes. So the Igbo rejection, for instance, or resistance of foreign powers is not an isolated case. It's not an isolated. The Yorubas, even before they accepted the foreign culture, they resisted them. So why should the Igbo resistance become something of a peculiar discussion? No. A reading of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, gives you a step-by-step contact of the missionaries with Igbo land, and how, for instance, Umuofia resisted, how Mbanta resisted, and so on. I keep recommending the book, Things Fall Apart, to every person I am talking with, because that's a historical book, even though it is a novel. So if you understand that, you also understand that the Igbos, just like every other ethnic group, resisted the whites when they came. But like I was saying, they made foreign civilizations made contact with the Igbos much later. Now, like J.P. Clark's fine imagery of ants milling out of the forest, the Igbos, even though they were latecomers on the stage, the Igbos milled out and practically seized the floor.
In terms of economic activities,
in terms of economic activities, in terms of creating new vistas, taking their opportunities. The Igbos moved out of the Igbo homeland to expand their own horizon. The Igbos have unique qualities that other tribes, without sounding immodest, they don't have. The Igbos don't accept this glass of water just because you gave it to me. We ask questions. We ask questions. We want to test the untested waters. We see opportunities where others fail to see it. It could be by your bedside, and all along you have not seen it. The Igbos, they have that gift, and it's natural. And there are quite few people on earth that God has endowed with that. The Jews are one.
The Jews.
The Chinese.
People have actually drawn a lot of analogies between the Igbos and the Jews.
Yes, the Jews are one. The Chinese, the Malays. These are people whose economy revolves around buying and selling. And anywhere they come, buying and selling is not just about goods, but services as well. So when the Igbos milled out to other parts of Nigeria, they began to showcase their talent. They began to showcase all these qualities I've enumerated now. And they didn't, some people around them who were there before but couldn't see those opportunities. They became, in quotes, jealous. And it drew among the Igbos what you may call hubris against them. You know, don't mind them. They are doing shakara. That kind of mental attitude. That kind of mental attitude. So, even before the Nigerian Civil War, the Northern Regional House of Assembly, in its deliberation, I think 1959, 60, 61, these things are in the archives, so I'm not making them up.
Yeah.
I'm not making them up. And in that house, you had Wazir Ibrahim, you had Deep Cherima, you have quite a number of them. And in one of their deliberations, they said, you cannot continue, because the Igbos came to the north, built hotels, created a lot of things, created a lot of opportunities, economic hubs. And they said, we cannot continue selling land to the Igbos for them to build hotels and their churches and their industries. So there was a deliberate policy to hamstrung Igbo economic progress, even in the north. The Igbos remain the only ethnic group in Nigeria that creates a home wherever he finds himself, irrespective of whether it's in the Sahara Desert or Kalahari Desert. The Igbos have this penchant for creating a home wherever they see themselves. No other tribe in Nigeria, no other ethnic group in Nigeria has that characteristics. And I challenge anyone who says it's contrary. You go to Lagos, you go to the west, you see estates, virgin built-up areas developed by the Igbos. The same in Abuja, the same in the north, the same in the somewhere south.
But has that characteristic actually paid off in the long run?
That's a matter for another discussion. But we are talking about, why are the Igbos stigmatized? Why are they marginalized? So this tendency to excel where others have failed is one issue. The Igbos have that characteristic. Number two, they accuse, and my godfather was living in Benin. He was driving a bus for the Bendel Newspaper Corporation, the publishers of Observer magazine, Observer newspaper. So I was on holiday, so on one occasion he asked me to join him in his bus. He was distributing these newspapers. So I joined him. That was my first time of visiting Lagos, 1975. And Igbos were sleeping in Ido garage, under the bridge, looking for what to do. In the morning, everywhere you see them, and they make money, they buy plots of land. I recall that sometime I was challenged. I was living in Lagos. I had no job. So in where I was living, somewhere in Ikorodu, they began to do estates there. That's the Igbo man I'm telling you about now. They began to do. So in the morning, I will come out, and they will measure about 10, 20 meters drainage. And I had my younger brother with me then. So in the morning, we will go get our portion, and because we were strong, we'll finish it immediately. And they'll pay us, and we get another one. That money they paid, we'll go and buy rice and prepare rice, jollof rice, and so on, and begin to sell to those who are working with us.
Co-laborers.
Yes, co-laborers. So we begin to sell food to them. That is the Igbo man. And by the time we were leaving, my younger brother was on running a restaurant from that, what we were paid digging gutters. That is the Igbo man for you. Not very few people have that capacity, that resilience, to survive. The Igbos, it is important to stigmatize and marginalize them. A group of people that can survive on 20 pounds and build a multi-trillion naira economy after the war, you should fear them and label them. That is the problem they have. And they do not know. At the Igbos, we have paid the highest price any group can pay in Nigeria. We have paid with our lives. We are the only true Nigerians, because it is only the Igbos that you can find property attached to his name in Lagos, in Kano, in Meduguri, name it. You can go around this ENUGU state. If you, okay, in Igbo land, these 5 states called 5 states of Igbo land, I challenge anybody who can give me a census of 1,000 buildings owned by a Yoruba man or an Hausa Fulani man. But if you go to Lagos alone, you will see estates, lands recovered by Igbos, developed by them. Amu Odofi was developed by Igbos. Alaba developed by Igbos. Kalambosa developed by Igbos. Go to Kano. Go to the Sabongeri area of Kano. Go and see the development there. What they are waiting for these Igbos when they will leave and so on. If an Igbo man wants to sell his building in Lagos and they will start, the pricing will be so disgusting. So I am telling you, if a group of people can use 20 pounds after a 30-month debilitating civil war and build a $1 trillion economy, you should fear those people.
Interesting. Okay, Doctor, I want to find out from you, from your perspective, of course, how has social-political groups, for example, I'm thinking about Ohaneze and Igbo.
Yes.
Social-political groups, and then the political class, the Igbo political class.
Yes.
Have they done enough to stop the stereotyping, or at least reduce the stereotyping and marginalization of Igbo? You think they've done enough? What are your thoughts?
Well, Ohaneze and Igbo are political class. You see, enough is not enough. So they have done, and they are still doing their best to do that. But I'll tell you a few things. Ohaneze and Igbo, which grew up out of Igbo National Union, because one of the outcomes of the Civil War was the banning, so to say, scraping by government of Igbo unions. They scraped it. So immediately after the war, Akanibiam and people like him came together and then bettered Ohaneze and Igbo. And the essence of Ohaneze and Igbo is to, give a sense of belonging, a sense of unity among the Igbos, and so on. And it was supposed to be core Igbo-driven platform. They have done a lot in their own right to recalibrate the Igbo stand in Nigeria, just as other Igbo socio-cultural organizations that are under Ohaneze, like Ali Igbo Development Foundation, and so on and so forth. But the point is, I was the immediate past state secretary of Ohaneze and Igbo, Enugu State. So I know that Ohaneze has done a lot in terms of engaging people from outside Igbo land. We have had handshakes across the Middle Belt. We had handshake across the Niger and handshake across Imo River. We have tried to reach out. We are not like you are making us to be. We are not like we are devils. We have done that. And that was the essence of creating the Southern and Middle Belt Leadership Forum. That was it. unless he has been changed yesterday. But I know the coordinator of that Southern and Middle Belt Forum is Chifun Nyamodo. And he has been doing a lot. We have stood before Nigeria to say, what you're doing to us, we don't like it. We have engaged the government. So Ohaneze is doing his best. That does not mean it doesn't have its own challenges. It has its own challenges. Now, to our political class, perhaps that's where we have a problem, because there are our politicians who collaborate with certain powers in Nigeria, you know, to abort the Igbo agenda. I don't want to mention names. To abort the Igbo agenda. And such people, what is most important to them is to acquire political power. So if the Igbo homeland is burning, they don't care. They don't care. And we have examples that may be too clear. There is one Igbo senator. I can tell you that Igbo senator can walk from Nsukka on his feet, on his legs, to Umuahia, to Owerri. And the only response, the only reaction that Igbo senator will get is people coming out to carry him on their shoulders. I won't mention his name. But because he has connected with the Igbo, his comments resonate with the Igbo philosophy of we want freedom. Freedom is not going out of Nigeria. Freedom is, can we unpack this country called Nigeria?
And decentralized power.
Decentralized power, devolved power, and so on. You know, it will be foolhardy of me to come out here to tell you that, well, you know, the last presidential election, Peter Obi won, but it was rigged, and so on. Well, Nigeria is a country of the absurd. Is a country that anything is possible. So, but I do know that if any other person had been in the saddle other than the present president, that person will ensure that the National Assembly does not become a rubber stamp or extension of the executive. That person will ensure that he or she is not playing God. We have a president that is playing God today. We have a president, we have a government that pretends that nothing is happening in Nigeria, that all is well. And I want to tell you, Mr. President, Nigeria is sick. And she will die if we keep pretending that she's only slightly indisposed. Come home. Do something responsible to get Nigeria working. Nigeria is not working now, Mr. President. And I want to talk to our National Assembly. This is the worst National Assembly I've ever seen. A National Assembly that cannot identify and perform its duties. The National Assembly has become a rubber stamp, a yes institution that appends its signature on everything that the president says. The judiciary has its own problems. You cannot get justice in Nigeria except your pocket is deep. We have become a mongrel nation. Mr. President, this country is sliding into chaos and perdition, and you have a duty to save this country.
Interesting. Now, let's still talk about Ohaneze in some form. You did mention that part of the marginalization and stereotyping, part of the strategies was to carve out certain Igbo tribes that were at the periphery, I mean, geographically.
Yes,
right?
yes.
What is Ndi Igbo doing to increase cohesion?
Yes.
I know at a point, someone from Ikwere, Ikwere, yeah, was instituted as a President General.
He's still there?
He's still there.
Yeah, that's Senator Mbata.
Mbata, yes, correct. Yeah. Tell us how what are some of the things he's doing to ensure cohesion? Because there were some backlashes after he was, elected.
Yes.
Yeah, from the Ikwere people, the Ikwere nation. So tell us how that has
been. Is Ikwere a nation? Because these are things, let me tell you something. Sometimes we need to tell ourselves hard truth. Hard truth. Joji, that was corrupted to Jaja, was an Igbo man.
Jaja himself?
Yes. His name is Jojo. This is history. So I'm not making these things up, and I can prove it beyond all reasonable doubts. The Ikweres are Igbos. When did they start changing Umo Omasi to Rumo Omasi? Umo Okoro to Rumo Okoro. When did they start? It was Professor Foyzer that did that in University of Port Harcourt. And I met him as a student in University of Port Harcourt. So, this idea, we are not Igbos, you are not Ijos, you are not these, you are Ikweres. I mean, that is being that's self-deception at best. And that is why Ohaneze, we have 5 core Igbo states, and then 2 Ohaneze states.
What do you mean by Ohaneze state? Okay.
Delta, Anioma is Ohaneze. Ikwere, that's Port Harcourt. Igwocha, that's the name of Port Harcourt. Igwocha. That's the name of Port Harcourt. Igwocha, all those places, they are also Igbos. And that is why from Anioma, you have had Ambassador Ralph Wetre as president of Ohaneze. You have had Professor Nwabweze as Secretary General of Ohaneze. That's Anioma Ohaneze. We know, we recognize them as Ohaneze. And they know if Ibanke people recently, Ibanke is somewhere in, as if you're going towards Benin. If Ibanke people, just about 2 weeks ago or thereabout, I can't remember, and says it's Wike, the meaning remains the same. Wike, that is...
Child of Ike.
Yes.
Child of Ike.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
Child of Ike. Wike. Child of Ike. It has not changed. It's just somebody being funny, or a group of people being funny. You cannot, your son or your daughter cannot, define his identity. His identity is not removed from you. It is your identity. So that is why the president...
Thank you. Quickly, my first question is going to be in 2 folds. Okay. One, what is doctrine? And then as it has to do with the Christian faith, what is the doctrine that should guide the Christian faith?
Thank you very much for having me. When it comes to doctrine, simply stated to a layman, doctrine simply means teaching.
Okay.
To a layman. Okay, and going beyond there, doctrine has to do with the belief and the teachings of a particular organizations, something they have believed and
has no spiritual foundation.
Okay.
Okay, that's the practices that, you know, guide what they do within their organization just to maintain law and order within their system.
Just like their own culture.
Definitely. These are man-made teachings in order to guide what they do within the system. But if it has to do with the Christian teaching, you know, in 2 Timothy 3:16, Apostle Paul was speaking. He said that all scripture is given by the inspiration of God.
That's right.
And they are profitable for teaching. Did you see that?
Yes.
So when we talk about the Christian doctrine, it encompasses the entire scripture, the Old Testament and the New Testament. And if also you are going to teach the Old Testament and the New Testament, there are certain things you must understand. You must understand dispensationalism. Okay. So, and there are dispensations that we have passed. There are things that were just a shadow of the things to come. To pull them into the contemporary situation we are in now, we'll be modeling issues, because most of the things that Jesus did sorted those things out.
Yes.
So if you are not vast in it, then you will complicate issues.
Oh my God, this is mind-blowing. Friends, I know you are learning a lot from this. You can do well to call your friends and your family together, tell them today's conversation is so wonderful. And we're going to be continuing with this wonderful conversation after this short break. Welcome back. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and we are discussing doctrinal differences, and Reverend Dr. Akoma has been giving us wonderful insights on what doctrine is and how to know the right doctrine, especially as it has to do with the Christian faith. Sir, you mentioned something earlier in your response about the systems, maybe coming to school, someone to be educated. Now, a lot of people might see coming to the Bible school as a kind of challenge. Say, these guys, they want to pull me to come and be a pastor. Or since the assignment of the Great Commission is all about going to teach and make disciples of all nations, someone must be knowledgeable about what he needs to teach. Definitely. Is there any system in place to help train people so that they can do well in preserving the doctrines, especially as given to us by the scriptures?
Definitely. You see, when we talk about learning,
yes,
people need to understand that in the world where we are now, if you want to be a doctor, you don't just sit down out there and say, well, I want to be a doctor. And then probably you just go through trying to learn from somebody outside the system. For everything you want to become, there is a curriculum.
Okay.
You go through it for 7 years, and then you go through the housemanship, you go through the youth corps, and then you are inducted, you become a doctor.
Yes.
You see, the same thing is applicable to whatever discipline you want to get into.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to the Christian faith, people think that it's something you can just sit down and study and read in order to be a teacher or a preacher. And some people will tell you, well, that the Holy Spirit will also teach them. You understand?
Yes.
It? But you also know that the discipline of theology is also an academic, a program.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So people will need to go through it and be trained, because you see, if your theology is wrong, then the life of the people will also be wrong.
That's right.
If your theology is wrong, your teaching will be wrong. You produce people who are faulty, whose life are not in consonance with scriptural principles.
Yes.
That is definite. And then and the Lord warned us we shouldn't be so many teachers. Are you getting it?
Yes.
Okay, there are few teachers, the Bible said there are many teachers, but there are few fathers. So God expects us to study. Apostle Paul was speaking to the son Timothy. He says, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that will not be ashamed, who will rightly divide the word of truth. Now the word there is rightly divide. The Greek word there means to cut straight. Cut straight. In other words, you don't cut in
zigzag.
Yeah,
Should be
you have
straight.
to cut straight. And what it simply means is that you need to be able to cut everybody who comes to listen to you need to have a portion. You have to rightly divide and give everyone a portion. Are you getting
Yes,
it?
yes.
So if you don't know how to cut accurately and how to cut correctly, you'll be apportioning people what is not right. And when it is not right, their life will not be right.
True,
like I was telling you that, you see, when true doctrine is taught, the Bible says it's profitable for teaching, for correction, for instructions in the right way of living. Because at the end of the day, you want to test the reality and the values of what you are teaching, whether it is producing love, it is producing passion for God, it is producing transformation in people's life. You will now know you are teaching the accurate and right doctrine. And that's very, very important.
Yes,
and
sir.
that's why I said people should sit down and study. You need to be taught.
Yes.
Okay, so and that's why I talked about institutions that are set and structured for such a program and such a teaching. People should not bypass it and believe the Spirit of God will teach them everything. The Spirit of God is going to use what you have learned in order to teach others.
Okay.
So when you don't know it, there is no way he's going to give it to you. It doesn't happen that way. It's just like people going to school and you're a Christian and then you've not studied, you just pray, the Holy Spirit just help me, give me answers to situations. The Holy Spirit cannot do that. It can't give you expo. So you need to follow through a laid down principles and study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman that will not be ashamed, that can rightly divide the word of truth. So people can read books, people can read materials that are written by other people, but there are certain things you may not be able to derive. There are certain principles and rules you wouldn't learn on your own. You need people who have gone through that and understand what it takes to also help to teach you and tutor you, mentor you, so that you now understand the key principles to use in unlocking certain scriptures. Outside that, you will mess up everything about.
And talking about this system, a lot has happened, not just within the state, but all over the world.
Definitely.
Because people are not trained.
Yeah.
The other time, I was listening to a video and someone was saying a lot of things about creation and said that God did not create the rain. It was a problem for me. I was like, what is this? And you know, in my own little way reading my Bible, the studies I've made, I know these things were created by God. So that for someone to come up and begin to, you know, say one or two things, and you know, when this happens, people that are not Christians, or maybe people that are not so okay with the Christian faith, they find some things to hold on to attack the Christian faith and all that. What are we going to do to check these errors?
Thank you very much. You see, in fact, it takes truth to counter error.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Yes,
it takes truth to counter error. Now, when people teach things like this, the only way we'll reply them is to produce the truth.
Okay.
Jesus says, you shall know the truth, and that truth will set you free.
Yes, sir.
If somebody says that God didn't create rain, in the first place, you ask yourself a question, it would take the creation of the earth, the cloud, the sky, everything, for even rain to exist.
Yeah.
Okay? So somebody saying that is just trying to, posit his own kind of thoughts. People have right to their own opinion.
Yes.
But if you are going to counter that, you must present the fact. You must present the truth. You see, today we have in social media people teaching all kinds of things. Imagine, for example, somebody's teaching that we shouldn't talk about marrying one wife. We don't understand scriptures. That the patriarchs, like Abraham and the rest of them, they married multiple wives.
Yes.
Why would somebody say that? But you see, there are things that happened that is not doctrinal in nature.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to go to the model, the original. God made them male and female in the first place. So for you to start telling us that these people married this, you see, these are the things that were prevalent in their culture.
Yeah.
That is not a scriptural injunction to be obeyed. Are you getting it?
Yes, sir.
The Bible wrote experiences of people the way they are. Are you getting it?
Yes.
But that's different from what God has established as a principle to be taught. You go to the book of Psalms. Most of the things spoken in the book of Psalms are expressions of people's feelings. People go through some troubles and challenges and express what they go through. Psalm 35 said, fight against them that fight against me. That's an expression of a man who has been wounded by people.
Yeah.
It's not meant for doctrinal teaching because it's not the foundational scriptures.
Yeah.
No, there are bases for which you can establish something that can be used as a doctrine. At the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, the truth shall be established. So when people don't know this, they can lift what we call out of context, or they take something out of the environment where it is spoken, and then they just say it. That's terrible. That's horrible.
Very terrible. Very terrible.
So and that's why we are saying that when people teach such things, you don't fight them.
Okay.
You go back to scriptures and bring out the truth of scriptures, and this is what the Bible teaches. Verify, study it, and find out. Okay, so that's the only way to counter them when they teach all this error. Jesus said you will know the truth, and then the objective of the truth is to make you free. So if you are not free, what you have is not the truth.
The truth.
It's as basic as that. Are you getting it?
Yes, sir.
So that is just the way to set up structures. That's why we have teachers today. We have mentors. If you go back to the early church fathers, that's what we call orthodox doctrine.
Yes, sir.
So these are the doctrines that were taught by the early fathers of faith, that are scripturally based. Okay, but there are heterodox doctrines that is out of scriptures. People teach, what they think the scripture is saying. Okay, it's either you are speaking your words into scripture, or you are taking scriptures, you are taking the right truth out of the scripture. We call that exegesis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can say your own words into scripture. Eisegesis, which means you're saying your own words into scripture, or you are saying what the scripture is saying. You can be on these two sides. So when people who are learned enough in scriptures, who are theologians indeed, I don't just mean theologians who just go and read theology or read religious studies without a personal transformation, just teaching it for either for money. No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who have experienced Christ. Because the Bible says the natural man cannot understand the things of the spirit.
That's right.
Because they are spiritually discerned. So when you are born again and transformed, if you delve into scriptural things, the revelation comes through the author of the book, which is the Holy Spirit. Are you getting it?
Yes.
So when it's people who are not transformed, teaching religious studies, trying to just use their mind to interpret scriptures, they can't go.
There'll be so much errors there.
So much error, yeah, that's true.
Wow, this is so wonderful, friends. My head is spinning here. Honestly, I'm going to make this a continued conversation because there's a lot to pick from this. Because you see, doctrine as a word is so vast. The next time we're going to be talking about it, we'll pick one thing about the Christian faith and then deal with it, and other things that people have taught to bring out some corrections, the truth, just like our guests have said. I want to call you to action right now. You know, the doctrine we are talking about now is very, very vast. And I would like you to open up yourself to learn. Just like he said, you need to bring yourself to a place where you will be taught. It is what you have that you will give. When you are taught well, you will learn. And when your theology is wrong, then the lives that you are talking to will also have issues. There will be a lot of errors everywhere. So do well to open up yourself and learn. Submit yourself to training. You can go back, and if you want to enter a Bible school, go there, learn, so that you can know the truth for yourself. Just like our guest had repeatedly said, Jesus said you will know the truth, and the truth will make you free. The core or the significance of what we are discussing is life transformation. Life transformation. When your doctrine is not right, it's going to affect a lot of things. Sir, thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you very much.
From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. My friends, thank you very much for being there, and we'll see you right after the short break.
I don't know how many of you who have watched that very interesting film biography on Oscar Romero titled Romero. So the film opens with Romero being made the Archbishop of San Salvador. And he begins having so many rich friends from the ruling oligarchs. However, he was transformed. Indeed, he witnessed a conversion with the assassination of his Jesuit friend, Rutilio Grande, who was a champion for the poor. And that changed Romero. And we see a scene where later in that film, one of Romero's rich friends comes and asks him to baptize her child, her baby. Romero is delighted. She suggests that a Sunday in December will be a very nice day to do the baptism. And Romero says, wonderful, that's a very popular time. There will be a lot of people coming to be baptized. Then the woman tells Romero that she was hoping to have a private baptism. And Romero replies, no, we don't do that anymore. So the woman says, you mean you want to baptize my child with a bunch of Indians? The Archbishop nodded, yes. The woman in anger left with these words, you have deserted us. I don't know about you, but how many times have you thought of yourself as different or better than others? How many times have you felt that you are superior to other people? And that other people, especially the poor, the sick, the migrants, the prisoners, and all those that society rejects do not belong? How many people, how many of God's children are dying in our world today because they live in abject poverty and in polluted slums where kids dance on human wastes and play in rising garbage dumps? And how many of God's children are hanging on the cross today, hanging on to bare existence because of our socio-economic and political policies? even in our churches, how have we interpreted the words of Jesus in today's gospel? I am the way, the truth, and the life. We have sometimes interpreted this to mean that salvation is only for Catholics, or salvation is only for Christians, and the rest of God's creation are damned, or they don't matter. Now we find in the readings today an answer and a way of life of the early church that I think we can walk into, I think we can embrace. Now there were two questions that the two disciples of Jesus asked in the gospel today. One, Thomas said to Jesus, "We do not know where you are going, so how can we know the way?" And Philip says to Jesus, "Master, show us the Father, and we will be satisfied." Those questions people are asking of us today. They're asking us for the way. They're asking churches, Christians, where is the way to the future for humanity today in this wounded and broken world of so much suffering, so much pain, so much anguish, so much emptiness, so much anger, especially since COVID? People are asking, how can we find abundant life? How can we find the light? And what is the truth? The answer, I believe, was given today in the gospel, in the first reading. And that's the answer the churches today and Christians should give to the world. The world that is searching for God can find it in churches that embody the practice we find in the first reading, in the Acts of the Apostles. We hear that the Hellenists had complained that their widows were being neglected. So the first thing we understand is that the early church was a listening church. A church where people can bring their pains and lamentations to the leaders, and they will not only listen to them, they will not only hear them, but they will heed. That is, they will respond. It's not enough to listen. It is important that you respond, attend to the needs of some members of the community in order to bring love concretely into the lives of some members of the community who felt marginalized and who were suffering. In our churches today, are we bold enough to respond to the needs, to the cries and brokenness and wounds of our times? I think that is the challenge of the gospel for us. Yes, Jesus says to us in the gospel, do not let your hearts be troubled. But there are so many people whose hearts are troubled, looking at the way the world is today. There are many people whose hearts are troubled because they feel marginalized. They feel that their voices are not being heard. There are many people who are troubled today because of their sickness, because of their situation, because of the general emptiness that they feel. Some feel lonely, some feel abandoned. How can they be healed? How can they meet Jesus today? They will meet Jesus when they encounter a church that is open, a church that has an open heart to welcoming them. When they encounter Christians that are moved to do something, to love. Love is the answer that the early church gave to the sufferings and pains and tragedies of their times. And they had nothing, but they were bold. So, in our times, the church must recognize, and all of us as God's people must recognize, that we must be the sign of God's presence in the world today. We must find new ways of being a church of love, a church of compassion. And St. Peter tells us of who we are, our identity in the second reading. You are a royal priesthood. You are a consecrated people. You are a chosen race, set apart to sing the praises of him who has called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. St. Peter reminds us that we are built on the foundation of Jesus Christ, who is the pillar. And because we are built on this foundation, we have a deep and intimate relationship with God, a close connection. And this relationship we have, we do not have it exclusively. It is a relationship that we share with all God's people. So let us go forth and embody this love that the early church showed. Let us go forth and be the sign of the presence of Jesus in the life of our communities. For the world today can only believe when they come to see in a church or in Christians those signs that they saw in Jesus. And that is the sign of self-sacrificing love, the sign of an inclusive love, the sign of the sacrificial love that goes out to meet those who are lost, to bring them home. Let us go forth and build better relationships that reflect to the world something greater than the ordinary in our communities.
Even with our Christian faith, our work ethics and all that, it's so vast. We are still going to make that a continued conversation so that we can really explore and get more that we can get in this very wonderful topic. But just going forward, I just want to share a thought with you, my friends. A lot of pressure is in the air now, if I'm going to use that. A lot of pressure is in the air, and I want you to please resolve within yourself not to respond to these pressures in a negative way. Please, it's very, very important that I share this with you. It's just a heart-to-heart that I want to have with you before I let you go. Please, friends, look out for the truth. Look out for the truth. My guest said something very profound. He said that if your doctrine is wrong, then the people you are talking to will be wrong. Very, very important to note. Be careful what you learn. Be careful where you learn it from. Romans chapter 12 verse 2 said, do not be conformed to the patterns of this world. There are a lot of things a lot of people learn that is not so good. Be careful where you learn them. If that thing is not going to add value to human life, please do not go for it. If it is not going to add value to your life, do not go for it. If it is not going to contribute to nation building, making our environment better, please don't go for it. Don't go for it. Paul said to the Philippian church in chapter 4 and verse 6, he said, finally, my brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are of good report, think on these things. This is exactly what you should give your strength to, whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, no matter what you represent, wherever you are working and wherever you are serving. Make sure that what you are engaged in is something that will add value to one, yourself, to the person that is right beside you, your family, the society, and the nation at large. It's very, very important that we do this. I want to believe that our conversation today will do a great work in your life. And I know that you are going to write us quickly using all the social media handles on the screen to give us a feedback. Let's know how well to serve you better. So I would like just to call you to unlearn. The ones that are not okay, let it go. The ones that are okay, maintain it. All right? It's very, very important. Very, very important. That which is not okay, do not go for it. Because you see, doctrinal differences have caused great damage to the Christian fold, creating unhealthy results. All right? However, we can resolve these things or get a balance. And to do this, you must have a combination of humility, respect, and a willingness to engage in constructive dialogue. All right? And the next thing I want to tell you is that this is achievable when we lovingly establish a foundation of mutual respect. Are you with me? Just relax yourself. Like you heard my guest say everybody has their own opinion. Learn, read, study, so that you can get a perfect understanding of what we're talking about. And above all, submit to the leadership and the revelation of the Holy Spirit, which inspired the Bible and the word that we are teaching. It is a very wonderful thing to be with you in this very show today. I am so excited, and I want to thank you so much for your support and being with us. Please use all the social media handles right there on your screen to reach out to us. I want to appreciate you for being there with us. Until I come your way next time, my name is Victor Chief Judge. Shalom.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Members of Platoon 1 emerged victorious at the 2025 Batch A Stream 1 Cultural Carnival at the ongoing orientation course in NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp, Ogu local government area of Enugu State. The group, which showcased the rich cultural heritage of Ijoland, claimed the top spot among 10 platoons in the highly competitive event. Correspondent Emmanuel Tewase was there and now reports.
The National Youth Service Corps NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp in ENUGU, Enugu State came alive with vibrant displays of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage during the Cultural Carnival of the 2025 Batch A-1 orientation course. The corps members from various platoons showcased traditions, dances and attires of Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, including Fulani, Bini, Efik, Igbo, Tiv, Igala, Ijaw, and Yoruba cultures. The carnival, which crowns the 3-week orientation program, is aimed at fostering unity and cultural appreciation among participants. In her address, the Enugu State Coordinator of NYSC, Oluwakemi Awolola, underscored the essence of the carnival in fostering national unity and cohesion. Awolola also expressed gratitude to the traditional rulers present at the event for their contribution to the success of the occasion.
In their ingenuity, they have been able to portray the different diverse culture in our country. Not only that, they were able to, in their ingenuity, they were able to show us that in our diversity there is unity, that we are still united. And that is why you see a corps member from the north, from the northeast, from the northwest, dancing perfectly and excellently well, presenting the Igbo culture. They were all here, they were all excited. They were all doing it with zeal, with so much joy. You can see that there is hope for our nation. And what NYSC stands for, that unity and integration, we are able to witness it here today.
Speaking on the occasion, His Royal Highness Igwe Retired Major AOU Uhala of Ezineri Mgbidi Kingdom and Igwe-elect of Ohaja Autonomous Community, Kingsley Okeke, commended the corps members for their vibrant displays and the NYSC's efforts in fostering cultural integration.
We are very, very proud to welcome all of you, that you will stay in your 1-year service to the nation peacefully, and at the end of the day, we will go home rejoicing to the glory of God.
The leadership of the NYSC, I will surely not miss out.
Signature TV shared their reflections of the carnival's significance, highlighting its impact on their understanding of Nigeria's diversity.
I represent the Atayame Spencer. I represent the king of the Jaws, which is popularly known as Pere. So the Ijaw people, as you can see, they live in their areas. They cover 8 local governments. The Ijaw tribe is a very strong tribe. It's a very powerful tribe. They don't bow to any king. They are very well cultured and respectful people. The carnival was a nice experience. It's here we represent different cultures. So people that from other lands can understand, different cultural meanings of different tribes in Nigeria. So it brings that core meaning to the NYSC program, which is, unifying cultures that be separated from due to land and geographical means.
And I'm the Totiv of the Tiv community. Tiv people are known for their agriculture, and they are also warriors. They are one of the largest yam farmers in the whole of West Africa. So basically what we just did was we portrayed their rich culture, and I really enjoyed the experience. It was a nice one, getting to know about the Tiv culture.
Representing ethnic culture is a very nice experience with me. At least I've come to know that there's a culture who the ethic and their lives and their culture is rich too. Because most people think it's only Igbo outside Yoruba. So it's nice to experience every part of it.
Highlight of the event was the masquerade display by the host communities and the presentation of gifts in ENUGU. Emmanuel Tewasi for Signature TV.
The Northern Governors Forum and the Traditional Rulers Council in the region have reiterated their support for the creation of state police, with a call on the National Assembly to expedite action on the enactment of the legal framework for its takeoff. This was part of their resolutions at the joint meeting held at Sakashim Ibrahim Government House in Kaduna State on Saturday. In a communique read by the chairman of the forum and Governor of Gombe State, ENUGU, at the end of the meeting, the Northern Governors resolved to liaise with the Nigerian Governors Forum to work out modalities of how to increase support to the federal security forces. They also resolved to strengthen peculiar local initiatives in combating all forms of security challenges by setting up interstate platforms to coordinate surveillance on their joint borders, while they acknowledged the critical role of non-partisan cooperation, collaboration, and peer review in effectively addressing the numerous developmental challenges confronting the northern region and the nation at large. The governors commended President Bola Tinubu for his sustained commitment to addressing the security challenges and infrastructural deficits in northern Nigeria. Speaking earlier in his opening remark, Governor Yahaya stressed the need for collective action to drive the region's development and tackle insecurity, just as he condemned the recent attacks and killings in Plateau, Benue, Bauchi, Borno, and Yobe states. He urged the federal government to review security strategies, emphasizing the importance of collaboration between the federal, state, and local security architectures. Troops of the 24th Task Force Brigade under Operation Heading Kai, supported by hybrid forces, ambushed fleeing Boko Haram terrorists in Koibe village, Dikwa local government area, Borno State, killing 2 and recovering their bodies during a follow-up operation. Military sources revealed that the ambush, part of the ongoing Operation Desert Sanity 4, was executed in the early hours Friday based on actionable intelligence. The terrorists, unable to withstand the offensive, were forced to retreat in disarray, likely sustaining multiple gunshot wounds as they fled toward the Boboshe axis. Following the encounter, the troops launched a follow-up exploitation mission at the contact site. During the operation, they discovered 2 freshly dug graves at Boboshe, which were found to contain the remains of 2 neutralized insurgents. However, while attempting to recover the bodies around 11 a.m., the soldiers came under fire from remnants of the terrorist group. The troops responded with superior firepower and pursued the fleeing attackers toward the Gagash general area. The Nigerian Armed Forces have been reminded that traditional rulers in the country play a central role in addressing Nigeria's security challenges. This message was conveyed by Eze Okeananaba on behalf of Eze Linus Ntomba, chairman of the Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers in Umuahia, during a visit by Senior Course 47 students from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. He called for stronger collaboration between security agencies and community leadership structures. The monarch emphasized the need to harness grassroots intelligence and cultural insight in tackling internal security threats across the country, pointing out that they are the first responders, the surveillance agents, and the moral anchors of their communities. The traditional ruler outlined several critical functions performed by traditional leaders that directly impact national security. The Abia traditional rulers highlighted some challenges facing community security, including the lack of formal security training for palace personnel, insufficient funding for local security outfits, and intelligence gaps in communities without officially installed traditional rulers. Explaining the mission of the delegation, Brigadier General Nemeka Ogile, who led the Jaji team, stated that the Nigerian Armed Forces deeply value the contributions of traditional institutions to security efforts. The Nigerian Army disclosed on Sunday that it has taken into custody Christopher Emmanuel, who who allegedly assaulted a female vendor, Doshima, in Kula, Gwe, West Local Government area of Benue State. This is contained in a statement by the Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 401 Special Forces Brigade, Makurdi, Captain Abdullahi Osabo. Osabo said the headquarters Operation Wellstroke took cognizance of the incident, which occurred on May 6 and reported on May 8. He said the incident might have stemmed from a dispute over an unpaid debt, with allegations suggesting that the soldier claimed the woman insulted him during a phone conversation. According to him, it is further alleged that this confrontation may have escalated into a physical altercation, which is now under investigation. Osabo urged members of the public to report any instances of abuse by Nigerian Army personnel to the Human Rights Desk helpline instead of using social media. He gave the assurance that all reports of infractions by Army personnel were viewed seriously, investigated, and sanctions applied where personnel were found culpable. No fewer than 23 people were reportedly killed in multiple weekend attacks on several communities in 4 local government areas of Benue State. The attacks, which occurred between Friday and Saturday morning, affected Logo, Kwande, Okum, and Guma local government areas. 8 farmers were macheted to death in the early hours of Saturday in Juta, Okum local government area. The farmers who would spend the night in Juta were on their way to the farm early Saturday morning when they were attacked and butchered. The location where the farmers were killed is a border community between Taraba and Benue states and has been engulfed in a long-standing tribal crisis between the Tiv and Jokon people. And up ahead, Rivers Sole Administrator Ibas pledged to tackle piracy, oil theft in the state. Lawan denies ordering arrest of critic of water project. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Rivers State government has called for strengthened collaboration between security agencies, community stakeholders, and residents to combat sea piracy, illegal oil bunkering, and other forms of criminality in the state. The state's sole administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, gave the charge during a town hall security stakeholders meeting held in Opobo town Saturday. Ibas, represented by the State Commissioner of Police, Olubenga Adepoju, emphasized the need for collective efforts to safeguard critical government assets and infrastructure. He assured residents that the government will prioritize health care, education, road rehabilitation, and other welfare concerns to enhance living standards in the area. The administrator for Opobo Nkoro local government area, Frederick Apiafi, described the meeting as timely and necessary, urging participants to engage in open and constructive discussions. Apiafi stressed that a safer Opobo Nkoro requires proactive surveillance, community cooperation, and stronger support for security agencies. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibajo has underscored the need for selfless and service-driven leadership, stating that true national greatness is defined by the welfare of its citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Delivering the keynote address at the Rotary International District 9141 conference in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Oshibajo spoke on the theme, the magic of connection, the imperative and privilege of service. He described leadership as both duty and honor, urging politicians and public office holders to focus on delivering essential services like quality education, healthcare, and social security. Citing Chief Obafemi Awolowo's free education policy in Western Nigeria as a historic example of selfless governance, Oshibajo highlighted the importance of policies that prioritize the public good even at high financial cost.
There is no great nation that at one point in time or the other in its history has not had to have leaders, an elite that says we must put service to our, and not just policy choices. They are reflections of selfless and visionary leadership. In many countries, these systems were built by leaders who saw governance not merely as a tool for power, but as a moral obligation to uplift society, especially the most vulnerable.
Addressing Africa's development challenges, Oshibajo said the continent suffers not from a lack of talent, but from poor utilization of human resources and entrenched corruption. He called on the elite to reflect on whether their accomplishments stem from genuine service and edge for better budgetary priorities and fiscal policies to uplift undeserved populations.
Very frequently, what service requires is the ability to tell the truth to our own people and our own constituents, the ability to take difficult decisions that may in the short term cost us politically, but in the long term will work for the common good. I remember that in writing the AP, one of the things that occurred was that there was a real, at that time, there was a real problem with deciding whether or not to introduce social investment policies into the budget. And there was an ideological argument on both sides. Should we introduce this or should we not? Because it was going to be a huge part of the budget. In the end, those who insisted won. So the social investment policy was introduced into the budget. Homegrown school feeding, at some point in time feeding 9.5 million children daily. There was the NPower program, the microcredit program covering almost 3 million informal traders. So a decision has to be taken by people who are committed to service, sometimes popular, sometimes unpopular.
Following the recent wave of defection in the main opposition party, governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, may be meeting in Abuja on Sunday to discuss way forward. The past 2 weeks have been tough for the PDP as members continue to defect to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. The recent wave began on April 23 when the Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori led his predecessor Ifeanyi Okowa and the entire PDP structure in the state to switch allegiance to the ruling party. The PDP governors dissociated themselves from the coalition being spearheaded by the former presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Similarly, all 3 senators from Kebbi State elected under the platform of PDP are also on their way to the APC. Some members of the All Progressives Congress APC staged a protest on Saturday over what they described as the imposition of chairmanship candidates in Lagos Mainland Local Government and Yaba Local Council Development Area ahead of the July 12 local government elections in Lagos State. The protest followed the party's chairmanship primary held at its state secretariat on Acme Road at Ikeja, where candidates for most of the 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas emerged via consensus and indirect voting. However, consensus reportedly failed in the Lagos Mainland and Yaba councils, leading to unrest among party members. The protesters who gathered along Apapa Road in Ebuta, Meta, and later took their demonstration in Victoria Island, accused local party leaders of attempting to impose unpopular candidates without securing the consent of other aspirants. Speaking on behalf of the protesters, Taurid Owolabi insisted that no true consensus was reached and called for a rescheduled primary in the affected councils. According to the protesters, the alleged imposition undermines the democratic principles the party claims to uphold and could fuel internal divisions ahead of the local polls. As of Saturday evening, over 50 chairmanship candidates have emerged from the APC primaries across the state. Senator Ahmed Lawan of the Yobe North District has denied ordering the arrest of a constituent, Ishewu Ibrahim Jada, who criticizes Gashua water supply project. In a statement released on Saturday, the media advisor to the Senator, Ezrael Tabiowo, stated that Lawan has never used and will never use his position or influence to silence dissent or intimidate his critics. The senator's stance follows a media report that he was responsible for the arrest of Jada over his comments on the water project. According to Tabiowo, the project in Gashua, a town in Yobe State, facilitated by Senator Lawan, had been commissioned and handed over to the state government by the federal government. However, the media aid did not clarify whether the project is currently operational. The Director General of the Nigerian Mining Cadastre Office, Engineer Bedaya Simon Nkom, has attributed the agency's first quarter 2025 revenue to sweeping reforms, digital transformation, and strategic licensing practices. In an interview with journalists, Simon Nkom emphasized that the success stems from the implementation of a fully digitalized licensing platform, EMC Plus, operational since November 2022, which now serves as the sole channel for all mineral title applications and transactions in Nigeria. He noted that they are no longer just hopeful, but witnessing the realization of a vision that is transforming Nigeria's mining industry. He said the Mining Cadastre Office has transitioned from outdated polygon-based licensing to a modern web-based electronic mining cadastral system that tracks every stage of the application process. The World Health Organization, WHO, has raised the alarm as 42% of nurses in Africa have reported intentions to immigrate, posing a significant threat to the region's already strained healthcare workforce. The acting WHO Regional Director for Africa, Chikwe Ihekwazo, issued the warning in his message on Saturday, marking International Nurses Day. Ihekwazo highlighted that while the global nursing workforce had increased to 29.8 million, up from around 28 million in 2018, there were concerning disparities, and nurses, comprising 70% of the health workforce, are vital to health systems, yet 80% serve only 49% of the global population, highlighting stark inequalities. He said the theme for 2025 International Nurses Day, "Our nurses are future, caring for nurses' strengths, health systems and economies," highlighted the importance of supporting nurses to build resilient, equitable and thriving health systems. Ihekwazo pointed out that while recent investments in nursing education and training in Africa had shown positive results, the number of nurses had increased from 900,000 in 2018 to 1.7 million in 2023. He noted that Africa's nurse-to-population ratio has improved, and said to come on the news, Modi met security chiefs in New Delhi amid ongoing tensions with Pakistan. Senna enjoys triumphant return an Italian Open following doping ban. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every
Colombia granted asylum to Panama's former president, Ricardo Martinelli, Colombian authorities said on Saturday, and two sources close to the ex-president said that he had departed the Nicaraguan embassy in Panama City for Colombia. Martinelli, who was sentenced to over a decade in prison in Panama for money laundering, has been living in the Nicaraguan embassy in Panama City since February last year after Panama's Supreme Court confirmed his sentence. Panamanian authorities said in a statement that they offered the ex-president safe passage from the embassy to a local airport. Colombia's foreign minister said the granting of asylum to Martinelli was part of Colombia's humanist tradition of protecting people who are persecuted for political reasons. Albania holds parliamentary elections on Sunday, in which Prime Minister Edi Rama is seeking an unprecedented fourth term in office after a campaign dominated by both promises to join the European Union and accusations of widespread graft. Rama, in power as head of the Socialist Party since 2013, is favorite to win against his old rival, former Prime Minister Salih Berisha of the Democratic Party. Rama is bolstered in part by his control over state institutions, a recent period of healthy economic growth, and a largely popular image abroad. But opposition to Rama has intensified in the past year over a perceived crackdown on the opposition, including Berisha, while Rama weathered a series of scandals of his own. These include the arrest of his ally, the mayor of Tirana, Arion Valija, on allegations of corruption. It was a positive sign that Russia had begun to consider ending the war, but that the first step toward that was to start a ceasefire on May 12. His statement comes in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's proposal on Sunday for direct talks with Ukraine aimed at bringing a durable peace to end the war. The initiative was welcomed by United States President Donald Trump just hours after European powers and Kyiv demanded an immediate ceasefire. United States President Donald Trump posted on Sunday that a potentially great day for Russia and Ukraine may be imminent in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's proposal for peace talks with Ukraine. In his Truth Social post, Trump also said he will continue to work with both sides to make sure that it happens. Putin on Sunday proposed direct talks with Ukraine on May 15 in the Turkish city of Istanbul that he said should be aimed at bringing a durable peace and eliminating the root causes of the war. Putin sent thousands of troops into Ukraine in February 22, unleashing a war that has left hundreds of thousands of soldiers dead and triggered the gravest confrontation between Russia and the West since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. The United States and Europe must stop delivering arms to Ukraine before Russia can agree to a ceasefire, Kremlin Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov said in an interview. Trump called on Thursday for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, warning that Washington and its partners would impose further sanctions if the ceasefire was not respected. On Saturday, major European powers threw their weight behind the ceasefire and threatened President Vladimir Putin with massive new sanctions if he did not accept within days. Ukraine has expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal, but Peskov disputed that, saying Kyiv was not ready for immediate negotiations. Trump, who did not immediately comment publicly on the European leaders' remarks on Saturday, has also signaled frustration with what Washington views as Putin's foot dragging over a ceasefire.
Well, of course, we thought that President Trump was going to use his enormous influence over Ukraine to get Ukraine closer to the idea of negotiations. Ukraine is trying to escape from negotiations. They're not ready for immediate negotiations. Ceasefire was supported by President Putin, but he asked several questions. He said that right now we have a certain dynamics on the fronts. Russian troops are advancing, and advancing in quite a confident way. So if we speak about ceasefire, what are we going to do with the shipments of weapons coming every day from the United States and from European countries? Otherwise, it will be advantage for Ukraine. Ukraine will continue their total mobilization, bringing new troops to front line. Ukraine will use this period to train new military personnel and to give a rest to their existing ones. So why should we grant such an advantage to Ukraine? President Putin is doing whatever is possible to solve the problem, to achieve a settlement through peaceful and diplomatic means. But having no peaceful and diplomatic means at hand, we have to continue military operation. But we do hope that mediation of the United States, of President Trump, will help us to bring a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more political will and wisdom to Kiev regime.
Ukrainian soldiers and medics in Zaporizhia say the three-day ceasefire declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin made no difference on the front lines. Stanislav, a soldier with Ukraine's 128th Brigade, reported continued shelling, drone attacks, and even attempted Russian advances during the truce period. Wounded troops kept arriving at a field hospital overnight Friday into Saturday, highlighted ongoing clashes. Ukraine's foreign
day, there were mortars all the way. Advance parties moved forward, they tried to attack. To cut a long story short, there were stupid situations. The same as usual, we got used to it. They will never change. Just the opposite, we know that if they declare some sort of ceasefire, exactly the opposite. They keep shooting, we are at the Zaporizhia front line, we have been at different points of the front line and everywhere possible there have been violations of the ceasefire. Despite the declarations. We are used to this. The same with Zaporizhia NPP, nuclear power station, when the OSCE delegation, EDS note, meaning international monitors, OSCE representatives have not been present at Zaporizhia NPP. We're heading there, they said they would not shoot, but in every case, somehow they always violate something. Them Moscows, EDS note, Muscovites, pejorative for Russians, we are used to their ways. We will never be friends again. Russians continued attacks, shelling, drones dumping explosives, FPV drones, cluster bombs, shooting.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Saturday met and welcomed in Kremlin the leader of Vietnamese Communist Party to invading Germans in the Battle of Moscow in 1941. Talam, who attended military parade on Red Square the day before, spoke about the significance of the victory in the World War II.
I would like to remind to all our colleagues and the citizens of both countries that the contingent of Vietnamese volunteers, internationalists, has taken part in the 1941 Battle of Moscow during the Great Patriotic War.
I would like to congratulate the people of Russia for their achievements in the last few years and hope that the special military operation will end in the coming months or days.
In February 2022, Putin ordered to start what has been defined as the special military operation in Ukraine, with tens of thousands of troops crossing the border of the neighboring country. Ahead of the V-Day celebrations, Putin announced a 3-day ceasefire for the period of festivities, while Ukraine proposed a 30-day truce. Explosions were heard and bright flashes lit up the sky in Nagrota in Indian-administered Kashmir late on Saturday after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire earlier in the day. Blasts were reported from the main cities of India and Kashmir, the center of 4 days of fighting, as India accused Pakistan of violating the agreement. Pakistan's Information Minister Ataullah Tara told broadcaster Geo News, as of now, there have not been any ceasefire violations. Pakistan's military spokesperson did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Security personnel could be seen in Nagrota, a town near the line of control that divides Kashmir, as an Indian Army Corps said it was searching for an intruder near the border. According to the White Knight Corps in a post on social media platform X, there were suspicious movements near the perimeter, and a large sentry at Nagrota military station issued a challenge, leading to a brief exchange of fire with the suspect. The sentry sustained a minor injury. Damaged buildings and vehicles were seen in Jammu, Indian-administered Kashmir on Saturday. Police said 5 were killed in the Jammu region in attacks by Pakistan on Saturday morning. Newsmen witnesses also reported multiple blasts in Jammu city. The Indian Army said in a statement late on Friday that drones were sighted in 26 locations across a wide area of India's west and northwest from Kashmir and states bordering Pakistan to the edge of the Arabian Sea. The old foes have been clashing since India struck several areas that it described as terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan on Wednesday in retaliation for a deadly attack on Hindu tourists in Indian Kashmir last month. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday met the chiefs of all 3 armed forces, Chief of Defense Staff, National Security Advisor, and Defense Minister amid ongoing tensions with Pakistan. A large piece of missile-like fragment was found by locals in a field in Bama, Rajasthan, which was subsequently retrieved by police. Similar fragments have been found in Jaisalmer and Pokhran, according to local media reports. Meanwhile, United States President Donald Trump on Saturday said that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire amid both countries launching strikes and counter-strikes against each other's military installations. Trump have, however, congratulated both countries on using common sense and great intelligence in a post on Truth Social. Iran has agreed to hold a 4th round of indirect nuclear talks with the United States on Sunday in Oman, the semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Friday, citing a member of the Iranian team. The 4th round of negotiations, initially scheduled for May 3 in Rome, was postponed.
Questionable timing, and that's the truth. Everybody has the right to their own opinion, right? And let's not forget that Murayo, he dedicated it to his late mom. In fact, that music was specifically for his late mom. You know, he released that music for his late mom. So maybe going on a tour for that particular album is maybe going to remind him of some certain things or open old wounds, you know. And I think he actually had to clear the air because a whole lot of we netizens have had a conclusion that maybe it's poor planning, maybe it's tickets not being sold, or, you know, a whole lot of things going through our head. Because yes, we know you're going to be emotional because the music is dedicated to your mom, but it's your career and your money that we're talking about. It's your relevance that we're talking about. And that's what your fans are expecting from you. They want to, you know, say things like, oh, our fave is going global, our fave is doing something big, our fave sold O2 Arena, sold this, sold that, and these are things they want to hear. So seeing that you cancelled, yes, they would have a conclusion in their head that maybe it's due to lack of proper planning, but maybe again, like the other person said, you need some time to heal, you know, and get prepared for it, because it is still there for you to go for. So yes, take all the time you need in the world to heal, but your fans are expecting you to go on that Murayo tour. I too am expecting you to go on that tour. I mean, it might even be some sort of healing tool for you. Who knows? All right, let's move to the foreign scenes. Federal prosecutors are taking a big gamble with one of the star witnesses in Didi's sex trafficking trial because the woman they call Victim 3 has always made it clear she does not want to testify. During jury selection this week, lead prosecutor Maureen Comey admitted the feds do not know whether the alleged victim, one of Didi's ex-girlfriend, intends to appear in court to testify against him. Comey said the woman does not live locally. There's an issue getting in touch with her attorney, and she may not even show up to court despite the subpoena. Sources with direct knowledge says the woman has never cooperated with prosecutors and never gave them an indication she would be willing to take the stand during the trial. It begs the question, why did prosecutors add her to the Didi indictment, and will they address her absence next week during opening statements? At this point, it's still unclear who prosecutors will call to testify at the beginning of the trial. As we reported, Comey said Monday prosecutors would not be getting into the woman's story until the second part of the trial, and during opening statement the woman would be described as one of the many women who have allegedly been abused and sexually exploited by Didi. Cassie, another Didi ex, has long been known to be victim 1, and she's expected to testify under her own name, though it's not clear when she will take the stand. Now, I understand the whole confusion, and of course we're expecting something new. Next week is going to be another big one for Didi, because this month is the month that we would know his fate. You know, if he's going to be given justice, not even him giving justice, if he's going to be out of prison or not. You know, but the question now is, why is victim 3 finding it difficult to come out for this trial? Because her statement is very, very needed, and the more she is absent, the more this particular case is extended, because you cannot give a judgment without hearing from the victim side. Now you're a victim, so why are you not coming? Why are you not coming to give your 2 cents of the story? And it's not actually the first time. They say she does this every single time. You complain about something and the judges want to listen to you. They invite you. I don't know if we call it, maybe she's scared or something. I don't know. Maybe they have to go to her house to maybe make her talk. But they said she's nowhere to be found. They literally don't know where she is. Maybe she has gone back to her village or something. That was on the lighter note. But on a very serious note, victim number 3 needs to come out. She's accusing him of sexual harassment, you know. And of course, we know he had a whole lot of accusations, sex trafficking, racketeering, and the likes. But it is clear that victim number 3 needs to come out and make a statement in this case. Because, fun fact is this, no matter how interesting this Didi story and cases get, how interesting and juicy it might be, most of us are tired of hearing it. We want to know the fate. We want to know what the judges are saying at the end of the day. It's getting long overdue. I think almost 2 years now, a year, and you know, so if you're a victim, this is the time for you to come out and speak up. Let's know if they will fight for you or fight against you. Let's move to more juicy stories. British television show Thomas and Friends celebrates its 80th anniversary by releasing the original pilot voiced by Beatles musicians Ringo Starr on Friday. Fictional train Thomas the Tank Engine came to life in 1944 as a character in the Real Will series, books by Reverend Wilbert Awdry, an Anglican clergyman, and later his son Christopher. The never-before-seen 1983 pilot called Down the Mine was initially an on-air test episode before the show was released, which features the Here Comes the Sun singer as the voice of Thomas. Mattel UK has also partnered with auctioneers, propsters to offer a sale of a variety of props from the show, including signed pieces from British actors Olivia Colman, Eddie Redmayne, and Hugh Bonneville, who voiced characters in the series. According to the press release, Mattel UK will donate proceeds from the auctions to the National Autistic Society. Take a look at that.
One day, Thomas was at the junction when Gordon shuffled in with some trucks. Phew, remarked Thomas. What a funny smell. Can you smell a smell? I can't smell a smell, said Annie. A funny, musty sort of smell, said Thomas. No one noticed it till you did, grunted Gordon. It must be yours. Annie, Clarabelle, do you know what I think it is? It's ditch water. Before Gordon could answer, Thomas puffed away.
Yeah.
The discovery of the pilot is a really exciting moment for Thomas and Friends. To mark the 80th anniversary, we are bringing this never-seen-before test film to the audience. And fans have been asking for a long time, and I'm really interested to see how they react when they finally get to see it.
Yeah.
Pure job of sort of love to create it and piece it together again. 40-year-old film, originally shot in 1983. Wasn't in the best condition when we found it. Lots of little trims, lots of sort of warped film and sort of rubber bands that had sort of dissolved. So we had to do a lot of delicate work in cleaning the footage, scanning it 4K, stabilizing it, yeah, and then re-piecing the film together. And not only that, we found this particular reel, which is Ringo Starr's voice from the pilot. So it does differ from the, a little piece of memorabilia from their favourite TV show. We have some special items signed by some of the past voice artists, from the amazing Olivia Colman to Eddie Redmayne and Hugh Bonneville. It's going to be a special moment to celebrate a special year.
My name is Ryan, and I'll be your engine today. Ready?
This is a nice place. Look at all those lovely trees. It's almost like a little enchanted forest. Oh, the kind of place you'd find fairies and elves and magical creatures.
Oh, Theo, you and Lexi need to create a conversion. I'm the one who's going to keep watch.
Come on, Theo!
I think the best piece is obviously the Thomas, the large-scale Thomas, which was used for a lot of the close-ups. But there are so many instantly recognisable pieces, like the Fat Controller, Topham Hall, that there's going to be something that's going to appeal to absolutely everybody.
The reason we are celebrating 80 years of Thomas and Friends, and the reason it's lasted so long, I think there's a few sort of factors there. I think one of the things is that we know that kids love trains. And so that's a real sort of pull-in for all fans. So, you know, you love trains, you're going to love Thomas and Friends. But I think also the stories are timeless. stories of teamwork and friendship and just great adventures that are there for everyone to enjoy, fans of all ages, and I hope we keep going for another 80 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. As beautiful as the day it was looking. Speed lines on it. Oh.
So for the family, as we approach the 80th anniversary, it's a whole mix of emotions, really. It's astonishing that this legacy that these stories and what Thomas and Friends has become on a global basis and generation after generation. And I think we're amazed, we're pleased, we're gratified. Most of all, I think we're just incredibly proud.
I didn't know that. It's quite vibrant as well, incredibly vibrant. It's definitely not kind of vibrancy of colour in it. And then, oh, that was the one, because that's actually quite a nice summer scene.
Grandpa in particular would be absolutely astonished that it's still so popular, if not more so than he ever was during his own lifetime, perhaps. And so, as a family, I think, again, is that massive sense of pride that it's still going, and being a positive thing for a lot of people. It does mean a lot. It's longevity is something that doesn't come along very often with these kind of things, and it's nice to be in that special place where we're still talking about it 80 years on.
That was one of my favorite cartoons when I was growing up. I don't know about you, but I actually watched that cartoon. So I wish Thomas a happy birthday and happy 80th anniversary to the company that made my childhood memorable. So let's go into more interesting stories. Thousands attended a concert in London on Thursday, concluding commemoration for the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day. Britain's King Charles and senior royals joined 10,000 guests, including veterans, for a music concert at Horse Guards Parade near Buckingham Palace as part of events to remember Nazi Germany's unconditional surrender, which took effect on May 8, 1945. The anniversary, which comes at a time of ongoing conflict in Europe with Russia's war in Ukraine, was also marked with events in France and Germany, while Moscow will hold a major military parade on Friday today. V-Day's 80th anniversary will be one of the last major celebrations with living veterans attending events, as most are now in their 90s or older. Take a look.
Where the music's mellow and so gay.
That was quite beautiful and interesting. If you missed, I'm sorry for you. I actually missed, so don't mind. Alright, here comes the last story of the day. Switzerland will host the Eurovision Song Contest for the first time since 1989. Next week, amid familiar political criticism over LGBTQ+ rights and the participations of Israel, the European Broadcasting Union (EBU) hopes its theme of United by Music will help keep the focus in Basel on the performers and their songs at the world's biggest entertainment show by viewership. But controversy is again swirling around what critics see as the contest's growing politicization and ideological agenda. One row is over the inclusion of Israel to be represented by Yuval Raphael, a survivor of the October 7, 2023 Hamas-led attack that killed 1,200 people. Israel's military campaign in Gaza has since killed more than 50,000 Palestinians, according to the local health officials, prompting officials in Spain, Slovenia, and Iceland to question whether Israel should be allowed to take part. Palestinian organizations and human rights groups in Switzerland have also opposed Israel participation, accusing the EBU of double standards. EBU co-executive producer Moritz Stadler said Israel was allowed to compete because the country was represented by Khan, its public services broadcaster, and not its government. Khan did not respond to a request for comments. Eurovision, previously mocked for its sometimes tacky songs and outlandish performance, has enjoyed the renaissance in recent years, partly due to the strong support of gay fans. It is the world's biggest entertainment event, attracting 170 million viewers last year, along with voters from more than 150 countries. Security this year has been stepped up with 1,300 police officers on duty and specialists drafted in from the military and cybersecurity experts. New flag guidelines restrict the stage and green room to one national flag, effectively banning the rainbow pride flag for artists, although LGBTQ+ and regional flags will be permitted to public sections for performance and fans. Take a look.
And don't forget that Eurovision was created after the Second World War to bring Europe together. And now in these crazy times we live in, I think it's more relevant than ever that we have a Eurovision Song Contest.
It's important to note that the Eurovision Song Contest is not a competition amongst countries. It's a competition amongst public service media, members of the EBU. If you are a member of the EBU, you're automatically entitled to participate in the song contest. And as a host broadcaster, we are co-producing with 37 countries one contest for the countries participating. And that's very important because people don't necessarily know this. And for us as a host broadcaster, it's just important to ensure that the 37 countries can perform in the best possible conditions here on stage with a mind-blowing stage where, again, we're celebrating music, we're celebrating unity, and we're also celebrating public service media all over Europe.
Is a very liberal country, so we have freedom of speech. So why should we not include like flags from countries that will not participate? It is legal in Switzerland to have these flags, and this should also reflect in the Eurovision Song Contest here in Switzerland.
But on the delegation side, it is a contest. You are performing for your country, and this is why we have on the delegation side the specific rules for the national flags, because it's like wearing a jersey for your country.
Why not? It's a song contest. People will be singing. It's not something bad. Please do it.
I don't know. That's a really difficult question, actually. I guess on one hand, I think it's meant to be a contest to bring so many different countries and different parts of the world together. So in that way, yes. Yeah.
It's going to be different. It's going to be only 2 or 3 kilometers from my home. It's nice. It's completely different. I will watch it from a different angle this time.
You are not obliged to love it. We fully respect the ones who don't like it, but we believe that in Basel next week there will be plenty of things even for people who don't like the ESC music, because there will be a theme day about jazz in the city, classical music will be there. We're celebrating the carnival Carnival, which is a huge tradition in Basel. There will be something for everybody, and we want to bring the world together around this, bring Basel to the world, bring Switzerland to the world, but also bring the world to Switzerland and show what this country has to offer.
All right, that's all in the news segment. Very quickly, I'm going to recommend just 2 movies to you. Then after that, I will reveal my guests to you. So first on the list is Exterritorial, when Special Forces soldier Seraph visits the U.S. consulate in Frankfurt with her young son. He suddenly disappears. Not only that, but no one seems to remember ever entering the building. Sarah is asked to leave the consulate, but she knows, issues like this. I'm not recommending this movie for you, but if you want to have fun and enjoy the whole vibe, comedy and drama in this movie, it's for you. So yes, that's all I have for you. With the news segments and the movie train this hour, we'll go on a very short break. So go refill your popcorn and your glass of juice of wine, because I've got something quite interesting coming for you. Stay with us. Alright, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Right here, live right now in the studio is Chioke Kosiso, aka Mbakati. He is a traditional musician, and we'll be talking about the Ogene and Igbo traditional identity. So thanks for joining us today.
You're welcome.
You're looking all traditional with your red cap and all. So very quickly, can you walk us through the history of Ogene? Ogene is quite an outstanding instrument when it comes to Igbo identity. Yes. But I would want to know when it started, how it originated, and how come it's got this whole very important symbol in occasions.
Okay. Good day, everybody. Ogene, coming to Ogene, the origin of Ogene. You know, Ogene started from, it has been in 90s.
Okay.
Through Iboja, the late Iboja.
Okay.
He was the first person that introduced Ogene to Igbo, as in to the east.
Okay.
So, as we heard, because I wasn't there.
Okay.
He started it like, let me say, it's a call. It was a call then. Because it's talent, and it hasn't been done by anybody apart from him during that year.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's the Ogene was so, the sound production, how everything got together, the usher, the wooden gong that is using it, the fruit, everything, how it came together. It was a mystery. Yeah. And
so are you trying to say that, yes, Iboja is a music artist, quite so, right? Yeah. So are you saying that it is through him that Ogene was invented? Because you know Ogene was made with, in the East, Ogene was made with wood. Quote me wrong, please. Ogene was made with wood. And of course, we may not really understand the different sounds it makes, right? Because I know you're trying to picture the word for it, because of so much love you have for it, right? But you know, to some people, especially those that comes from the diaspora, they might find it interesting, and some find it quite noisy, you know. But now I want to ask, what is the spiritual symbol of Ogene?
The spiritual symbol of Ogene. Ogene is not being constructed with wood, it's metal. Yeah, Ogene is metal.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the spiritual part of it is that Ogene is used by our ancestors.
Okay.
To consult the gods.
Okay. That's true. Yeah. I think I know about that, especially in African movies.
So it's like a means of communication then with our ancestors and their gods.
Okay.
As in, they use it to alert the gods.
Okay. You know, but they use it in occasions right now.
Occasionally, Ogene motivates occasion. Eh?
How? Apart from the entertainment aspect of it, is
some
there
people,
the other?
Yeah, apart from the entertainment part of it, in Igbo land today, any occasion that is being organized by a real Igbo man, Ogene must be there.
So what's the very significant importance? Is it the sound or the spiritual aspect of it? Because, oh, we have to give respect to whom respect is due. Like he said, it is used in the spiritual, our forefathers, the gods and the likes.
Yeah. Then, what in occasional part of it was entertainment. Let me say that way is a part of entertainment of Igbo culture, which depicts Igbo culture, real Igbo culture.
Okay.
So it's very important in Igbo occasions. It's a kind of motivator to some traditionalists. You know, we have different types of religion.
Okay, yeah, true.
We have traditional religion, we have Christian and Muslim, all those. But traditionally, and Igbo man is the only person. We are the Igbos. We are the only one that used to practice that tradition.
Okay, so like, what do you think are the core values and tradition of the Igbo people when it comes to Ogene?
The core values is that, pardon me?
Okay, what do you want to say? I'm pardoning you.
The core value of Igbo tradition as in Ogene in Igbo.
Yes.
Igbo tradition occasion.
Yes.
What do you ask me now?
I said, what's the core value of Ogene in Igbo tradition?
Okay. The core value of Ogene in Igbo tradition is, I don't know how to explain it that you get it. It's just that Ogene is a motivator of spirituality.
It has such relevance.
Yeah. It's a motivator of spirituality. Like I said, it's a mystery for these instruments to come together and give you a beat. It's a mystery. Ogene have two sides, but they are not giving the same sound. Is that, do you get what I'm saying by mystery?
Yeah.
So
I get.
The two sides and the two Ogene is a means of communication, like I said before, with our ancestors and their gods. Now today is turning as, we are using it as a remembrance of Igbo tradition, of what they practiced
in those days.
And you know, Igbo tradition can never go down.
So do you think that the emergence of Igbo contemporary musicians have helped popularize Ogene?
Yes.
Okay. In what aspect?
It has popularized Ogene in that now Ogene is now diaspora.
Okay.
You know me? For today, we have been doing it locally. When it started from Iboja, Ogene has not gotten to even me there. We have been practicing it locally. But today, we call it a work. Back in the years when someone is playing Ogene, they used to count that person as a nuisance, as a novice, as a nobody. But today now, we have turned Ogene to something worth doing.
Okay. So we'll give applaud to contemporary music now. All right. So we'll go on a very short break because he has to perform for us. I think he does more of performance than, you know, explaining. So when we come back, I said yes. When we come back from this very short break, we will perform for you all to see. So stay with us.
Welcome.
All right, welcome back. We're gonna be performing to you right now. So enjoy listening and be blessed in Jesus' name. Amen.
Aro. Igbo Igbo ekene unu. Yeah? Igbo kwenu?
Yeah.
Igbo kwenu?
Yeah.
Igbo kwezo no.
Yo.
Ịgbachie. Asị na nwatakịrị aka n'ike ọfụ nsị anya. Uchara eche agụ mmapụ ara egbukwe n'anwụ.
Bụ ka ọ dị.
Anyị kenele enu kene ana kene ihe dị ana n'ime. Si nko echi ya zelu. Na tata be ke ya dịrị nwoke dịrị nwaanyị mma. Si ụmụ Igbo niile ebe anyị nọ wee na-eme ihe ije nyelu ndụ aka. Ụmụ Igbo niile, all our fans, Signature TV fans, gbaa gburugburu n'ụwa niile. Anyị si tata bụ eke ma ala anyị mma. Arọ.
Ise. Sorry.
Arọ. Igbo na-eme Igbo na-eme biko obi anụlo n'anya Igbo na-eme egwu na atụmo ụmụ Igbo aya mma ụmụ Igbo ọgwa mmọnwụ kwa ọgwụ Arọ. Asị m ka m egwu nwa ga-aya n'ụmụ ahụ ebe na mmiri bekwe ibe ọkwa ịma na egwu doro ya anya ụfọdụ wee jee eme ya ahụ mela mmalụ ụgbọ.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, I know. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the show. Maybe we invite them some other time so you could have so much fun with us and join us same time next week. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and of course follow us on all our social media platforms. Thank you so much, Chioke. So what's your name?
Alex Ifichukwu.
Alex Ifichukwu. I had so much fun doing this. So up next is Global News by Mr. Barry Kumo Ado. Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend.
Thank you.
Between parties.
It's very important that the world media or press day it's today, and I will also encourage them that they should try as much as possible to sieve and be sure about the information which they carry about, because it's not all about carrying the information but carrying the right information. If the information that you're carrying is wrong about a person, that person can actually sue you for infringing on his or her own rights.
An online media practitioner, Dr. Ifunanya Eke, believes new media trends should be accommodated as they provide a platform for voices to be heard.
Bloggers actually need that freedom because we're actually the ones that get the first sight information in the field. We're sometimes available at where we're needed, and the journalists or social media, well, the co-registered bodies are not there. So most times when we have this news firsthand, we now help broadcast this information. So getting people aware is actually what we do. So it's important to, give us that freedom because we need it. Our journalists, information is free, and because we are first hand in the field, we can all reach out to each other, try to get information as when necessary. But in as much as while we get that information, there are prior things we omit in the field, like safety first. Sometimes you get into an accident scene, and instead of trying to save the situation, you're just making videos. While we do that, we should just keep checking.
At hand, the issue of get rich quick syndrome, the quest to make money in a hurry, looking at first of all the economic situation and how the hardship is taking a toll on Nigerians. A lot of people for victims, a victim of this Ponzi scheme. Please, Nasiru, can you tell us what this whole CBEX thing is all about? What is even CBEX, if I may ask, Nasiru?
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. You know, this CBEX is a Ponzi scheme. It's a trading platform that defraud a lot of Nigerians. And many people are still counting their losses up to today, whereby they invest in the Ponzi scheme CBEX, thinking that they will get multiple income within a short period of time. And to be fair with you, a lot of Nigerians cash out on CBEX, but those people that cash out are not up to those people that lost their money, because a lot of investors are still crying and are still in shock why such thing happened, because the thing goes like this, that it is those people that invested early that they were able to cash out on time, because a lot of people know that this thing is a Ponzi scheme, but they still want to invest in it. They bring referral, they will ask other people, okay, this is a trading platform, you get, just put this, within 30 days your money is going to double. And you know, this kind of thing is going like that. A lot of people are falling victim into it, and the shock wave is still ongoing in Nigeria, and a lot of people are counting their losses, whereby they were shocked that CBEX is going to collapse so easily like that, because CBEX started in 2024. Let me just take what I jot down here. It started in 2024, and after receiving the registration approval from the Corporate Affairs Commission on September 25, 2024, and the EFCC Special Control Unit against Money Laundering on January 16, 2025. So the scheme collapsed in 2025. That's in April last month, leaving thousands of Nigerians still helpless and counting their losses. You know, they are still shocked that this thing is going to happen like this, and whereas some are still why they invested in CBEX.
All right, Nasiru, thank you so much for that insight on CBEX. We've seen the wave of this kind of schemes. We had MMM, we had some other ones quite prominent, which people invested a lot of money and ended up disappointed. But before we come back to why we have these trends occurring frequently in Nigeria, we'll take a look at your report or your conversation with Abuja resident on this particular issue. Let's look at that report. We'll be right back shortly.
Recently, the collapse of CBEX, another Ponzi scheme, has sent shockwaves across Nigeria, leaving many investors counting their losses, while a few people claim they made money. With financial scams on the rise, we took to the streets of Abuja to hear Nigerians' thoughts.
Why invest in something that will always crash? Something that they tell you it is the early birds that benefit from it. Unfortunately, Nigerians will still try. Most Nigerians would say there's this street slang. Most Nigerians will say, at all, na which. I will not go, no. No life without risk, something like that. You must always take risks. If I make it, I make it. If I lose, I lose. We try again. So they will keep trying all of those stuff. CBEX is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. All these pyramid structures will always collapse. It's not a wise investment decision. Like I told my friend the other time, he was telling me to invest in the same CBEX. And then I told him that the interest they are giving you is too much to be realistic. It's going to crash.
So me, as far as I'm concerned, no matter how much people made from that things, I can't put my money because I don't even believe on it. I don't believe on it. I'm not going to do it, and I can't do it.
I wouldn't put my money on Ponzi scheme because it's against my moral ethics. Because I don't. If I want double of my money, I put it in a bank of faith. So of course, Nigeria will still keep on falling in that situation, and it's as a result of greed and poverty. But then, as for me, I can't fall a victim. If I want to double my money, I make do business or put in the bank. I've heard of CBEX. Even prior to that, I think I've heard of also MML, Twinkers, and something like that. So yeah, I've never invested in anyone before because before I do such a thing, I have to, as I said, I have to verify and know the source of where they're coming from because I know that people want to get rich easily. But before you start doing such things, make sure your instinct. Number one is if your instincts aligns you. Not that people that do their instinct, but you say that maybe because of the nature of the land or because of maybe they don't have much, they have to now venture everything that they have. But before you do such a thing, think twice before you do something so that not when it happens, you commit, as if you should not commit suicide.
Personally, I would never, because at the end of the day, it's a Ponzi scheme. Anything a Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme doesn't last. It dies over time. There are other things I know you can put your money in. Just go ahead and do it rather than put your money in a Ponzi scheme.
I would never tell it. I've never even done it. Even MMM and the rest, I never did that. I'm not a fan to Ponzi scheme. Anything I don't have control of my money in, I don't invest.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. We are discussing the CBEX Ponzi scheme that have left many crying and regretting why they invested their hard-earned money into that. And joining me via Zoom is Nasiru Usman, our correspondent from Abuja Studios, who is giving us insight about this whole Ponzi scheme and his discovery why he was working on a report concerning this. Before we get back to Nasiru, let's take a look at what the ENUGU State Waste Management Authority is planning to do to reduce waste, indiscriminate waste disposal and manage waste in the state by introducing the door-to-door collection of refuse and eventually phase out refuse dumps in the state. The acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed this when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV, which paid a courtesy visit to the headquarters of the organization in ENUGU. Let's take a look.
The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has as its core mandate the maintenance of a clean and healthy environment. This it tries to carry out by implementing effective waste management practices that eliminate environmental threats and foster a greener, more livable ENUGU state for all its residents. However, these efforts are being frustrated by scavengers who now throw away the refuse in the ESWAMA dumpsters and do away with them.
There were several dumpsters right at this location in front of Signature TV office on Alo Street, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU. Unfortunately, the dumpsters have been stolen by scavengers, forcing residents and other people to throw their trash on the ground. The result is what you are seeing here right now, a roadside littered with refuse.
Receiving a management team from Signature TV, the acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed that the organization has lost several other dumpsters to unscrupulous scavengers.
What we are doing now is to find a lasting solution to this demeanors of these scavengers. You see them, you can pass some areas, you see that the waste bins are empty, but the floor is littered. Scavengers. They come at night, put their hand, pick up the bags, trash it on the floor, where they are looking for recyclables. So the central government is working on a permanent solution to eliminate these guys.
But as a way out, Eswama has procured some tricycles which are now being assembled at its corporate headquarters for eventual deployment for door-to-door collection of refuse. Onaga believes that apart from solving the problem of illegal dumping of refuse on the streets, the issue of stolen dumpsters will also be a thing of the past.
The strategy is to go on street-wide door-to-door collection, whereby you don't need to go to the waste to dispose of waste. All it means to us is that you will see public response. You go to your house with a tricycle, pick your waste bin, pick your waste, put it in a tricycle, and go and dispose to the big waste dump. This door-to-door collection is the way forward for us to eliminate all the multiple challenges associated with waste, illegal waste disposal. So, which we are already working on. We already have 10 tricycles. When we are having 30 now. So, before 15th of next month, we have a tricycle assigned to Tinkasman with no of two. They go street by street, street by street, street by street, picking from households.
The Eswama boss, who disclosed that the street collection will commence by the middle of next month, also said the authority is introducing 25 cubic meter waste bins that will be kept in strategic locations for refuse collection. Head of program Signature TV, Chris Madoka, said the purpose of the visit is for the two organizations to work out areas of collaboration that would be mutually beneficial to both organizations.
We felt that we have something we can use to help your job, and that's publicity. And we are offering that. I made him an offer, we struck a very cordial relationship. He waived us our monthly payment, and we are giving that as part of publicity. And sending your PLO or you when you have time to come and speak before the monthly arrangement.
The visit is one in the series intended to build partnership with organizations and bodies in ENUGU and the Southeast as part of its mandate to be the mouthpiece of the people and engender development in the region. I am Favor Nwachi for Signature TV.
You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV, and today we'll be beaming our light on the rising concern of Ponzi schemes in Nigeria with our correspondent from Abuja studio, Nasir Usman, who did a report on that, and we've already started discussion with him on why these Nigerians often fall victim of such Ponzi schemes. We have MMM, we had an MBA, then now CBEX, and each time such schemes come up, we get people who we find people who have fall victim of this kind of schemes. So Nasiru, back to you, if you're still listening to me. Nasiru, are you there? All right, so Nasiru, if you're listening to me, CBEX, you've been able to give us the background of what this whole CBEX scheme means. But then again, a lot of public outcry and media reports, including EFCC, the Financial Crime Commission, which has weighed into the matter and is investigating this issue. We've seen reports, media reports, where they have trailed this particular person who is in charge or who introduced this to Nigeria, to a particular country. But why this investigation is still going on? We also saw media reports where that says that they have resumed oppression in Nigeria. They have continued their oppression despite these issues that people raised. From your finding, what is the true state of the CBEX?
That happened, which is being linked to the CBEX, and a lot of Nigerians have been arrested already concerning the CBEX, and there are some of them that willingly they went to the EFCC headquarters that okay, we're involved in these investigators so that they will be clean and the commission will do justice to Nigerians by providing relevant information that okay, this is what they are doing. And from the EFCC spokesperson, he said the commission is still doing everything possible to make sure that they track this money and those people that are brought to justice. And they are cautioning Nigerians that Nigerians who love free things, anything that is free, Nigerians love is free money, anything that is free. So they are urging Nigerians that anytime there is anything like about this Ponzi scheme or anything that Nigerians find irrelevant or unnecessary, Nigerians should not invest in it because a lot of investors are still counting losses, just like I've said earlier. And it's not the fault of EFCC, it's not the fault of the CBEX people. The CBEX, their own is just to introduce what they have, and it's now left for Nigerians to accept or to reject it. If you look at that vox pop that I did, majority of the people were saying no, they can't invest in CBEX. Anything that you bring two people to get this, invest and bring money to, I will add it up, or maybe after 30 days, your money is going to double. I will not involve myself in it. A lot of Nigerians still have the orientation that yes, anything that is Ponzi scheme, anything that is not my own, anything that I did not do, I did not sweat for, is not going to last, or they're not going to invest in it. Why a lot of people were like, if another cryptocurrency or another trading platform is out today, they will still invest in it. So that is their own mindset that yes, that is what they want to do. If the cryptocurrency or trading platform is being introduced 100 times in Nigeria, they will keep investing in it. And they don't mind the consequence that is going to happen. As long as they invest in it, they believe they are going to get profit at the end of the day. Why a lot of Nigerians believe that no, as long as I did not work for it, as long as it is not my sweat, as long as it is not my legal money, this is my money, but it is not in a legal way, there's no way I can invest in it. So a lot of Nigerians are optimistic that whenever such thing happen again, they're not going to do that. For instance, now just like the MMM that you mentioned, MMM was introduced in 2015 or 2016, I'm not mistaken, by Russian-born people. And it was happening, it was going, and all of a sudden it crashed. And a lot of Nigerians were crying that they lost their money. And to their biggest surprise, another Ponzi scheme was launched. I think it was in 2017 or 2018. Still the same thing, a lot of people invested in it. Now we have the MDA, we have the Loom Nigeria, now we have the CBEX. A lot of people invested in CBEX. In fact, there's a musician that I know, I won't mention his name. He was even singing it on the live stage. He said his friend introduced him to CBEX and he invested 10 million naira in it. And before you know, the CBEX collapsed. Everything has gone. So he himself is not as if he's not business oriented or he doesn't have the knowledge. He has the knowledge, but someone has influenced him that okay, why can't you invest in this? You get double your money. Imagine for someone that has 10 million and invest in CBEX, thinking maybe after 30 days he's going to get maybe double or triple of that amount. Now imagine just an ordinary Nigerian that invested maybe with 100,000 or 200,000 naira. You know, a lot of people are cashing out. To be sincere, a lot of people are cashing out in it because sometimes they use some influencers that okay, come and advertise this thing for us. Those influencers already know that yes, this thing is a Ponzi scheme, is going to crash at the end of the day, but they're after their own profit. They do advertise for all, they advertise for them, and they get their own money. Even those people they invest in it, but before you know, they withdraw their money and leaving those Nigerians, those are followers that are follow them that have think yes, this CBEX is true, yes, so person has advertised it for us, so person is fan of it, so person is supporting it. A lot of people crash, a lot of people die, a lot of businesses collapse because of this CBEX. So I'm calling on Nigeria to make sure that they do the best thing, and the EFCC that are still investigating the issue, they are doing their best. because they are warning a lot of Nigerians that they should not invest in it. They should not make sure that they invest in a legal way, and they should desist from getting free things that come from foreign people or foreign country.
Cyril, the thing is, you can't stop people from trying to survive, looking at the way the economy is and the hardship that is affecting all of us. I must confess that some years back, I also was a victim of something similar, you know, but then EFCC coming out now to tell Nigerians to be careful of the kind of schemes or the investment they make. It's kind of unsettled, because the government has an agency that is responsible for regulating schemes or investment or platforms such as the CBEX, the MBA, and all of those ones we've had in the past. But then we keep having one experience, then another one, then the third one, the fourth one, and more or less the media just carry it. After that time, it dies down. I want to believe that EFCC didn't hear about CBEX the first time when the whole thing went south. CBEX gained a lot of traction in the media, on Twitter, and a lot of people invested in it. So I don't know at what point are we going to, as a country, at what point are we going to be proactive in putting up measures that will prevent such kind of incident from happening, because we've had it way too many times. I can mention about 3 or 4, and another one will still come after CBEX. So which government agency is responsible for this kind of action? What do you think can be done in order to stem the tide? Because it's so unfortunate that in the face of biting and very harsh economy, someone would take his or her life savings hoping to get a return, which for me it's an act of greed, only for the person to get disappointed. So you've already mentioned that a lot of people died and all of that. How can we stop this kind of thing from happening over and over again?
The regulatory agencies should do their work. The EFCC, Security Exchange Commission, SEC, even though they frown at this Ponzi scheme of a thing, they regretted that a lot of Nigerians invested in it and it's happened this way. So one other thing is that I think a lot of people invest in it or do this kind of thing because of the mindset that they have. Yes, they want to do this thing. I believe I can get it. And jingles or some kind of information that they will inform Nigerians, they will educate Nigerians, they will let Nigerians know that yes, whenever there's anything like Ponzi scheme, you people should not invest in it. They should desist from it. If there's anything like that, you can report to the EFCC. Just like you said, the Ponzi scheme gain attraction on social media, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on X, and I believe these anti-graft agencies, they are also on those media or social media outlets, and they must have seen what is happening. A lot of Nigerians must have been promoting it. Yes, do this, don't do this. I think that was the time that those commissions should have do something like enlighten Nigerians. Okay, don't invest in it. This thing is a scam. If you invest in it, you are on your own. So I believe when the security agencies, some anti-graft agencies did that in the first place, it will be like a wake-up call to Nigerians that this particular thing is a scam and they won't invest in it. But since the anti-graft agency that should do the work kept quiet till when the thing happened like this, that a lot of people lost their investment. In fact, some Nigerians have to go to their headquarters in their head office in Ibadan. They cut away their properties, some things that they saw in those in their office. So, that shows that Nigerians were not happy with it. And a lot of people found it so difficult and unbelievable that CBS crashed at the end of the day. I believe Nigerians can do better. And one other thing that I found that is causing the issue of this investing in Ponzi scheme or investing in trading platform is because they think or they believe they get double money. So poverty is one of the things that is affecting us as a nation. If our poverty level has reduced drastically, I don't think there is anyone or the people that we said they want to stake their money. It's just like Bet Nigeria, for instance. Now you say, okay, there's the match. Let me just cite this thing over 2.5 or Google or first half Google or something like that. It's not something that it will happen. It's just like you are just trading your money on it. You are just trying to gamble. Will it work? We don't know. Will it not work? You don't know. You only just to gamble it, and at the end of the day, if it works, fine. You celebrate, you be happy. And if it is the other way around, you'll be causing the team, or you'll be putting all the blames on the team that made you lost your ticket. So now it is a wake-up call on Nigerians. On
Nasiru, I really appreciate your insight. Because of time, we would not want to go beyond this. But then again, May 3rd was World International World Press Freedom Day. In 30 seconds, what is your take on the reality of being a journalist on the field in 30 seconds before we'll let you go, Nasir?
Okay, concerning the World Press Freedom Day, I believe the press, to some extent, enjoys some freedom of press or freedom of expression, but I believe the Nigerian government can still do more, because in some cases, you find out that the journalists or the press are harassed by other security agencies, by ministries and agencies and the rest, because sometimes the journalists will need some information that is very critical, that is very vital, but at the end of the day, they not provide it to them. So I believe we still have a long way to go concerning the media press freedom in Nigeria.
That has been Nasiru Usman from our Abuja studio, who spoke to us about the Ponzi scheme known as CBEX, which have made away with a lot of people's fortune, life savings and investment, if you would want to call it. It's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you very much, Nasir.
Thank you for having me.
And back to our stories. The Labour Party in Enugu State has yet again lost another high-profile member to the ruling party, People's Democratic Party in the state. The member representing Boise North and Odeno Federal Constituency under the platform of Labour Party, Dennis Abo, announced his defection, which took place at the PDP State Secretariat GRA. Let's look at how that event went.
The Nigerian political landscape has continued to witness a wave of defections almost 2 years to the 2027 general elections. Some political watchers have attributed the development to the unseen hands of the ruling party, both at the federal and state levels. The latest defection in Enugu State is that of Dennis Abo, who before now was a member of the main opposition Labour Party in Enugu State and member representing Boise North and Udeno Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Abo said his action is in response to the call by his constituents who want him to close ranks with the state governor, Peter Mba, an arrangement which they believe will be for their greater benefit. He said that being in the opposition will be an unnecessary expedition, going by the giant strides being recorded by Governor Mba in Enugu State within his first 2 years in office.
And make clear, particularly people from my constituency, for your understanding, great people. You have wisdom, you have understanding, you have faith, you can understand. Even the House of Assembly, all the House of Assembly members are with us, we are in one place now. These are the foot soldiers. And what are we saying? We are saying that opposition is very difficult in Enugu now. Very difficult. And one man has made it almost a mission impossible. And that is the performance of the governor. Governor, you are visionary. You can see very far. With your smart school, you have seen the next generation. And you are preparing the people of Enugu State, the children of Enugu State, to participate in that unknown future. There are so many things that you are doing. And you have given us the opportunity, the access to contribute our quota to what you are doing in Enugu.
The Enugu State Chairman of the PDP, Martin Chukwuemeke, commended Governor Peter Mbah for his effort to create a conducive environment for citizens of the state, which he said is driving growth and development.
So we want to thank everybody who made this day possible. Like they have always said, it's because of our governor's performance. 2027 will be very, very seamless. It will be very, very easy. We are going to deliver on all the promises because if all these people are with us, who can be against us?
The Igboeze North PDP woman leader, Chioma Ezeja, congratulated Dennis Abo for the bold decision he took, urging him to work closely with Governor Peter Mbah to attract more development to the area. She also emphasized the need for the inclusion of more women in governance at various levels.
One of my expectations from Right Honorable Dennis Nnamdi Abo, the things that the governor is doing in our state within the month of, let me just say, within 2 years now in office, is not what you tell people. It is visible, and his works are visible. So my expectation from Right Honorable Dennis Abo is that he will emulate the governor of Enugu State in his good works. You know, they said that iron sharpeneth iron.
Edoga. From the PDP State Secretariat, GRA Enugu State, Ugonna Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. The Enugu State branch of Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Unity, UC, have appealed to Governor Peter Mbah to improve the payment of consequential adjustment of the new minimum wage to reduce the plight of workers in the state. The union leaders made the call during the 2025 Workers' Day celebration held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium.
The labor unions highlighted the plight of workers in the face of the excruciating economic condition that appears to get worse with each passing day. Despite their tireless efforts, many workers continue to face challenges complicated by the non-implementation of the minimum wage and the consequential adjustments in some states of the country. At the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu, the Nigerian Labour Congress chairman, Enugu State Chapter, Fabian Nwibo, said the minimum wage received by workers in Enugu State does not contain the consequential adjustments. He pleaded with the state government to correct the anomaly and lessen the plight of the state workers.
It is obvious that people tend to deviate from their mandates when they find themselves in a precarious situation like the present economic situation in Nigeria, where a worker's take-home salary cannot even take him to the bus stop. Feeding and other necessaries of life have become luxuries, and the average worker is living like a
application of pensioners in the states and resumed the payment of arrears of pensions and gratuity to workers who retired in the ministries, parastatals, local governments, as well as in the primary schools without delay. Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Bennett Asowa, said that the issue of consequential adjustment is a major component of the minimum wage, which should be firmly addressed.
We are also in need of a whole lot of other things, Your Excellency, which we want to bring to your notice. One of them is the issue of consequential adjustment.
Governor Mba, who was represented by his Chief of Staff, Victor Ude, thanked workers and their leaders for their sacrifices and the industrial harmony in Enugu State. He assured them of the governor's commitment to the improvement of workers' welfare.
TUC in his speech may seem quite challenging, especially for our senior citizens, but it was conceived with the best intentions, which are to lay the groundwork for seamless payments of pensions and gratuities. Today is not a day to outline this administration's many milestone accomplishments. Today is an opportunity to thank you for the industrial harmony that has prevailed in Enugu State. It is generally reflective of the maturity of the leadership of the unions and the entire workforce.
The message from the 2025 Workers' Day, as in the previous years, is simple: that Nigerian workers deserve a better deal and improved welfare package from those who manage the country's resources to reflect the current economic realities in the country. The full implementation of the new minimum wage and the consequential adjustments for the workers and, by extension, the retired public servants is the least that can rightly be asked for in Enugu.
Welcome back. It's been a wonderful time with you on our program today. If you're just joining us, we had a discussion with our own correspondent from Abuja Studios, Nasir Usman, who spoke on the new wave of Ponzi scheme, particularly the issue of CBEX, which have gained a lot of attention from various stakeholders, including the government and security agencies who are trailing the people involved in this Ponzi scheme. Following the death and burial of Pope Francis on April 26, 2025 at the St. Mary Major Basilica, cardinals are about to go into a meeting, a conclave, to discuss the future of the church, and the conclave to elect the next Pope, which is set to begin on the 6th of May. From 6th of May to 11th of May 2025. The important question remains, will the call for an African Pope by the Catholic Church in Africa be answered? With 18 African cardinals among the 135 and the continent's growing Catholic population, accounting for 20% of the global total of Catholics, hopes are high for a historic first black pope to emerge to continue Pope Francis' legacy. Will this dream actually be achieved? And that's all for on our segment today on From the Correspondent. We draw the curtains here, and until we come your way next week, I am Emmanuel Tewasi. Have a nice day and a wonderful week ahead.
amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria. A former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows this.
Welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV. This is a show where we break down complex health challenges on topics into bite-sized information meant to help you take charge of your health and your well-being. Well, as nurses commemorate National Nurses Week from the 6th to the 12th of May this year, we'll be discussing an important topic: hope, healing, and heroism. The role of nurses in Nigeria's evolving health system. We're going to be answering a couple of questions. For example, what exactly do nurses do in the grand scheme of things in the healthcare ecosystem? Well, I'll introduce a guest right after this break, but you can be a part of this conversation. We are live 247 on YouTube at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment, share, and subscribe. Of course, we're also live on SLTV channel 265, and you also have the opportunity to go and download Signature TV app from your Google Play Store. Don't forget, more of this will come up right after this time out. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV. I'm your host, Chigi Chiagorom, and today we are talking the role of nurses in Nigeria's evolving health system. Our guest is a nurse practitioner and a nurse tutor. Nurse Najani Ezelagbo Ginidikangwa. Good morning, sweetie. Thank you for joining us this morning on the show.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have been talking, and it seems as though we've known all our lives.
Yes.
So we're comfortable with each other right now.
Very comfortable.
So tell us, National Nurses Week. I had to check it. I had to look it up. It's not international.
No,
so
yeah,
this is for us what the Igbos will say in Kabunkai. Right?
True, yes.
So tell us, why National Nurses Day? Why not an international, keen to an international event that is already there? Why do we have a National Nurses Day? What is it for?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, somehow with the international.
Okay.
To say that, I will have to dive into a little, why do we do it at this particular point in time?
Okay.
Like if you go into the social media now, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, everybody, Nurses Week, Nurses Week, Nurses Week. Yes, it's because we nurses, in as much as we are so choked up with a lot of work in the hospital, every other aspect areas of our lives, we have to create out sometimes to celebrate ourselves.
Indeed.
Yes, we say that some heroes wear cap. We don't wear cap. We wear scrub. We wear injections and all that.
And gloves.
And gloves. Thank you. So we celebrate it because this actually 12th of May is when they delivered our founder of the modern day nursing, Florence Nightingale.
Yeah.
That was when she was delivered. So we tried to create it within 1 week.
You mean that was her birthday?
Her birthday, yes, when she was
giving birth
to, yes. So we try as much as possible to celebrate our Nurses Week within that week that they gave birth to her. So from 6th to 12th, we try to kind of celebrate ourselves as nurses.
Okay, so it's
and also in remembrance of her actually too.
Yes, keep her memory alive. So it's not about an awareness of a healthcare issue.
No.
It's just to sit back, let your guards down, let your head down, celebrate yourselves, celebrate how far you have come and things like that. But are there aspects around in hospitals? You will see nurses with their, their caps and their scarves and So tell us, what are some of the activities that will, make up the one full week of a celebration?
Well, actually, that 1 week is not as if all work and hold. It's not as if we nurses are not still doing our jobs as nurses in the hospital. It's not as if we are not carrying out our responsibilities to our patients in the hospital. But in as much as we're doing that, we try to also remember that we are celebrating ourselves. We are doing it with love. We are kind of putting out to the world, take care of yourself. We are health educating too within that process. In as we try to inculcate other activities like fun, like my alumni, ESUCOM, currently the ENUGU State College of Nursing Sciences. My alumni, we try as much as possible within that 1 week, we kind of arrange ourselves, go out for an outreach. We can go to those areas that are kind of under-resourced. You go there, teach them. If you have some free medical activities you can give to them, we give them. Free checkups, all those things, medication, we give it out to them. It's also a way of returning back to the society, appreciating them, and also health educating them about their health, health promotion, so many other things. We also try to even, sometimes we put in party, gala nights, all those things, just to celebrate ourselves, to have fun.
All right, interesting, because when you were talking about outreach, I was like, yeah, really? But I thought it was to celebrate the nurses, and you're still doing, humanitarian work inside to celebrate. So it's a beautiful thing. So who is a nurse? In clear, simple sentence, who is a nurse? Because what we know of nurses are women, to start with, women who wear white gowns with pocket clocks and biro, different, red, black, with a cap, and pristine in white, walking around in hospital wards. I know nurses are much more than that. So who is a nurse?
Actually, let me say that a nurse is an individual that is driven by passion.
Okay.
Yeah. In as much as that it is a specialty that a profession that you have to go into, train yourself, become licensed, and to start practicing to nurture and take care of people. You have to be driven by passion. If actually you're a nurse and you're not driven by passion, that means actually query that your nursing.
But every discipline actually demands some level of passion
for you to be able to deliver.
Yeah, for you to be able to deliver. So who is a nurse?
A nurse
is
a well-trained specialist or a specialty that you're trained to train, because you train also as a nurse.
Because you're a tutor.
Yes. Okay. To train, to care, to health educate, to teach people about their health and their well-being.
Interesting. Now, I don't want to jump because we have a segment where we glean comments concerning this particular topic from social media.
Okay.
And myth busts. We'll still get to that. So the question I wanted to ask was going to point towards that, but let me trash it for another question. We'll still get to the myths, where you get to bust on myths. Okay, so now as a nurse, where, apart from the hospital, where are you expected to work? Because nursing sciences now has become somewhat of a hot cake.
Of course.
Even in schools, I was discussing with a colleague the other day about the fees, about a new school, a federal school though. It turns out the fees for nursing sciences was much more than other, health science related. So aside working in the hospital, where else can a nurse work?
A nurse can work anywhere.
Okay.
As a nurse, you can also work under a non-governmental organization. As a nurse, you can even work in a pharmacy shop. it's not a must that you must work at the hospital for you to be able to deliver. A nurse can even go national. You
What
can
do you
join
mean national?
in the sense that you can join some of our bodies like National Association of Nursing and National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwife, like NAM. It is a body that has to do with policy making, influencing the policy. Yes. So it's not just only about working in the hospital. There are so many sectors that you can actually deliver your services that are needed.
Yeah.
You can even work at the rural areas. We have so many primary health centers there.
But do nurses really want to work in primary health centers?
If those actually, the infrastructures and the things that are meant to be there are there, nurses will love to do that. Because there is this joy that comes to you that there are some mothers that you see, a pregnant woman that you see that she has been pregnant for like from the first month to the 9th month. She doesn't even know about antenatal. But when you're there, you teach them. It's not even if you are not coming to the hospital to start taking all those drugs and all that, but those vegetables around you, those fruits around you,
even hygiene,
a lot of things you can tell them. And when you see them pass through all those things and they are healthy with their baby, it brings a lot of joy to you. Okay, so it's not just about you're working in a government or hospital or in a private sector. There are so many areas that you can see yourself and you will still deliver effectively.
Right. You have spoken to other places where nurses can work, but particularly I want you to talk about policy making. Now, you said your association,
the NAM.
The NAM. Are nurses are nurses employed there with nursing certificate, or they have to read some sort of an administrative course or something like that, or with your nursing certificate you can actually get a job? Tell us about it.
Okay, you can actually, you don't need to be trained or something to join. As a nurse, you're already licensed. You can start working in a hospital setting. And as you're working there, you have your experiences depending on where you've been posted to. You gather your experiences and all that. You can decide, okay, you form a body. We have a body, just like in Parkland, we have a body. They do election. That's how somehow nurses go into politics. But it's not the politics to go and be fighting and be you want to be a governor,
the
a president.
Aspect.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with a nurse being a president or a governor.
There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But there, we're actually focusing about our patients, about our working condition, about a lot of things about nurses and the health. So that body, you don't just need to just come in and join. You have to have this expertise. You must have developed yourself to a certain standard that if you come out, your integrity is there too. Because people can vouch for you that you can actually speak for them, you can actually perform and deliver. Then when you come out, I want to do this, I want to do this. You have the support of your fellow colleagues. They will put you there. It's a body that is inside nursing already. You just affiliate yourself. You just join them, apply. With your election, you join, can become a secretary, you can become also treasurer and all that. But all of you are now working together to speak for the nurses. It's just like a labor union. Okay? You're fighting for the workers, about their benefits, their compensation, anything that is due for them.
So whatever experiences you glean from there, you can use it to push further.
Thank you.
Okay, so as a nurse, right, what are the different areas of specialization? I know with doctors, there are a plethora of them. Pediatrics, radiology, O&G, that's the OBGYN, a lot, internal medicine, family medicine, there are lots of them. All right.
Yes.
Even with medical pharmacy, they also have their own specialties. Yes. What are some of the specialties, in nursing sciences?
Okay. We have, like all of us, we are conversant with the midwifery.
Everybody knows. Nursing and midwifery. Everybody
Nursing
knows
and
that.
midwifery, thank you. We have a pediatrics too. You have emergency nursing. Yes, we have ICU nurses. Those nurses that work at intensive care units. We have the oncology nursing. There's so many. Yes, we have nurse as a nursing research. There are so many areas and specialties we have in nursing. The only thing here is just that we're in Nigeria, we are kind of limited.
What do you mean by being limited?
Because those certain areas or those specialties that nurses need to move into, in fact, they are needed so much. It's just that we don't have those things here that will give us the platform to deliver. We don't even have those people that will train us in that particular specialty. I have a friend of mine that she's outside, she's not in Nigeria. you can see that a nurse there is actually a consultant in mental health. We don't have that kind of...
You call yourself a consultant, a nurse in Nigeria.
The doctors will not even allow you to.
Are you kidding
So
me?
we have so many specialty nurses.
But since you are mentioning these gaps, I'm sure that the Nursing Council, they are aware of these issues.
Of course.
Is there some kind of advocacy using the National Nurses Week as platform to, advocate
about
yes,
it?
because I know pharmacy has actually gotten their consultancy, yes. Okay. So is there any advocacy using this National Nurses Week as platform?
No, definitely. There is. A lot of people have been speaking out and they are discussing it, and a lot of meetings have been going on. So they are working on it a lot. And we hope that it will be successful.
Okay. Now, in the words, I think it's safe to say that most nurses work in the wards,
yes,
right?
Yes, okay.
There's this notion that nurses are wicked. Okay. That nurses are, especially with the OBGYN, women who give birth and things like that. Why do you think that is? If that is a reality, but most people feel nurses, because our topic says hope, healing, heroism. So if you have to give hope, you have to be kind, you have to be empathetic, compassionate.
Caring.
How has that been for you? And can you speak to this as regards to how your colleagues behave and things like that?
Oh, well, let me apologize for people, the way they feel towards some nurses, their attitude and their behavior and their character. It is not acceptable. Even when we are taking our nursing oaths, is there not to do that? A lot of things you've already sworn as a nurse not to do. So if anybody must have encountered any kind of misconduct from a nurse, their attitude and that, I apologize on that. But speaking from my own angle, I'm not painting myself an angel or a saint, but when you go into the world, you are seeing a patient you're not related to, you're not connected to this person. And that is where I tell you that is where passion comes in. That is where compassionate comes in, caring comes in. You're looking at this person, while you're there, that person is already seeing you as my hope. You are here to heal me, you are here to assist anything that you can do for me to get better. So we nurses try as much as possible to fill in that gap, to stand in between and be rendering those services to the patients. But I can actually quote it that so many nurses act out of maybe, let me say, their individual character and order. Our system is not really helping out in some certain ways. You see a nurse that wants to administer some medication to a patient.
Welcome to another exciting and insightful episode of Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. And as always, we look at all gender-related issues in our society as it affects men and women. And as always, we have an interesting topic for you today. But first, we will go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll talk about that. Don't forget, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far.
What has gone wrong with her, So people begin to talk and, pass some very unwholesome comments, to the family. And another one is education. Back in the days, it was like, you don't really need to educate the girl child. Why do you bother? She's going to be somebody's wife.
And we still have these days.
So those are the things, when you talk about, that's how tradition perceives each gender, the girl and the boy, in
You've spoken,
society.
You've spoken, much on the female, their roles and stereotypes. So what about
what they, yeah.
the
So
boys?
the society expects that the boy child grows up into a man that provides. He takes up headship of the home. So he's already being groomed, in that way, to head, to lead, and he is the ultimate provider and the protector. And it's like his word is law.
Yes.
Final. It's final. So and then if he's unable to do that, it becomes a problem.
Yes. His masculinity
is questioned.
Yes.
So these are the traditional roles, that we attribute to gender.
Yes. There is one that's quite striking, particularly when it comes to boys. When they say they shouldn't show emotion.
I forgot that one.
So,
yes. So that they shouldn't show. A boy doesn't cry.
Yes.
So that has actually led to too many mental health issues among our boy children. Because they face a lot of trauma, stress, but in quotes, boys don't cry.
So they
bottle it up, and then you now begin to hear. In fact, there's a higher from research, a higher suicide rate in boys than girls. I read it somewhere. I can't quite remember where I saw that. So and it could stem from this stereotype. This belief that says boys shouldn't cry. But we now know better that that really isn't so. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that's actually true. And the opposite of that is that women are also over emotional.
Yes. So when a woman freaks out, she's being emotional. So if she complains, don't mind her, that's a woman thing, she's being emotional.
And even when some men show emotions, why are you acting like a woman? That's the society we find ourselves in, unfortunately. Do you have any personal or observed experience where these roles and stereotypes have influenced, life choices or people in one way or another?
Yeah. For instance, in the choice of courses, that our children study, at the university. I mean, then it used to be that only men could do engineering courses. And, there were certain courses that were predominantly male.
Yes.
I think it was yesterday on television that I heard a woman, she was saying she studied engineering and then she found herself in a male-dominated field, and I think either she was the only woman or something like that. So yes, it does affect our choices, and then it also affects our perception, on marriage, for instance, what is acceptable, So for the fact that we feel that the man's word is law, so the wife, is not expected to speak. She just toes the husband's whatever thing that he has set up, that must be done, must be observed in the house. I mean, just before I came in, I was listening to the radio when somebody was mentioning or referring back to our past president, when he referred to his wife as belonging to the other room, when she was trying to advise, or make a suggestion or something to him, So you find a lot of cases like that, where the woman is not really expected to speak. So whatever the husband says and does, whether they're right or wrong, everybody just toes that line.
And do you think that the idea the younger generation have concerning gender roles and stereotypes, do you think it is what it is supposed to be? Do you have any, what is your thoughts or your thought process as to the idea of gender roles and stereotypes and how the younger generation perceive it to be?
Well, as one who mentors young people, I have heard, like some young ladies, some young girls speak about, in fact, they don't even see gender roles, because it's as though what the man can do, the woman can do, So if he wants to be a leader, I want to be a leader. If he's chasing his career, I want to chase my career, So they see that. So some don't also see, in quotes, the man is head in the home. I've heard some younger girls speak about, well, what's in a marriage? They don't even want to get married. They don't want all this. I'm not cut out for this. And I've also heard on what the younger generation, see. So, for instance, I've heard some say something like, we're working. Don't expect me to cook. There was a young lady, she was sharing with me. A guy invited her out and was waiting for her to come and cook. And then she said, no, what happened to ordering something? That's not what I'm coming to do. So there's a shift, there's a change in the way the younger generation, perceive this issue of gender role.
So you personally, what do you think about this shift? Do you think the younger people are misunderstanding it, or are misrepresenting it, or being too extreme with their thought process and the way they are seeing this idea of...
I want to look at it in this dimension. If what we project as gender roles, and how it should be practiced was maybe better understood, if we understood the essence of gender roles, because I believe in gender roles. Okay. Let's start from that. I believe in gender roles, and I believe in the beauty of balance and complementarity. Okay? So now, if we had those thoughts of complementarity and balance, as well as mutual respect, three things, then perhaps the younger generation would not have this misunderstanding that seems to persist on gender roles. So, I'll give you an example. Now, when a woman is seen as inferior to the man, the younger generation will say, well, I'm not inferior to any man, because we've gone to school. Perhaps she was even the brightest one in the class.
Yes.
So she's now asking herself, why are you telling me that I'm inferior to the man? So she can't see what you're saying.
Yeah.
When I was a young girl, there were certain things that my grandmother and other older women, said about what is acceptable in a marriage. I mean, you will be so surprised to hear, they told me that it's acceptable, for the man to just whip the woman to shape, to control her.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So, and they accepted that as the social norm. So they didn't see anything that was wrong with it. But you cannot say that to the modern generation, that just to slap her and whip her up to shape. And even I, as old as I am, I frowned on it when that was being told to me. Not to talk about, like my daughter's age mates and, telling me they can't see such things.
Exactly.
So, now, if you permit me to just speak on why I say I believe in the beauty of balance, complementarity, and mutual respect as regards to gender roles.
Of course.
Now, I like to go back to inception, the way our creator ordained things. I wasn't there, but I read a lot, and I observe, from what is happening in my community. I experience, and I can come up with something that says, now the man, was formed. He is the closer one to the woman. The woman was made to be more delicate, okay, and with what I call the intuition, finer intuition. The man also has it, but it's a rougher intuition. So now, with the way the man was factored or formed, just like any machine, and you configure it for a function. So he was configured, if I may use that word, for leadership, for roles that are hard, that are strong, for protection. If there's anything, that's the man's role. Now, in each human being, there's a bit of a feminine and masculine part. Now, the man developed the masculine, side of him and pushed away all the, which was now put into the woman that was developed after the man was developed. If we go back to story of evolution and all that, okay. So now the woman was configured for nurturing, for caring, okay. Now she has all these features: intuition, collaboration, creativity, and these are very beautiful features.
Yes.
Okay, when we talk about 21st century skills, I mean, these things that I mentioned are the things that we're calling for in today's world. So you can imagine the woman bringing all that into leadership. Then there'll be forward looking. There's a broader perspective. Okay? Now, the man on his own has all the aggressive, not in a wrong way, he's built for that which is strong and hard. He can rough it out, he can, he has the stamina. Now, picture where two of them understand their roles. And again, I want to also throw this out, that no gender is superior to the other, and no role is better than the other. So now this is where, yes, I have to say that. So now you can imagine where the man understands his role, the woman understands her role, and then they come together. They come together to balance each other. Because there are things that the man is unable to do, is unable to perceive as a woman would. So when he lacks in those areas, because that's not the way he was configured. So if he understands his role and understands the woman's role, so where he is lacking, the woman supplements or complements. Now, where she is lacking, the man complements. So there is a balance. They balance each other. There's unity, there's mutual respect, and there's harmony. That's really how it's meant to be. But when you step out of the roles and then you think, oh, this, I don't want to do this anymore. You can imagine a car, that has been designed to drive on a smooth road, and then you now decide, no, I'm not going to drive it on any smooth road. I'm just going to go through gullies, I'm going to go through water, I'm going to go by air with this car that was not configured for that. Then there'll be trouble, which is what we're facing today. The trouble we're facing today. So now you have men and women stepping out of their roles.
So are you saying that
a man cannot nurture, cannot care, and do all of that? And are you saying that a woman cannot step into that leadership role and, you know, take on some of those features that
Okay. Now, a man cannot nurture. He can do the bit he can, but he wasn't wired for that. That's why you see in a home front, you know, the woman is the one who is teaching values to her children. She's the one who is making sure that the home front is sound. Sound in health, sound in thinking, you know, and then there's stability and there's peace. That is the woman's role, because she has this intuition which guides. It's like a moral compass, you know, the inner voice that guides her in the choices that she's making, you know. And whether we acknowledge it or not, you know, when a home, I'll paint two pictures of a home front now. Now let us paint picture home number one. Now there's a man and then the wife and children. So the man understands, okay, yes, I am head of the home. He's not lording it over the wife. You know, he's not saying I'm more superior, but I'm the head of the home as the way it's been ordained. But she is the neck that carries the head. So if she doesn't move the neck, the head doesn't move. That's really the way it's meant to be. You know, because of that intuition, that guidance that she offers, that ability to see beyond what is just merely physical or whatever, I don't know how else to paint it. But because she is being guided from her inside, you know, so she has foresight.
Yes.
You know, and she's able to direct, if I may use that word, direct, you know. She inspires. You know, she's able to say, okay, this is what I perceive. This is how I'm seeing something, you know. The man who appreciates what she's bringing will not say, go and shut up, don't tell me anything. He would think about it, you know. And then once he sees, I never imagined this, you know, and then he acts on it because he is the one that executes what she is directing. And then things work out. The children are well grounded, you know. So now in that kind of home setting, children coming out of that type of home become useful to society. Now let's paint another picture of another home. Two leaders, two heads. You know, one refuses to bow to the other one. I'm just as good as you. You know, you cannot come and tell me to do this. I'm heading, you know, a powerful unit in my office where men and women bow to me. You know? So both of them now come back with their very powerful jobs. They have everything in their house, big house, gadgets, money, the whole lot. But one thing they do not have, sound children. Because those children, by the time they come back from their very powerful work, the children have gone to sleep, or, you know, children are just left to more or less raise themselves.
Yes.
You know, and then there's a problem, because if there's no support, if there's no guidance, just like a computer, if you don't garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't put in any values, if you don't put it, because everybody is, I will not agree. You know, there's this thing, I can't remember what it was. Check. I can't remember. There was a word that was being used last year about I won't grieve for you or something
Okay,
like that.
is it no grief for anybody?
No grief for anybody, but there was another thing. Okay. You know, pochili or something
okay,
like that.
Pochili, yes.
So everybody is doing pochili, you know?
Yeah.
And then the whole home front is growing. I like I keep mentioning, I work with young people, you know, as a mentor. And I have heard, you know, them come to me, can I confide in you, ma? And then they've said some things. I also studied counseling. So they've said some things that, in counseling, you're not supposed to show surprise, so that they're able to speak on.
Yeah.
But when I now ask, have you shared this with your parents? They're not there. They're not there. They don't listen. They're too busy. And we've had cases where children have gone into drugs, gone into all sorts, because they're listening to their peers, they're using the drugs, they're using all those things to mask the pain or whatever it is that they're passing through. And when you check, much of it is coming from their home. So yes. I have painted two different homes,
Yes.
And you look at it, and then that's why I keep calling for balance. I'm not saying that the woman should not work. By all means, work. But your primary assignment is your home. That's your constitution. That's where it starts. If you're able to raise well-mannered and well-grounded children, you will reap the benefits.
Just to understand you better, you're basically saying that it is primarily the woman's job to do the raising of the children.
Okay.
In the home.
Mm-hmm.
That's
basically, yes. The man also helps. Can you see where the balance now comes?
Okay, helps.
Yes, it helps in the home. I'm not saying he goes to go and wash plates. If he wants to wash plates, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
If your wife, maybe you've seen there's some cases where husband and wife, it's just that they don't have helpers. So the man also, maybe she's cooking and he's helping to wash the dishes or get the children ready or help with homework and all that. That's the balance we're looking for.
You spoke about mutual respect when it comes to acknowledging the importance and the beauty of this gender role.
Yes.
I would like to know, what do you think is the role or the influence of religion and culture when it comes to this particular thing? Because it is something, people always refer to it in our culture, women, the religion, women or men, and it can lead to this idea of superiority, like you said, of feeling like one person is better than the other. So I would like to...
Okay, I'm going to say something. I hope they don't have my neck, but I'm going to say something. You mentioned culture, religion. Now, this culture that we talk about, set up by human beings, and I'm sorry to say, some of the things that we refer to as culture were set up to put control, over certain things, and especially the women folk. Okay? So now, culture is good, but it evolves. It should evolve. There are certain areas of the culture that were set at times when people maybe didn't have quite as much knowledge as we have, and exposure as we have now. And you cannot continue to carry that into today's world when today the children don't even understand what you're talking about, and then imposing it on them. Some areas of our culture, yes, culture should evolve.
Yeah.
Really. That's how it's meant to be. Culture should evolve. But certain things don't seem to be evolving in our own culture because it helps to put a check, put control. And who are the people who actually set up the culture? I don't think it was the women.
Of course not. Yeah. Well, back then it was more of a patriarchal society, so it was more of, like I said, the superiority factor. Yes.
So and that was set because of lack of understanding. Because if we had a better understanding, especially in the religious setting now, because you would hear when there's a problem, and a woman raises an issue that she's passing through in her home, the first thing she's told, go and be submissive.
Yes, that word
has been used, and even in religious circles, it has become a mantra.
Do you know, it will shock you that if I say this, because I do not belong to the traditional religious setting, you know? Submission is not of human beings. Submission is actually of the animals, not human beings. That's why even in slavery, it was difficult to get the people to really, truly submit. It was beaten out of them. Because a human being has free will.
Yeah.
And that's the way God ordained it. So because of that free will, it's difficult to now beat in submission into a normal human being.
Whether male
or female.
Yes.
You know? So when we continue to misunderstand creation, you know, and the roles of man and woman as it's meant to be, then we have problems. So we use our intellect to figure out, okay, you know, this is how it should be here, this is how it should be there, you know. But if we listen to the voice of conscience, then you will now begin to see that, this thing I'm doing is not really right. Because you forget, if you can do that to another woman, another person's child that you call your wife, remember you have a sister, you have a daughter, you have nieces. I mean, I want to bring it closer to your daughter. You know, if a man treats your daughter the way you treat your wife, would you as a man take it? That should be a point of reflection.
Yes.
Except if you're saying you don't love your daughter. You know?
Yeah.
But if it's a man who loves his daughter and he knows that he mistreats or he totally disregards and disrespects his wife, you know, then he would ask himself, I wouldn't want to see that being done to my daughter. This whole thing of respect, I'm very keen on respect. I teach it.
Yeah.
I give it. I live it.
Yes. And before we go, how do you think these roles contribute to gender violence and discrimination in society?
Let me, before I answer that question, the roles themselves, the genuine roles of the man and the woman, are not where the problem. That's not where the problem is.
Yes.
The problem is not the role assigned to the man and to the woman. Whether we acknowledge it or not, that's how it is. You know, just like when you have a glass of water, you as far as you're concerned, it's clean, it's pure, because that's all you're seeing. But somebody who brings a gold begins to see some living organisms and all sorts in that same water that you call pure. So whether we like it or not, those rules are there to guide the way we relate with one another, you know, to bring about unity, to bring about togetherness, that's harmony, you know, and growth. Because you don't, one person, like I said, there's no man without woman, there's no woman without man. It has nothing to do with marriage, you know, because every man has a womanly influence. It could be a mother, grandmother, sister, friend, whatever, you know. So, back to your question, how misunderstanding these roles have led to gender violence and discrimination. You know, because we have not understood those roles and they're rarely spoken about and the benefits, and we have not, because if you don't understand something, you can't practice it.
Yeah.
So because we've not understood, we've not been able to practice it, because if we practice it aright, then the younger generation looking at us will be happy to also toe the same line. But because we've not practiced it the way it should be, Then, instead, what we have done is the way we raise children, you know, the parents already make the boy to know you're the superior one. No, you don't go to the kitchen. You know, send your sister to go and bring whatever. If he comes back, where's my food? Where's my this? And she just goes along doing that. And the parents accept that because that's the way they were also raised, you know. So because of that misconception, and what we have now done is propagated competition instead of collaboration. So now we have where the other one feels I'm more superior. I'm speaking, you don't speak. You know, so any little thing triggers off and then there's gender violence. You know? But if we truly, I keep going back to this same point, if we truly understand gender roles the way it ought to be and ought to be practiced and ought to bring about balance and bring about collaboration, you know, then there will be mutual respect. And where there's mutual respect, there's no abuse.
Yeah, so we're running out of time, but I want to just note that because of all of this starts from the home, and it spills over into the workplace, the schools, you know, just society in general. Because when this mentality of superiority comes in, even in the workplace, you find the man looking down on his female counterparts. If he has a female boss, he looks down at her like, why would you be telling me what to do? And it also goes, you know, the other way around as well. So just some final words. What are your final words to our viewers as to how to change their perception and their ideas surrounding gender roles and stereotypes?
Okay, with the little that we have shared, you know, I'm hoping that the people listening to us would rethink in the way children are being raised. You know, like our final word would be, no gender is superior to the other, and no role is more important. You know, so even a stay-home wife, I'm giving an example now, a stay-home wife that you think, okay, what is she bringing? You know, she's just cooking and cleaning and raising the children and keeping it. The day she stops doing that, that man will not function. He will not function. You know, she's preparing that home, making it livable, making it harmonious, making it a sanctuary. That's the only way the man is able to think clearly and take good decisions when he goes to work. So he has to respect her and appreciate what she's bringing on board. I'm just giving an example of a stay-home wife, you know, and then they are the ones that, you know, people would say, we don't even regard. Why can't you go and get a job? You don't know that what she's bringing on is a full, making sure that he is healthy, she's making sure the meals are right, the everywhere is clean. She's bringing it just like on our streets. The day the cleaners, the sweepers decide, okay, we're not doing it, then we would now know the importance of those sweepers. You know, so we need to be able to appreciate one another. You know, and I keep saying, there's no man without woman, and there's no woman without man. You know, so let us appreciate what each one is bringing and respect. Because when we have that mutual respect, then we have peace, then we have harmony, and then we're happy. And we can progress. That doesn't mean the woman cannot work, but go and work. But remember, your primary assignment is your home. Don't relegate it to the background, expecting house help to do something for you. The house help will not raise your children.
And it also goes...
It goes the other way,
yes. Too. Yes. Wow. This conversation, I don't want it to end, but sadly, we have to call it a day for this discussion. Thank you so much for your insights. I learned a lot, and I'm sure our viewers have a lot to take home from this. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we'll be going on a short break right now, and Gender Perspective continues. Stay with us. Wow, that was a very interesting conversation we had right there with Lady Jane Ndukwe. And like I said, I hope we all have something to take home from her opinions about this discussion. Well, gender roles and stereotypes have shaped societies for generations, influencing how men and women are expected to behave, work, and interact. But in today's world, are these traditional expectations still relevant, or are they changing? We hit the streets to hear what people think about gender roles, the stereotypes that come with them, and how they impact our daily lives. Do people still believe that men should be providers and women should be caregivers? Well, let's hear what they have to say.
To my own knowledge, gender role and stereotypes are those expectations that the society and the people, family expect from men and women, to carry out in any situation. It can be from the woman or from the man. In the case of the woman, a woman is expected to be the one to nurture a home. A woman is expected to take care of her family. A woman is expected to take care of her husband without complaints. And you are expected to look good from beginning to the end. You are expected to look classy. You are expected to, represent. Do you understand? So a woman also is expected to, okay, in the olden days, when women were not even allowed to go to school. Do you remember when women were not even allowed to go to school? Okay, there is a popular saying that says, education of women ends in kitchen. I don't know how to put it together. In the traditional version, women don't have a say in a cabinet meeting where chiefs are gathered. Women don't have a say to change any rule in a family. Women don't even have the right to give her daughter out in marriage. A woman cannot go to the farm in the traditional aspect. You cannot go to the farm and start cultivating and harvesting. It is a taboo in some parts of Nigeria. You cannot carry what is it called, a hoe or a cutlass to start digging. You want to make ridges, make your crops grow and every other thing. And then a woman is supposed to be so submissive to the husband that when your husband says sit down, shut up, you will sit down and shut up. The stereotypical aspect of men, a man is supposed to be the sole provider in every home, every organization. You're supposed to be the head, the shoulder that women lie on. We are supposed to come to you for everything. And then a man is not supposed to be a nurse. You're not supposed to be a nurse. When people see a man that is a hairstylist, I've seen so many men that are hairstylists, most of them start behaving like women. It's stereotypical, even if they are not gay. Do you understand? And some of them, they are nail technicians, they are into different things.
Traditional roles and gender stereotypes are the roles that male and female members of any community are being established to perform concerning the society that they belong to. Yes, those roles are important for the sustenance of the society. The male have their particular roles that they play, mostly in rural societies, is very amplified. And the females also have their roles that they also abide by to make sure that the smooth running of the society and the family in particular is sustained. Okay, how it affects men and women is mostly amplified in urban areas. In the urban areas, mostly in the cities, gender roles are being merged in workplaces, in residential houses that people live in. Most of the men that are there don't even stay with their families. They are workers. They stay alone most of the time. Then they go and visit their relatives back at home or their families. So some of the men do not play those kind of roles that traditional men in the rural areas play. Something like some of the men go to market to go buy things to cook for themselves. Some of the men wash their clothes. And some of the men, even maybe if they have one or two kids that are staying with them in the city, they do take care of the kids without reaching out to the female gender to assist. And the women too, you find out that some of them are even breadwinners in the cities. Some of them also take on jobs that are traditionally meant for men. So jobs such as working in industries, working in heavy-duty occupations. And some of the women also decide not to even get married and have children. And so gender roles are being, most of the gender roles are being diluted in urban areas. So that's where I think that it affects the genders is mostly in the urban areas that gender roles are being rubbed off and merged per se.
I think even like now, before, men are supposed to be like the sole breadwinner of the family, but now it's not even that way, because most times things are very difficult. If they allow only men to provide for the family, it's not going to work. So now women bring, men bring, and they join it together. Even like this Gen Z and 21st century generation, men now help out in the kitchen, help out in raising children, help out in like so many other things that they feel like it was women's duty before, like, and other things. For me, I feel like it is a good thing. I think it's helping the society positively, because now, as I said, the cooking part now, men are now chefs, and then they are using it to get money to provide for themselves, provide for their families. If it was left for women, now they will say, oh, it's women's duty. No, but because men are now doing it, they are already providing. And also, the parts where women don't have to stay at home to now be taking care of children or stay at home and be doing house duty, it is also helping families. Maybe if they're supposed to be eating 1 square meal in a day, but because the wife is providing and the husband is also providing, it will make the family increase to maybe eating 2 or 3 times in a day.
Gender roles and stereotypes supposed to be an old kind of topic. We shouldn't be discussing it in these present times, because actually it's not relevant in the times and seasons we are now. Men are supposed to be doing this, or women are supposed to be doing this. It's just not quite relevant to me. I don't know about somebody else's opinion, because in my own family, I don't look towards those directions. Maybe a woman should do this. If you are married to a lady, and maybe in the world we are today, she's doing a lot to care for the family, you being a man supposed to help her, unless you have enough money for burial. You're supposed to be helping her to do a lot of house chores and things like that. If you're not doing your own work, then even if you're doing your own work, when you come back house and the woman is not around, it doesn't take much from a man like me to warm the soup before the woman comes back. So those are the ways I see the issue of the topic of gender roles and stereotypes. Because if my own opinion, when I echo my opinion, maybe towards young people nowadays, they will say, this is an old man, or this is an old school something.
Wow. Our conversations today have shown that while traditional gender roles and stereotypes still exist, perspectives are shifting. Many people recognize the importance of breaking free from outdated expectations to create a more inclusive and equal society. Whether at home, in the workplace, or in relationships, challenging these stereotypes allows individuals to pursue their passions and potential without limitations. Well, I mean, today has been quite packed with a lot of informative things to take home, and that's the much we can take today for our episode on gender perspectives. Now, don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms showing right now on your screen. And as always, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. See you next week.